Freedom Radio. Did you listen to your mama? And did you listen to your daddy too? And all the lessons of your teachers, schooling you in what to do. Are you following the news? All they ever want to achieve is to push you down into their dreams, a fabricated reality. Open your eyes, children, got to free your mind. Freedom Radio. Freedom Radio. Odyssey, Twitch, or Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, search and you will find Freedom Radio on a Wednesday or a Thursday night. Uncensored, unregulated. That's right. All they ever want to achieve is to push you down into their dreams, a fabricated reality. Open your eyes, children, got to free your mind. Freedom Radio. Open your eyes. Freedom Radio. Listen to the radio. Freedom Radio. You got to listen to the radio. Freedom Radio on a Wednesday or a Thursday night. Freedom Radio. Na 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 na.
Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, where freedom dwells, the state has no control. The ledger turned, the whispers spread, a hope for the lost, the underfed. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, the potential of Bitcoin was so full. Anonymous hands built the code, but greed came marching a heavy load. Unchained, unbound, a dream so pure, but shadows crept where light was sure. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. So darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, where freedom dwells, the state has no control. From coffee trades to illicit deals, the cypherpunks dream felt so real. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets. The potential of Bitcoin was so full, yet with each fork a kingdom rose, a battlefield where visions flow. Decentralized, a voice so strong, now muffled by those who played it wrong. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Who fought for the unchained now see the promise tarnished strain. They built an empire to tear down walls, but now it's ruled by conference halls. Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the past, where the state script failed to hold fast. Take me back, take me there, to freedom's promise beyond despair. public interest, the heart of the fight, to keep it a treasure, not a user's right. Bitcoin Cash rose to carry the flame, a fork of the vision to honor the name. Yet battles rage on in the digital ground for the soul of the legend where truth is found. Hijacked dreams, but hope still remains. A fork in the road, a break from the chains. Digital gold or cash for the free. The fight for Bitcoin's will always be. In the glow of the blockchain, the battle goes on for a system of freedom where all belong.
In the halls of corruption, the printing press hums, inflating our hopes till collapse surely comes. They steal your labor with a hidden hand, a paper promise backed by quicksand. But freedom calls a brighter way, where gold and crypto pave the day. No more devaluation, no silent theft, a future secured. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. The peso's a scam, the dollar's no friend. They devalue your life while they pretend. But in the blockchain there's a beacon of trust, and gold's eternal, immune to the rust. The people rise, the fraud exposed, a free economy where wealth is chose. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. Every coin you hold is your voice. Decentralized power, your sovereign choice. No inflation, no theft, just what you've earned. A new revolution, the tables have turned. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you.
bound by chains, where trust was hard to find. A new light broke through the digital sky, a revolution forged in code, a promise of freedom, unstoppable. You saw again, the goal lights you. It's more than currency, it's a movement. It's the people's voice, it's the future. Bitcoin. I read the white paper, a light so bright. Decentralized freedom, power and might. A chain unbroken, secure and strong. Peer-to-peer trust that moves us along.
She just don't care about getting rich in 20 years and huddle on until the time we get there. All down, gotta buy. I won't cry and I just take the pain. 90 cents in the end will be a Porsche when I leave it on the blockchain. You need the balls when it all falls down. Buy the dip or get ripped. Getting rich in 20 years and huddle on until the time we get there. You need the balls when it all falls down. Buy the dip or get ripped. Don't let them fool you. You got huddle, huddle, huddle. Don't let fear be the ruler. You got huddle, huddle, huddle. Don't let fool you. could have bought the whole damn world and still have crypto left to spend. Got all this worthless money, can't even pay the rent. No, I can't. I ain't the kind of guy that keeps on bragging about expensive trips I made. Long time ago. I'm not the kind of guy that keeps on bragging about expensive trips I made. Long time ago. Long time ago. Came back from the gas station. You don't wanna know what I have paid. And I keep on crying, and I can't deny it. Why they keep on printing even more till I end up being poor. Oh no. Somebody help me, please.
Once upon a time, I thought I had it made. Drinking heavy booze, staying up late. Used to have expensive wine, cheap women banging on my door.
The steady decline can't take it anymore. I should have bought Bitcoin at 50 cents. Shoop, 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 shoop. Maybe $2, maybe $3.
That will solve my misery.
Turning of time, a year of freedom, the future in mind. Hope rises high like the morning sun. Another chance for us all as one. Let the bells ring clear, let the voices cheer for a world we build without the fear. Let the bells ring clear, avec used to mirror. Seraph Bilaf here being the 9:15. Here's to a happy brand new day, where peace and prosperity lie your way, where the Fed will finally end. A world free from governments. No chains of death, no wars to fight. Just peaceful paths under starry nights. Each hand held high, our destinies our own. Together we thrive, though we stand alone. Let the bells ring clear, let the voices cheer for a world we build without the fear. Seraph Bilaf here being the 9:15. Here's to a happy brand new day, where peace and prosperity lie your way, where the Fed will finally end. A
Let kindness lead where the heart grows strong. The rights of each respected life along. May liberty shine like a guiding star for all who dream, no matter where they are. Here's to a happy brand new day, where peace and prosperity lie your way, where the Fed will finally end, a world free from governments. So here's to you, to the year ahead, to dreams reborn, to the lives we've led. In liberty's name, we'll see it through. Happy New Year to all of you.
In the shadow of a crumbling stage, where the actors' lines feel like a cage, the rebel whispers to the night, the fading night. A world of chains to the night. Is freedom just a fading light? A world of chains, yet none can bind. A heart that seeks what few can find. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone. A throne of dust, no king, no throne. To fight, to question, to stand apart. A war waged deep within the heart. The crown of thorns they offer me is just a ruse of dignity. For every truth 100 lies, and still the rebel never dies. The universe, it mocks, it sneers, yet we rise despite our fears. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone. A throne of dust, no king, no throne. To stand apart, a war waged deep within the heart. What is justice? What is grace? A fleeting shadow in this space. To revolt, to scream, to break the chain is to endure both joy and pain. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone. A throne of dust, no king, no throne. To fight, to question, to stand apart. A war waged deep within the heart. So raise your fist to the silent sky. Those stars.
They promised grace but stole my yields, tied my hands and tilled my fields. A righteous mask, a noble claim, but power plays the cruelest game. Charity wrapped in cold commands, a thief disguised as helping hands. False virtue in a hollow shell, a silent scream no one can tell. Oh, the law, the sacred law, meant a shield but built to draw. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice sold for right and wrong. Gilded halls they write their lies, harvesting hope with greedy eyes. They preach a piece of love divine while picking pockets line by line. Promises made, compassion feigned, through stolen means their world sustain. Altruism's twisted fate, freedom falls beneath its weight. Oh, the law, the sacred law, meant to shield but built to draw. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice sold for right and wrong. Who will fight for what is mine when law's a sword, not a line? When rights are threads in a tattered quilt, a monument to power's guilt. The sacred law, the hollow creed, born of greed, not of me. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice sweeps where it belongs.
They say we arrive as empty pages, with no aim to define us. No dogma, no destiny, just the quiet promise of potential. But how quickly the world, with its rules, its chains, its desperate need to scribble on our souls. Tonight, let's take it back, erase the noise. Remember, my dear listener, we were born free.
Potential free and lost. Oh, no frown of instinct rules our minds. Only impressions soft and light. Yet here I stand, bound by chains unseen, seeking truth in a world so keen. Erase the mark of kings and priests. kings and priests. Break the chains, let reason lead. The soul's no secret, no divine decree. It's shaped by life, by you and me. And priests, break the chains, let reason lead. The soul's no secret, no divine decree. It's shaped by life, by you and me. Tabula rasa, the walls of the free, alive. In the absence of a tyrant, find your own note.
The path was paved with good intent, a destiny shaped, a life misspent. The road to serfdom winding tight, dreams consumed by endless night. On hollow winds, promises painted on crumbling skins, blueprints drawn with ink of lies, silent deals behind guarded eyes, markets tethered, reason drowned, the spinning wheel of fate unwound, voices strangled by planned design, bound in chains they can't define. For false romance, liberty's ghost fades in the night, bartered away for control's delight. Steel ambitions forge the cage, contracts signed with hidden rage, master planners chart our fall, silent rulers behind the wall, broken ladders, twisted schemes, freedom shattered into dreams, fingers crossed, control expands,
fate dictated by unseen hands. Through corridors of power, shadows dance, trading futures for false romance. Liberty's ghost fades in the night, parted away for control's delight. Visions bright, but poison veins, purpose measured in silent chains. Through corridors of power, shadows dance, trading futures for false romance. Liberty's ghost fades in the night, parted away for control's delight. The path was paved with good intent, a destiny shaped, a life misspent. The road to serfdom winding tight, dreams consumed by endless night.
I've been fighting through the shadows, standing in the cold. Seen 100 voices silence, stories left untold. They say keep your head down, just toe the line. But there's a fire in me they can't confine. Catching this heart, can't close these eyes. Won't bow down to their disguise. Long live freedom, damn it, damn it. I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, standing in the light. Walls are built on fear, held up by lies, but there's a power in truth they can't deny. They call it rebellion, but I call it pride. A call to all who've been cast aside. So here we stand, no chains, no shame. We'll fight until they know our name. Long live freedom, damn it, I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, we're standing in the light. When the darkness falls and the lights go down, they'll see our shadows dancing on this battleground. With a heartbeat, the thunder, the soul of this land, they can silence the strength in a defiant stand. Long live freedom, damn it, I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, we're standing in the light. So raise your voice, let it echo loud and true. This fight's not over, no, we're coming through. Long live freedom, damn it, that's alright. Together
Liberty Bell. Disco Inferno, let's give them hell. No more taxes, no central plan. We're taking back what's ours, woman and man. The invisible hands got the groove tonight. Economic freedom dressed in light. Feel the spark, revolution's near. No coercion, no need to fear. Turn it up, let the market play. In the game of life, we'll lead the way. We'll privatize the dance floor groove. Let competition set the mood. The state can't touch this funky vibe. It's supply and demand keeping us alive. Let me hear you shout freedom now. Disco's the market, we're taking a bow. No mandates, no bureaucrats in sight. Just us and the groove in the disco lights. Freedom now. Disking up walls, freedom now. Left with California, yeah. Life will lead the way. Dancing for freedom, out on the floor. Breaking the chains, we'll take no more. Into the sound of a Liberty Bell. Disco Inferno, let's give them hell.
Enough of their lies, enough of their chains. For decades, the parasites in power have fed on our dreams, drained our wealth, the wage wars that serve no one but their masters. They bribe, they tax, they steal, and call it governance. But no more 2025 is the year we take back our lives. No politicians pulling strings, no lobbyists whispering destruction. This is the year of liberty, where the individual rises, where the common good isn't dictated by force, but by freedom. We don't need their corruption, their central banks, their failed promises. We are the builders of our own futures, the makers of peace, the guardians of our prosperity. Tonight we don't just celebrate a new year, we ignite a revolution of hope, a song for a world reborn. Let this anthem echo through the ages. A year without them is a year of true freedom. Goodbye to the suits who sold us despair, left us with nothing but dust in the air. The wars you started, the lies that you told. This is the year we break out of your mold. No taxes for castles, no bribes for your thrones. No puppets of power on borrowed loans. 2025, the people's year. No more whispers of greed in our ears. No politicians, no lobbyist teams. A world reborn, no broken dreams. nation's a weapon you use to control. While we fight to survive, you feast on our soul. Your banks and your budgets, they burn what we earn. But this year is ours, watch the tables turn. The people's year. No more whispers of greed in our ears. No politicians, no lobbyist schemes. A world reborn, no broken dreams. This is the anthem of those you forgot, the ones who grow food while you let it rot. We'll build without borders, a world without fear, a future of hope where love draws near. The people's year. No more whispers of greed in our ears. No politicians, no lobbyist teams. A world reborn, no broken dreams.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. Light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard. But a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won. The battle for freedom has only begun. Oh, sign your name, free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Raga now. Oh, raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Raja now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Raja now, let the fire never die.
Hoppa. Oh, Yoshi, je bent nog niet te zien. Just a moment. Yeah, we're ready. Yoshi, you can talk. Wait. Het gaat alweer goed, jongens. Geweldig.
Don't worry, Johan. We got all day. I'm also still inviting people, so...
Oké. Geweldig hier. Yoshi was nog onzichtbaar. Nou ben je te zien.
Alright.
Go! Alright, everybody can see us. Yeah.
Including the first guest?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Let's start it then. Vlad. You are our first... Oh, sorry. Johan.
Here we go. Even kijken hoor. Ja, we're starting now.
Welkom. U luistert naar Vrijheidradio.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen and everybody else. Welcome at Freedom Radio. I'm here with Yoshi and my name is Johan and we have our first guest, Vlad. You can see him on the telly. And yeah, this is the Bitcoin birthday party. And
no, it's not. No, we renamed it this year.
We renamed it, yeah.
Genesis Block Anniversary Stream is the name.
Yeah, that.
Usually we are celebrating Bitcoin. And I thought, last year we already changed it a little bit with inviting more different community members of different coins. And this year, also based on the information that Vlad has shared out over the past year, I thought it would be most accurate to rename it to the Genesis Block Anniversary Stream, because I'm not really celebrating Bitcoin at all these days, but I'm still into making a party. So Genesis Block, I think, is the right name for our annual birthday stream that we do here. Just to let everybody know, Freedom Radio is live for 12 years, something.
This is our 13th year.
13th year, every week. We broadcast We mentioned the Bitcoin price since 2014, I think, weekly.
First episode, 2012.
All right, but that it became a weekly recurring theme was about 2014, I think. Yeah, and this is our annual Bitcoin anniversary. Genesis block anniversary stream. And the first guest, Vlad Kostea. Vlad, welcome.
Hi.
Did you dry up well from the New Year celebration? No hangover?
No, I'm good. I didn't drink too much. I was up all night and then I went to sleep in the morning, and I'm still a bit recovering from that sort of schedule because it's not healthy for myself. I was checking to see where I can find the stream. I don't find it on YouTube. I don't see it on Twitter and on Twitch.
No.
It's not happening yet.
Everywhere, yeah. It's for the people who are watching, they already found it. But you can twitch.tv/Vrijheidradio.
I will send it. I will send it to you on Twitter.
Oh, that's why, because on Twitch I'm on King Honk Spirit SEE.
Yeah. Yes, this is Johan's broadcast. The other is my personal stream.
Oh, that's why.
That is King Honk Spirit C for all your conspiracies. If you get the... but I will share with you the link to the Twitch broadcast. Today we are gonna give away well over $100 worth of crypto. But you have to watch the show on Twitch to be able to participate in the raffle.
On YouTube. Yeah, for the raffle it's on...
So I send it to you just now, Vlad, on the X direct message.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm on TV.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
Tell us who you are. You're a streamer for 16 years?
No,
seasons.
16 seasons. I started in January or February of 2019, so about 6 years ago. And initially, the format was that I would have, for the Bitcoin Takeover podcast, seasons of 10 episodes, just like Netflix. And what I also did was to record the episodes and then launch them on the same day. I did this for the first 2 seasons, and then I realized it's not such a great idea because, first of all, I'm not giving people enough time, and they only have a limited attention span. So by the time they discover what they can listen, maybe they pick 2 episodes that they listen to and move on to something else. And I also realized that sometimes you have matters that are urgent and you need to present them when they're being said. And if I keep them for a few weeks until I have enough material to launch an entire season, it's not really going to work out. Mm-hmm. But I came back to the concept last year with season 15. I launched on the New Year Day on the 1st of January. I deployed 12, I think, episodes at once. And once again, I discovered that it's a bad idea because some of these recordings were overlooked, even though they were pretty great. And I had some really big names in the space. And right now I'm just doing 1 episode at a time. I just started season 16 because it's the 16th anniversary of Bitcoin. And last year, coincidentally, I synchronized with the 15th year in the existence of Bitcoin. And I said to myself, why don't I just make this an annual thing instead of 10 episodes or 20 or whatever per season? So here I am. Yesterday, I posted the first episode from this new season with Mike Belshi. He's the CEO and co-founder of BitGo. If you're not aware, BitGo is custodying the funds of a lot of companies in the space, including exchanges and maybe also nation states. But he doesn't want to confirm or deny that he's doing this because the customers want confidentiality. Nobody likes to brag about custodying their funds with one of these big companies. But it's pretty cool. And if you have the time, check it out. Not to brag, but I have some of the nicest guests, and I'm really fortunate in this regard.
Yeah, where can they find you? You can post your web address.
Yeah, just search for Bitcoin Takeover Podcast. It's on YouTube, it's on Spotify, it's on Apple Podcasts, and I think a bunch of other podcast platforms also. Also Twitter. But who listens to this stuff on Twitter? I'm not aware of too many people doing this.
Yeah. Well, I'm still relative new to Twitter because I only really made the switch after Elon Musk said, go fuck yourself to the advertisers like Disney. So that's about, 14 months ago, I think. So I'm still finding my way there. I only recently purchased Premium with help of Joel Valenzuela, who let me pay in Dash, because I live unbanked since 2014. You can only use a credit card at the moment for your payment on X. So the most profit I make, Vlad, is by not spending, And then I'm like, oh, if I can only use a credit card, then never mind. But I'm now a premium member, and I'm using X more and more, and phase out Facebook and all these other social medias. So I guess I'll be watching your stream more often. And I want to say what I like about your stream is you got more technical knowledge than me. I've never really been interested in the technical aspect of crypto. I've been more a finance guy, and I see a social change happening because of the different money system that we're going to use. So I've always focused on that aspect a little bit, but you managed to ask the more complicated technical questions in such a way that I can understand them. So that's what I really like about your specific broadcast. And I watch them, not all of them, because it's a lot of content, but I really enjoy them. And that's why I thought this year we need to have Vlad on the anniversary stream. And for everybody, he's very approachable. It was like, Vlad, would you like to come on? Sure, book me in. And here you are. So
also wanted to go first.
And first, he woke up just for us today, people. And you got more things, because besides the Takeover podcast, you make your own magazine, of course.
I made this. I launched it in November of 2024. It's the Privacy magazine. As you can see, this cover is drawn by my girlfriend. This is the original context in which Pepe became famous, in which he says, "It feels good, man," and he's peeing with his pants down. Mm-hmm. But here he says, "It feels bad, man," and I hope you can see this, because he's being watched by a security camera in his own bathroom, and he's watching Michael Saylor saying that there is no second best. And he's thinking about what this really means and the fact that he is stuck. But at the same time, he has no escape. On the back cover, you can see that there's no door for him to go. Yet somehow he's happy because the number is going up.
Yeah. Nice explanation.
Yeah, we made this. I'm really proud of my girlfriend for drawing this and bringing this vision to reality. And the contents are also important because they cover some of the most interesting topics in privacy, financial privacy more specifically. So you have content about Monero, Zcash. There's another one that's called Firo, which is previously Zcoin and is the first zero knowledge proof blockchain. Litecoin Mimblewimble extension block, Bitcoin coin joins, Bitcoin Cash, Cash Fusion. Yeah. There's a little bit for everybody. And I've even open sourced it, so you don't really have to buy this from me, even though I'm selling some physical copies. You can find them on XMR Bazaar. But you can download this for free in digital version.
What is the price of one copy?
Right now it's 0.3 Monero. So that's like $60 with shipping included. It's the international shipping that's most expensive, honestly.
I was thinking maybe to give away one copy to the viewers. $60.
We can do that, yeah.
$60 though is a bit, but let's do it. I will send you $60 and you will send it to one of the. Can we do it like that?
Sure.
Yeah, we will go because all the guests today. We got some amazing people coming up, like Aaron Day, Amaury Sechet is coming also. And each of them is going to be able to select their most favorite crypto. And we will raffle this to our community members. But let's do...
I already know what they're going to pick, so I'm going to pick something else.
Yeah, exactly. Some of them already confirmed that my suspicion was correct. But I think we can do one magazine also. So let's do one magazine.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's, sharing is caring. Everybody...
Maybe I can do the magazine instead of the currency so that you save $10.
Yeah, we will do it like that. Exactly. We will do it like that.
I don't want to increase your expenses too much.
No, it's okay. I published a new article yesterday because I write blog posts about my unbanked life.
You should get one of these too. It's on me. You give one to your listeners and I'll also send you one.
In that case, Vlad, I want to invite you to visit Liberland one day because it's not too far out. I am in Serbia, located in Serbia. And this year is the 10-year anniversary of Liberland in April. If you ever decide to visit Liberland, because it's kind of blockchain-heavy project, there is Roger Ver is involved, Justin Sun is involved, and more crypto-minded people, for example, like myself. So it might be interesting for you to just come and check it out one day. April is the anniversary, and in August there is an annual summer celebration party. And if you do decide to visit, you can sleep in my house if you want, or you just visit me once because I live very close and give me the magazine, so we save the shipping cost,
Oh, so are you telling me that Liberland is not covered by the post service?
No, you cannot live on Liberland today because everybody who goes there basically gets arrested. I've been arrested myself like 10 years ago. I spent 10 days in prison for the project. And
I was chased by a boat, eh?
Sorry?
I was chased by a gunboat.
And we were chased. Johan visited me once here and we were chased.
I wanted to pee on Liberland ground, but there was a boat from the police. So I peed on the other side of the Donau.
It did get me the Liberland, can I show it? Liberland passport. So I got that, but unfortunately, all my merits have been confiscated by now, but it's maybe a story for a different day. It's too much to fit, and I want it to be about you, Vlad. Because our broadcast today is close to the new year, usually what we do is we look back a little bit, but also we look ahead, which makes always for a very easy conversation that we don't have to prepare too much for because we can just talk. So how do you see crypto in general moving ahead? I know before you answer the question, congratulations, because since 3 days now, you are part of Schengen. So the EU got fully integrated in your country.
Not yet. We're not part of the Eurozone yet.
Oh, you're not part of the Eurozone. I wanted to ask, do you know if you have the MiCA regulations already happening there? Uh-huh.
No, they're going to kick in, I think, in September or something.
Yeah. Well, they are building it up. It's in a way already in place. Just like, have you heard of the CBAM regulations? The carbon, I forgot the exact name, but are you aware that they are going to charge you for your carbon usage?
That's fucked up. I remember when I booked a flight last year that they asked me, would you like to pay $20 extra to offset your carbon emissions? And I'm like, fuck you. If you want to save the environment, I already paid a ticket for this. So you can donate from the amount that I paid for you. Why would I pay extra?
Yeah. So these carbon this carbon tax is already in place, although I believe at the moment it's at 0%. and they are supposed to pay back for the COVID relief fund of the EU, which they, for the first time, borrowed money as the EU as a whole instead of countries individually. And a lot of people are still unaware of it, although it's already been mentioned like 2 years and already active for a year. If I talk with Bitcoin maxis, I always tell them, enjoy paying your carbon tax, and everybody calls me the King conspiracy theorist. But it's real, and it's coming. And if you look at the media, how they mention that one Bitcoin transaction equals the full emission of Ireland or something like that, then I'm pretty worried that all those people who rely on third parties and participate in the KYC procedures, that they're gonna pay a lot of tax, let's say it like that, on every time they use Bitcoin. So that is my personal outlook. But how do you see the world? We can take it very broad, but more specifically the crypto world. How do you see it progressing from here?
Honestly, I believe that the demand for privacy is only gonna go up, especially among the hardcore people who are building their own on-ramps and off-ramps for no KYC. And right now they're gonna be pushed into having KYC, even if they did their best to avoid it. Which means that we're gonna have more of this, how should I put it? Dark market is just the term that governments invented to make it look like there's something evil happening there. But you're gonna have more peer-to-peer trades. You're gonna have more people meeting in person to swap cash for another form of digital currency, be it Bitcoin, Litecoin, USDT, whatever they prefer.
You think, for example, USDT is going to survive? Because there's a little bit of an attack going on from the regulatory side of things.
They will, because they're so entrenched with the mainstream financial system, meaning that they bought a lot of US Treasury bonds.
Yes.
That, if Tether implodes, they're going to bring down the US economy. And I don't think anyone really wants that to happen. They want it to be more regulated. They want to trace it and maybe censor some transactions and make users register or whatever. But they don't want the whole system to implode.
Yeah, that's true. Well, although I do think that if the system has to implode, Trump is going to be the perfect fall guy to take the hit, So I'm not convinced that it's really not going to implode, because they need to incorporate the CBDC at some point. And what better reason than a financial implosion to just introduce the CBDC at that moment, So
yeah, something else we can do is to use cash as much as we can. There's a war on cash. I think Mika has nothing to do with cryptocurrency per se and has everything to do with cash. They don't want people to use cash privately and for transactions that they cannot track and surveil.
Yeah.
So they're making it harder to have access to cash. Right now, what Mika really affects in my country is these non-KYC ATMs that were still in place. You could go and up to, I think, 2,000 euro, you could use the ATM without registering with your ID card or passport. Now that's going to become compulsory.
Yeah, I believe in Netherlands since about 2 years, because I'm born in Netherlands, just like Johan. So I know most about that jurisdiction. I believe everything above 100 euros is currently registered. Like you have to make note of 100 euro and up purchases, which is insane.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, there is even cities in the Netherlands, like Rotterdam, where you are not allowed to carry more than 3,000 euro cash in your wallet. And if you have more than 3,000 euro cash and they catch you because of some check they do, then you need to prove how you earned that money, that you paid taxes on it, or it's going to be confiscated. So,
Come to the party from police.
sorry, Johan.
It's going to the party fund for the police.
Yeah, 10% to the big guy.
Have drug-fueled parties.
So yeah, that is also one of the reasons why I have decided to take a little bit of a step back, because I publish basically everything about my life in public. And I think, and for example, the house that I bought this year, I did with a P2P transaction using the Komodo platform. I don't know if you heard of that one, but it supports around 200 coins, something like that. And you can make P2P trades in between all of those coins. It's not with a order book, because you can just select your order. So it's not a real trade platform, but it is allowing you to trade any crypto that implements the Komodo platform standard into their code. So for me, that is the perfect way. I basically managed to buy the house like that. And yeah, it's gonna be tough, I think, to get the people to want to not KYC, because especially in Netherlands, people are so stuck in their thinking, in their mindset, that whatever the government throws at them, they will just eat it, and makes me sad somehow. But I feel like we are not with a large enough group to really make the impact. So that is a little bit my issue at the moment.
I think it's a high trust society, which has worked for centuries because people believe that their leaders are smart and they're doing the right thing. Here in Eastern Europe, we have had much worse experiences with politics and leaders and communism in particular, which was a system that was lying to you all the time about how everything is going and how your life is getting better, but you don't really notice it. And unfortunately, the West has picked up on that, and they realized, oh, this can actually work if we feed it in small doses and we don't bring it all at once. And we make this very gradual transition so that people don't really notice unless they have a very good memory of what their lives used to be in the past.
Yeah.
Because that's another thing. The media keeps on rewriting your memories and what you believe about stuff. What you remember from the pandemic has been rewritten in lots of ways to make it look like, oh, it wasn't such a big deal. Oh, if you took this vaccine instead of the other one. I mean, at least two of them got banned in Europe at one point. And the other one also had a lot of reported incidents that were never really addressed, at least not in the media. But they were very good at saying, we won, we conquered the pandemic because of the vaccine and not because there was a milder version of the virus that became dominant and it made no sense to enforce anything anymore. But yeah, it's how it goes. They discovered how propaganda can be used against people. They discovered that people are more vulnerable than before because of technology, because we can be tracked at all times, because we rely so much on the stuff in our pockets and in the news that we read. We are so easy to manipulate. Our grandparents, maybe, they were just living in their... I don't know about your grandparents, but I have some grandparents from a village in Romania.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, their lives were so much better before they got television. They were minding their own business. They were doing whatever. Now they just watch the news and they're angry all the time about what's happening outside. And they're like, oh, the world is falling apart. There's this happening. There's that happening. And I'm like, how does this change anything about your life?
Yeah,
you're in the middle of nowhere here. Whatever happens in another city or another part of the country does not affect you. Oh, but the Russians are going to bomb us. And I'm like, do you really believe they're going to use bombs on this village?
Yeah.
Bombs are expensive. No offense, but...
Yeah.
I don't watch television anymore.
Yeah, I also... I lost my television before I lost my bank account. Also, losing my television was a little bit more voluntary. But it did make it possible for me to discover all these things and, for example, travel to Liberland at some point. And yeah, for me personally, the COVID era was a real blessing, because for the first time people were kind of waking up and seeing that there is an alternative version of reality. Because especially in the Netherlands, like when I was born, it's changing because of immigration, for example. A lot of different people with different thoughts are now in the same location. But when I was born, it was still a very uniform society, everybody, when the football match was happening everywhere, people dressed up their house and watched it together. And I do think that it brought us a lot, because look at all the advancements we made in the last 100 years. But it also has come with a cost, because we are very much dependent now on all these things, and we cannot really survive anymore. I mean, maybe still in a village in Romania, but in the Netherlands, it's, if you need food, the land has become so expensive, you really cannot grow your own food in your garden anymore. So, and on top of that, costs are so high that the Netherlands basically hands out money every month if you are within the frame of getting that money. So a lot of people get like couple €100 per month, and they need that to be able to survive. So as soon as the government implements something, they don't really have a choice anymore, because if they wouldn't follow the new rules, they won't get that money, and they have a hole in their budget. So I'm trying since a decade to grow a community of people that are aware of such things and try to make a change by voting with their wallets. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And now that I've got this house, I've basically now got a house in a village with enough land to grow my food. But I notice how much time it costs me to maintain that house. And I don't want to combine the two things by watching endless podcasts about what is happening and what is new. If I can also spend my time here, with the local community and just live in the moment, which is also important in a way. So yeah, it's going to be a turbulent year, I think.
It's going to be interesting, at least to me, because historically, if you look at the Trump administration from 2016 to 2020, it's been a letdown for everyone. The left expected him to be more radical. His supporters also expected him to be more radical. And he disappointed pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
And now he came in his second term with a lot of promises, and he's already disappointing his core voting pool when he said, we need to bring more immigrants who are talented and have skills and they have qualifications. And that goes against, the core MAGA crowd that's very nationalist, and they want America only, American born, whatever. So he's already disappointing, and he's not even in office. And it's going to be interesting to see what else is going to happen that will be underwhelming on his side.
That's a bit weird, because in the history of the US, they depended always on immigrants. I mean, Einstein wasn't born in the US; it came from Germany. All these other scientists,
Oppenheimer and all the others.
They made America great.
That's how they became the dominant empire.
But first I wanted to say I have the raffle wheel, so people can, it's still exclamation mark Ron Paul if you want to participate. You have to be on Twitch, and you can win a magazine, your magazine, eh?
Yeah, we do one magazine.
Yeah, maybe show it for the new...
We will show it, don't worry.
Okay.
It's coming.
Yeah. What are there more things that make you happy if you think about 2025, the new year? About like developments and
What makes me happy?
yeah, if you look to the future.
Or is there something you get excited about?
Yeah.
I do enjoy doing my podcast because I discover people who do really interesting stuff and they don't have time to fight with others on Twitter and participate in building a narrative or whatever. And it's really exciting, but on the other hand, it's sad because all of these creations, all of these ideas require a degree of consensus or at least adoption. So there is this extreme where there's this proposal to improve Bitcoin, which maybe will never happen because people don't agree that it's necessary, or they will say, oh, maybe we should wait for something better to come along. But there's also the other extreme when people launch something that does not require any changes and can be used today, right?
Yeah.
But if it doesn't get any users and nobody cares about its existence, it's not going to be around for too long. I mean, the code, if it's open source, is going to be there and someone can use it later. But it's just that we're not really making progress unless people embrace the progress. It's like, maybe it's a bad example, but it's like the new iPhone 16 or something. That one will not bring that groundbreaking technology, whatever that Apple promises, unless people actually buy it. And if they're not buying it, it's not going to happen. And a whole industry is going to get starved and then have to fight for survival. Except that this is the open source space. And it's people who come up with ideas, they write code, they make nice user interfaces, and then they hope for the best.
Yeah, to really make a successful product requires a lot of different skills from different areas. And often when people have a great idea and they manage to code that idea, then that is their talent. And they lack some talent on a different aspect to really, make the impact that it needs to be. And then they take on the cost of running such a project, for example. But at some point, like you said, if it's not going to be used, then it doesn't make the money back. And at some point, it's going to end again, So I was wondering, do you know, Vlad, the demographics of your viewership? Like, is it young people, older people, men, women? Do you have insight into that?
I think YouTube and Spotify generate this sort of demographic info. I know that it's 99.9% male. That's for sure. I don't have girls listening, and I'm fine with it. It's very nerdy.
Uh-huh.
And I think most people are in their 30s or 40s who are listening. I don't get too much appeal because guys in their 20s, they're looking maybe to make more money. And I don't talk too much about gains or investment or whatever. It's mostly a technical conversation. So for those of you who tuned later, it's the Bitcoin Takeover podcast that I'm doing, and you can find it on YouTube and Spotify and lots of other places. So it's male-driven, and it's mostly, I think, people who got into Bitcoin a few years ago, and they care much more about ways to improve it. Because the guests that I get are mostly developers and people who build stuff. And I do like interviewing builders. I find them much more interesting than people who just say, oh, look at me, I bought this house with my Bitcoin or whatever, or look at me, I'm rich, or look at me, I'm investing in this MicroStrategy stock and it's the next Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find any excitement or interest in that. Maybe some crazy story once in a while, but I like to limit this and just focus on people who are building the future of how this technology is going to look.
Yeah, I recognize that. You managed to word it quite well. I get the feeling also from your podcast that it's more technical, but brought down to such a level that it's going to be explained to you in layman's terms, even if you don't read the code or, So I kind of maybe I could have expected your answer with the demographics from that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, Vlad, maybe it's nice to share how you got involved with Bitcoin and what brought you up to that point. Like, I guess it's a technical answer again, maybe some computer science involved that brought you there. For example, for me, I was in finance when the crash of 2008 happened. Or I studied to become an auditor, I should say, an accountant. And then I started to investigate about this financial crash 2008. And that's how I rolled into Bitcoin. And I first heard about it in like 2011. And I didn't understand anything of it. I read the white paper, but then at some point I made a transaction which I could look up in a blockchain explorer online, and that's when everything came together for me. So I'm curious, how did it work for you? And maybe tell us a little bit about that.
I guess I'm a bit younger than you. When the 2008 crisis was happening, I was only 16 years old. I didn't care too much about what was happening, but I did notice that because of this silly event in the US, my parents were suffering, and the budget of the entire family was diminishing and the resources were more limited. And you could see the impact on pretty much everything. You could see, for example, I'm not sure if you're into cars, but you can see that anything made in 2007 is of higher quality than after 2007 and up to 2011 or something. Because every industry, every business started to get interested in cutting costs and making it more affordable for everyone. So when I discovered Bitcoin, I think it was in 2013 that I read about it. And it was on some meme page. It was called 9gag.com.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this meme with someone who was getting robbed, and it said, "Give me all your money." And the man who was getting robbed said, "Well, I only have Bitcoin." And then the person with the gun says, "Oh my God, you're so poor. Here's some cash for you because Bitcoin is worth nothing." And I saw that, and I looked the name Bitcoin, and I think I stumbled upon the Wikipedia page, and then I checked a few more resources. And I said to myself, this is such a stupid idea. Like, why would anyone want to use this? And then I stumbled upon this slogan at the time about what Bitcoin is. That was banking the unbanked.
Yes.
And I was thinking, I'm banked. I have a bank account. I can send money to anyone I want, or at least that's what I thought. So why do I need this? So I kept looking at it. It came to me a few more times. I read about it over the years, and then I sort of congratulated myself in 2014 and 2015 for not buying any, because the price went down. And I was thinking, maybe it's dead. Maybe it's not going to happen. It was $1,000 in 2013, and then in 2014 it went to like 600, and 2015 it was like 400 at the bottom. And then in 2016, after studying and whatever, I was still young. In 2016, I was 24. I finally said to myself, okay, it's not dead. Let me finally buy some Bitcoin because I have some savings. And what happened was that there was this message by Mike Hearn. At the time, he was one of the leading developers in Bitcoin. And he rage quit and went to the media to say that Bitcoin is a failed project and there's no way it's going to succeed. Okay. And I read that and I said, I feel so sad because I was going to buy this, and now this guy says it failed and it's not going to happen anymore. It was such a nice idea. But what happened the next year is that the price very early on in 2017 went back to $1,000. And that's when I realized, okay, there's something here that the media never told me. Because the market does not follow the narrative that's being presented. So there's definitely more to this than I can understand. So that's when I actually started buying. Before that, I was just an observer. I was just curious about what's happening. When the price finally hit the previous all-time high, I realized, okay, I was also 25 years old. I was making more money because before that I was just a student. And to me, the idea of buying Bitcoin was like a luxury. I had rent to pay. I had, normal expenses. I barely had any savings. But at 25, I started freelancing and doing some work. And I realized, okay, I need to maybe think about the future and invest. Now it's funny because a couple of weeks ago, I bought my first car, which is a Lexus, and it's pretty fancy.
I wanted to mention it when you said it. I don't know if you're into cars. Then it triggered. I was like, oh, I should have congratulated him on completing the Supra cycle.
No, I didn't complete the Supra cycle yet. It's still in the books. The Supra cycle is about getting a Toyota Supra and the girlfriend. The issue is that the real Toyota Supra, which is made in Japan, is like $200,000 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I want the wheel on the left side, because most of them are Japan imports and they have the wheel on the wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to drive that. It's extra work. So a good one for Europe is around 200,000 euro. And the new one that's actually a BMW with a different design is like 70,000 euro. And I decided to wait.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get a Supra eventually, but I got myself more of a family car, which is the Lexus ES. Pretty fancy. It was 0.3 Bitcoin. To me, people were like, ha, 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 you idiot. You spent $3 million on a car.
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly.
That's actually like $300.
Yeah.
Because that's how much I paid for these Bitcoins.
Yeah, exactly. And money should be spent also. Otherwise, it doesn't really have value, in my opinion. You mentioned the bragging of buying a house. Just a couple minutes ago. It's not that I really want to brag, but it's more that because I bought my house with Bitcoin this year, and I get the same comment like you are an idiot and for buying it before the bull market. There is a lot more story to this house because it used to be owned by a friend who had to pay his medical bills because he got a vaccine injury. And that's why the house was for sale. And I ended up buying it. Let's put it like that. And for me, it's more, if I talk about it, it's more to convince people that a different reality is possible. You don't need a bank account to buy a house, and that way to prove that crypto is working. And that's why I'm very sad to see the narrative has been changed to people who only use crypto and specifically Bitcoin to just get more debt currency. That's the real issue in my life in a way. I feel really terrible about using that money, and that's what I want to change. So in order to get that done, or when I manage to do that, that's when I show the world, look, I did it again. We are winning. So yeah. But
that
you were
was always the case. It's just that people were making up narratives to make it look less like, oh, I'm making more US dollars here. They were just saying, oh, but this can be humanitarian. It can save Africans or whatever. It can help the unbanked. It can help the third world. It can be used for this and this and this. There's a lot of virtue signaling, but behind the scenes, it's just a bunch of greedy guys who always wanted to make more US dollars.
With me, it's a little bit different, really, because I really do believe that changing the money you use will create different incentives. So you are going to make different decisions about your life. And as long as we are using this inflating debt, you cannot really blame people for acting in the way they do. It's only when you present them with a different form of money that different choices become more interesting for them. So Of course, I've been living off crypto, but I've been working for Bitcoin also. I'm trying to keep the level steady so that my income is also in crypto before I spend it. It's not just about speculation. I think in that way, at least for me, and that's why I'm a little bit disappointed to all those people who do just that, just speculating, and it doesn't get us anywhere. Then, in my opinion, Well,
but there needs to be supply and demand, and if you only accumulate hoping that there's going to be future demand, it's pure speculation. Yeah. But if you actually use it as money, that's what gives it utility. And that's what actually makes the price go up. It's ironic a bit because, of course, when you spend it, you sell it and therefore the price goes down. But you need this. You need to have a healthy economy and help distribute the money into as many hands as possible.
Yeah.
If you're just accumulating and you're being Michael Saylor, I think Peter Schiff, and I do disagree with Peter Schiff sometimes, but Peter Schiff wrote one of the most beautiful stories about what Michael Saylor is doing.
I'm not sure if I saw it.
So the story goes like this. There's this man who realized he wants to invest in eggs. So he makes a call and says, I want to buy 1,000 eggs. And then he saw that as he bought 1,000 eggs, the price of eggs doubled. And then he realized, okay, I'm really smart here. I'm making a great investment. Then he called again and ordered 10,000 eggs. And he saw the price go up again. And he kept buying and buying and buying eggs until he realized, okay, now it's time to sell because I'm super rich. Look, the price of eggs just went up. And when he tried to sell them, the guy asked him, after he bought all the eggs, the guy asked him, sell it to whom? You're the Eggman now.
Yes. I did see that post. And it's very true. Of course,
eggs are perishable. They're not like Bitcoin. They go bad after 2 or 3 days or whatever. But it's just for perspective that when you accumulate too much of something and there's not enough demand for using it, you're just putting yourself in a position where you don't know if there's going to be someone buying it from you anymore.
Yeah. I always say if you have more money than the purchase of 1,000 of any coin, start to, what's the right word for that? Diversify into different positions. Nobody should own more than 20,000 Bitcoins also from their own perspective, because once they do start to sell those 20,000, it's going to already move the market. Anything up is going to be on a different value than the first one that you are selling. So it's more healthy for the Bitcoin market, I think, or any crypto market, but also for your own portfolio, because with a larger position than 1,000 of all, you're just going to be a bag holder, in some way. So what do you think? Should we do the wheel spin already, Johan?
Oh, no, just wait. There can be more names on the wheel. So, yeah, if you want to win the magazine from Vlad, you can join by typing anything in the chat. Exclamation mark Ron Paul is the official one, but you post something else, then you do. There was a comment from Gerrit in the chat. He said cars are a bad investment.
Yeah, but they're not an investment unless you buy a collector's car. They're just something you buy for using.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Vlad.
That's why I was investing in an old-timer car.
And you are allowed to enjoy your life, Don't eat ramen noodles so you can enjoy it in 20 years. You live today and live in that moment is worth more, I think, than any future profit you project to yourself.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time living like a university student, having the same expenses and the same lifestyle. I feel a bit guilty sometimes. I think, I just improved my lifestyle. Now I have more expenses. I have to pay insurance. I have to pay this and that. But I have to grow up, I have to move on and do more stuff with my life that previously I did not do. And also I have to take care of my parents. Part of the reason why I'm still in the country is my family, So
Right.
I do think at a moment in time when I'm actually going to have to use the car, not for fun, but for necessity.
Yeah. Well, in that way, it is a great investment. I'm sorry, by the way, for the dog on the background. I don't know if you can hear it, but it greatly distracts me.
I like dogs.
Yeah, she's great, but she should be quiet now. The dog came with the house, by the way. The owner said, what should we do with the dog? I said, well, if the dog wants to stay, then I'll be happy to host her. Or that I'm happy to be her guest in this house.
So at the beginning of the stream, you mentioned that this is the 16th anniversary of Bitcoin's Genesis block.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not celebrating Bitcoin.
Well, we are celebrating the Genesis block, which includes Bitcoin, but I have very little to celebrate on Bitcoin today because the way how it's been going for the last 5 years already, you can watch back previous year episode also, and I tried to keep out maxis. That was the maxi free anniversary. Because I don't think any one coin is going to solve our problems of today. And we are with a very small group of people who actually get it. And we need to support each other much more than calling each other out for shitcoiners or, the real shitcoin is based on debt and requires violence to get value. And that's our problem one of the problems we need to solve. The problem with that debt currency is that it has corrupted our entire society to a level where people are so used to that speaking out anything that goes against it just triggers a what's the name of that? The brain dysfunction. I forgot the exact word for it. And people just become so angry that they get completely shut down, and you cannot have a normal conversation with them anymore because they are blocked. And people can only learn something if they are willing to learn it first. If they are not willing, then and just shut themselves out from it because they say, "Oh, I don't trust it," or okay, you don't trust Bitcoin, but the money you are trusting today, how is it possible for you to trust it if you understand how it works? So we need to support each other much more in trying to find an alternative to that debt instead of just hunting for more of that debt. And that is in Bitcoin today not going on at all, and that's why I'm not celebrating its progress in a way, or I cannot really be happy about it. Let's say it like that.
I'm not sure if this is a popular opinion, and I'm not sure how much of this you studied in the past, but I think if you want to understand the Bitcoin phenomenon, you have to look into the history of the Christian church.
Uh-huh.
Because you have lots of branches, you have lots of forks with different sects that decided that they don't agree with one passage in the Bible, and therefore they deserve to have their own church and have their own followers. But there's also this message of unity within the Catholic Church, for example. And they say, maybe that there is another church too, but we need to stand united. It's part of who we are. It's part of our identity. It's easier to stay together because we're stronger and push just one version of it. And of course, you're going to disagree with the leadership. Of course, you're not going to like some parts, but it has the network effect. And it's the easiest to understand and stuff like this. So there are some parts of human psychology that make it easy for one thing to exist and spread around. I've even had this conversation with another Dutch man who has been the Bitcoin maintainer for many years. And he quit a few years ago, but he has been one of the most influential people in terms of developing Bitcoin. His name is Vladimir van der Laan. And we had a brief interaction on Nostr, which is this decentralized social media platform that was bootstrapped by Bitcoiners. And he did say that it becomes confusing for some people because there's also Bitcoin Satoshi's vision and there's also Bitcoin Cash. And people believe that they can buy that and use it for payments that they can pay in Bitcoin. But at the same time, you know, it's the spirit of open source. It's like saying, well, I asked someone to download Linux and instead of Fedora, they got Ubuntu or something.
Okay.
It's software. People copy the code and they launch their own version of it. And in the end, we're going to see which one becomes dominant. But the existence of one does not diminish the importance of the original. And the existence of an original does not mean that other versions should never exist. I consider myself a Bitcoin maximalist, but what this means is that I do want Bitcoin to improve. I do want it to get better, to get privacy, to scale better. I don't want it to get ossified. Right now, people say, yeah, but we're not ossifying. We're still thinking of the best way to improve Bitcoin, but for that we need consensus. And what I'm afraid of is that we have all of these institutions that got in and they bought so many coins that they're going to exert their influence. And they're already... So if you look at what Michael Saylor did, he took over the narrative and he created his own academy to teach normies about what Bitcoin is and how it works, which means that he's building his own army of people who are going to always agree with him. Which means that the chances for us to make Bitcoin private have greatly diminished. And the chances for us to make Bitcoin scale have also diminished because MicroStrategy is basically a Bitcoin bank.
Yeah.
And you can trade Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And of course, he doesn't want you to use a decentralized network to do the same thing. It's against his best business interests. So it's frustrating to me that it's become so much more difficult to make any upgrades. I'm still hopeful, but maybe that the future is multi-chain. And Aaron Day is going to come here and he's going to talk about CBDCs and other chains. Something that can really happen, and Mike Belshi yesterday on my podcast mentioned this also, is that we can tokenize Bitcoin on other networks. We can send BTC, the token, not on the Bitcoin network, but on Ethereum or Zano or whatever. Yeah. On Ethereum, you get more programmability. On Zano, you get more privacy. And it's going to be like this. Because we did not succeed in scaling or making Bitcoin private, we're going to use auxiliary networks to fulfill this function. And I think I'm fine with this outcome, as long as people get more freedom. Of course, we're not going to have this future where everything is denominated in these 21 million coins. Maybe we're going to have 200 million because we include a bunch of other blockchains too. But it's still better than the world where everything is surveilled and we get CBDCs, or even worse, Bitcoin becomes the CBDC. I also think about this outcome sometimes because we spent so many years talking about it, evangelizing it, getting people to install wallets and defend it against regulators and against governments that want to ban it. And they can also make this effort to control the narrative and get the normies on it, except that they're going to surveil every transaction and they're going to know every holder.
Yeah.
So
it's
if they do that,
the most efficient control system.
Yeah, it's much worse than the system that we already have.
Yeah. Let me just clarify one thing, because you identified as a Bitcoin maxi, and I just said last year was about not having the maxi on. My definition of a Bitcoin maxi is somebody who only sees future in one chain and doesn't recognize that in the transition towards a new reality, we need the creativity of so many people who can have their own implementation, and instead of just ignoring that and calling it out for a scam or whatever, we need to embrace that creativity and try to get to a better outcome together, So that is more what I meant with maximalism, is more the toxic maximalists that call out everything as a scam except for the one coin that they believe in most, So
yeah, but that's not maximalism. That's conservatism or orthodoxy, or they don't maximize anything. They just preserve.
Exactly.
They call themselves maxis, but they are Bitcoin conservatives.
I found the name maximalist the most fitting for that group, because they are like with a little bit of a Marxist mindset for them. But,
it is like the hippie communes that we used to have in the 1960s in the US, like utopian societies where people think that they're going to reorganize everything. And just because they're led by people from their community, there's not going to be any corruption, which is silly.
Yeah. Just to make clear to you that I don't attack any of your viewpoints which you just shared. That's completely in line with I would welcome you again on maybe some future episode to dig a bit more deeper into it. No,
don't worry. I think the term has been quote unquote hijacked, because it used to mean let's look at these other chains, build stuff, and find whatever works for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That was the purpose. So Zcash, for example, was initially called Zero Coin, and it was supposed to be a soft fork to bring privacy to Bitcoin. And they disagreed on it. They said, okay, let's launch this as a separate chain and advance the research, and maybe one day it will come back. I don't see that happening. Also, Ethereum was supposed to be something that's built on Bitcoin, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
So much of this industry and this ecosystem was supposed to get built on Bitcoin. It was not, because people disagreed on stuff. And now we have to deal with this multi-chain world, and it's a reality.
Yeah, and in a way, I think it makes sense, because the problem is so big that it cannot be an immediate solution. We need to work towards that, and I see it as my biggest goal in a way to get that notion out that we need a much larger user base to think about all these problems to really get to that solution.
See, you're a maximalist.
In what way then?
Because you're thinking like a 2013, 2014 maximalist. This is exactly what the point used to be. You go on Bitcoin Talk or Reddit back in the day, you're going to realize that they have the same line of thought. They say, let's have multiple projects. They are more resilient, and we don't change Bitcoin very fast because we get to choose whichever one of them works best, and we implement it on the original chain. And that's super reasonable, except that I don't know exactly what it is. It's people who came after 2018 that they are less tolerant. They're more normie. And it's funny because there was this whole Bitcoin only movement, and maybe I was part of it for a while, and I was trying, let's push Bitcoin, let's make this happen. But what this also meant to a degree was that it was the pro-compliance movement, because Bitcoin has no privacy. It has at best some deniability, and you can say, well, it's not my address, it's somebody else's, but it's obvious what amount was sent and where it comes from. So it was super funny because people were choosing to KYC and to share their location with their exchange and stuff like this, just because they wanted to use a Bitcoin only service and say, oh, but this one doesn't support any shitcoins. And meanwhile, they're buying their coins from Kraken, which is an exchange that pretty much sells you everything. They don't care. They don't wear any labels. But they were buying their Bitcoins more expensive because they were resold from Kraken on an interface that was KYCing them and was taking more data than Kraken.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always found this ironic. And even if you only support Bitcoin and you think this is a BTC only world, what's your problem with the fact that the store from where you buy it is also selling something else? Like, you just buy what you need. It's like going to the grocery store and being angry that they don't only have milk and bananas because that's what you like.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'm thinking about it because you called me out for a maxi.
I didn't call you out. I said that you are, except that you're the old school version of a maxi, you know?
Well,
that's not an insult, Yoshi.
And you're not a degen. You're not the kind of person who says, "Oh, bro, buy my token. It's got 100x. Let's go on pump that fun."
well, for now. But no, I don't have any token. I only do decentralized cryptos. So,
But I'm going to spin the wheel because
spin the wheel. We're gonna give away a magazine. Can you show it once more to us, Vlad, so that the people know what they are winning? We're gonna give away one copy of the Bitcoin Takeover Privacy magazine.
I can also sign this and maybe write a special message for today's show.
We have we are broadcasting from the Liberland opposition headquarters, and we are celebrating the Genesis Block 16th anniversary today. So,
and our next guest is supposed to come now.
I will contact him. He's already in the chat, so he's waiting for us to complete this.
What people that is on the wheel? If it's on my name, Freedom Radio, then it's going to the next hour.
We just spin it again. The next hour, we're gonna give away a coin.
Yeah, but then they get the coin and the magazine.
The coin and the magazine. All right. All right.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and now you're too late. So that there are more people on the listening now than that are on the wheel.
Well, that's what happens when you go first.
Oh yeah, it's Freedom Radio. It's coming to the next hour.
Oh no. Vlad, we will let you know who won it, and I will give you the name and the address of the person who wins it eventually. Or you can just keep on watching and watch the next guest, and we will spin the wheel again in about 1 hour.
Yeah, you can stay if you like.
Or you can stay. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
No, it's fine. I don't want to take time for or from the guest.
Well, he's not. I still have to invite him, so he's not here yet. Wait, Gerrit, it's on the Telegram. I'm sending you now. Wait a second. Oh, and maybe I can just invite him here because he was guest of last year also. Next guest is connected. There's going to be a group of guests next because we are going to do a 2-hour block of community coins, which I believe can serve as a more social aspect of crypto that is not mentioned enough or should get more attention in that way. Invite here. Wait.
Anyway, on my statement that you're an old school maximalist, it's like you tell me, "Oh, I don't go to church because it's bullshit, but I do believe there's a God." And I tell you, "Well, you're an old school Christian, you know?" Because churches were made for the sake of spreading this religion, but they were not part of the plan. And if you go back and read, you're going to discover that they were a much later invention.
In the early days, they came to the synagogues because it's a fork of Judaism. Then
that too. But
they get in the houses and...
You go to the 10 Commandments and you're going to discover that there's something that says you should not build false idols. And they even had a disagreement at one point because they have these paintings of Jesus and Virgin Mary and the saints and the angels in the churches. And they were saying, isn't this also a false idol that we're building? We don't know it looks like that. We were just making up some images, and we're telling people to pray looking at them. Anyway, it's funny, but my point still stands. You're an old school Bitcoin maximalist.
I have to watch back this episode to get it again.
Okay.
What is there water sound?
I'm currently calling Gerrit. I think that's has something to do with it.
Okay, I'm going to put the song and the commercial for free Rochefort.
Oh yeah. Everybody, if you are watching, visit the website freerogernow.org. Sign the petition.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we put Gerrit on. Yeah. Right.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Roger now. Light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Roger now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won. The battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Roger now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Roger now, let the fire never die.
En nu kan ik jou horen. Ja, hoppakee. We have Gerrit now on. Yeah, we can talk Dutch, but maybe we have viewers that don't speak Dutch. So we keep it in English. Yeah, Gerrit, welcome.
I thought we were already. I thought we were already on, Johan. I was tricked again. I'm not on my A game today.
Okay. Now we're live. We're going to talk about community coins, and I show the screen. We have Gerrit from Stichting Egelde, the Egelde Foundation.
Yeah. And I in the music break, I thought people could still hear me, and I said that I sent a message to Aurora Coin 101 on Twitter with an invitation link to this conversation, because I have trouble inviting people on the email address, I notice. So we are getting more people to join. I will try once more to get more community coin representatives in the chat. But for the next...
quite a few.
Yeah, but I've tried to get more, Gerrit, and well, here we are.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have tried harder, but I don't know.
No, you shouldn't pull too much. It's. I think not many people want to show their faces in the crypto sphere. Anyway.
Yeah.
And you said a face is not necessary, but I think it's important to show where you stand for.
Yeah, well, you do take a kind of risk with crypto, and the risk is growing also. But because I believe in the first 10 years of crypto, there was basically nobody being killed for Bitcoins. But I believe in the last year, we had something like 10 that I know of, that I heard of. 10 people, for example, one in Thailand, one in Ukraine, who paid with Bitcoin in a nightclub, and when they left, they got robbed, or worse, because people saw how many coins were in that wallet, and they thought, let's take the risk for that money.
We don't risk much then. Huh? So.
We don't risk much, exactly.
So showing our faces makes us possible martyrs, but well, we'll see about that.
But we got in the chat, Aurora Coin is saying that he's coming. He was busy supporting Roger.
That's good. Then you are allowed to be a little bit late. Today, Gerrit, we are the highlight of the show is the freerogernow.org. What's the name of that? Petition to let the politicians know they should free Roger Ver, who is currently awaiting his extradition to the US for tax evasion accusations. Although I think we all know, we cannot be 100% sure, but Roger has always been very open that he has never intended to evade taxes, because he took the role as Bitcoin Jesus, and therefore he wanted to do everything by the books in a way. He had enough profit, and it was never his intention to jeopardize the system, for example, compared to me, who has always spoken out very loud that all these KYC regulations should be avoided for as much as possible. And, So I see Mikael is here also. Welcome. Also a returning guest from last year. From both of you guys, I'm very curious to hear how your last year has fulfilled itself, if you're happy about it, and what do you expect for the next year. So maybe we should just start with that and see what comes up.
Okay, well, shall I start, Michael?
Sure.
You can accommodate a little bit. 2024. Yeah, it has flown. It went past very fast. So the amount of work you can do in 1 year decreases every year, and personally, I passed the pension age. So, officially I stopped working. So I'm sitting here with my arms crossed and wait till things happen.
I almost believe that.
No, that's not in my nature. You're right, but as you were saying, you are exposing yourself very much. I think you're exposing. You're quite academic there. Not much of what you say is your maybe your own belief, but you want to see what triggers other people, and you should throw the stick into the chicken bar
Cage.
to see what's happening, and to arouse and to try to get people out of their safe environment, because things need to happen. If they all stay there, then nothing happens, and all of a sudden everything happens.
Yeah.
So I think your approach is academic, and you're searching for truth.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to show that I know I have all the answers. I'm just in search of answers, and I wish more people were, because I got all these questions and nobody cares about them for most of the time. So then you start to use more radical words to show them that it does matter to them, and then I use those kind of words that they usually walk away from it instead of engaging. So it's
you're arousing, and but for my main, because that was your question. My main discovery, or it's not discovery. That's the problem with not speaking your own mother tongue.
Yes.
You're very handicapped. So
yes.
If we would be talking Dutch, then we would have a much deeper conversation. And that's also one of the reasons I'm behind community coins, because I think we need to address people profoundly. And if we keep speaking English, you won't reach them where you want to reach them.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with that.
And that's one of the fundamentals of community coins, which means having groups of people that already exist come together with respect to the main problem at hand, which is the financial system. And let's talk Dutch, let's say, within that community about the issue.
Well, the other 51 episodes of Freedom Radio are Dutch spoken, so...
Yeah. Not here, of course. Yeah. But for the...
Usually every episode we give away e-guldens.
Okay, yeah.
Also,
I don't mean to speak or challenge to speak Dutch here, but it's to warn users that maybe they hear crazy English, which is not intentional.
Mm-hmm. Let's do the outlook for 2025 together with Michiel, and now first hear about Michiel's last year, because we spoke for the last time on this episode exactly 1 year ago. So I'm very curious to see what happened in your life, Michiel.
Hey guys.
Hey. Welcome. And
wow. Okay, 1 year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Was it January 2nd or 3rd that we spoke last year?
Always on the 3rd. Although this is just some comment in between. I looked it up on Wikipedia last week, and Wikipedia says 9th of January, but in my memory it's the 3rd. So I don't know how it got to the 9th on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia, that's its own little rabbit hole. I guess one of the, God editors. Oh, not to bring God into that sentence. I was appreciating how we've had some level of recognition in this stream so far about incorporating this idea of God and responsibility and heritage, and really, because I see blockchain, I see the efforts that we're engaging in to really be something that is transformative and actually relies kind of heavily on even though it's a trustless system. I mean, we really need levels of trust that we haven't had before, and in a different way. I don't know if that makes sense at all.
In a ring of trust kind of way.
In a ring of trust kind of way, in a accountable kind of way. For example, it's not so hard to locate personalities and personas these days. I mean, we hear all the time about people being doxxed and etc. And then there's other people like Roger Ver and I would say myself, even though I don't have any kind of reach like he does, but I've always made it pretty easy or clear for people that are wondering who's involved with the Aurora coin to easily find me and to really just share what I know in a open and kind of transparent manner. And I try to identify when I'm got a little bit of hopium going on, or I try to identify the risks or the challenges that we face. So this last year, as far as Aurora coin's concerned, we had some nice activity on ZegX. It's nice to have an exchange where I know that these are some new traders, participants. I also was in discussions with the central exchange, like top 50, but you know, there's pros and cons there. I think it would be really good for the coin to have some liquidity and to have some exposure like that. But I know also all the community coins, we're also fairly dedicated to decentralized exchanges. So I've maintained some level of markets on Atomic Dex or Komodo Wallet, and also on XBTS. It's another decentralized exchange. And we have a new version coming out, so that'll be our first update in a little under 2 years. But it's important that project teams maintain compatibility with the new build systems and also stay active in development.
Yeah.
We made some enhancements to the web wallet. I mean, a lot of these things are kind of small accomplishments, but they make the projects stronger. And we're just really a small team of volunteers that have never had any pre-mined development fund. That was all for the national airdrop. So I also, even though it was the year before that, launched started a mining pool specifically for Aurora Coin, which helps me kind of gauge what's going on in the mining area, what's profitable, what's not, and also to have a highly responsive mining pool for the community. Anyway, so those are just some bits and pieces, but I think this last year has also been a lot about kind of, for me, trying to find the purpose or the I mean, I know what the purpose is, but what kind of narrative that the world needs to see. I mean, Yoshi, you were sharing how you've spoken with a lot of people, and many times your attempts of onboarding and everything kind of fell on deaf ears.
It's a brick wall. It's a
brick wall. Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't really surprise me too much when you look at like what the world is kind of judging as real and not real these days.
You know, Miguel, I don't know if you read my most recent article, which I published yesterday.
I did.
And there, I have had a moment in my life where I did had the opportunity to reach out to a very large mass of people. But no, looking back at that moment today and how the media set that up, it would have been as much fake news as all the rest you see on television, you know? And I can see how it would have played out very different from that moment forward. Would I have made a different choice? But I'm not sure if it would have been better or worse, you know? Knowing today, if I know back then what I know today, then it would have been very easy. But that's not the case. I was a different person in that moment, and that's why the opportunity presented itself, I think, also. So it's just a very difficult story to really change the big issue here, or what I recognize. If I divide people, then I do it only on one basis, which is those who have been born with the internet and those who have not been born with the internet. And I'm exactly on that tipping scale, because the internet was launched just after I was born. So I wasn't really conscious yet, but it got there. And we are now kind of in the middle of that transition of people who are born with the internet and who are not. And the old people have all the money because they've been working all their lives, and the young people are still starting. And that's for the old people in a way. It doesn't even pay off to start with crypto because of all the participation they've had with that old system, and they have all their wealth locked up. They often cannot even withdraw if they want to, because it's in contracts which promise to pay out over time. Like Gerrit just mentioned, he last year became a pensioner, became a pensionado, and got his first benefits from all that life of working. So there is a lot of wealth, but it's not so easily accessible. It's misused. Out of our names, we do the most atrocious things with that money. yeah, it's a complicated situation, and that's why I basically say today that one group of people, one person is never able to do all the work, and we need to have thousands, if not millions, to convince billions. And how to get there, I don't know. I try my best.
It's easy. People should listen to you. Well, build your community of 1 million people.
No, but we are all saying the same thing. So in that way, it doesn't really matter if it's me. That's the thing. It's not just me. It's not just me. That's the beauty of it.
The rest is just individuals like you. So following the truth and someone who speaks the truth and would be easy if you would only tell the truth. But this truth, everybody has his own truth. There is no heaven anymore. Last week I saw a podcast from a guru, an Indian guru, who said heavens are falling. If you knew, if you would follow a leader and he would bring you to heaven, then everybody would follow him. But now everybody has his own truth. Heaven is not that exciting anymore, and truth is being questioned. So I think that's the problem. We are individualizing, and the people that are still in control of the truth, which is the media. I mean, the media immediately questions your truth by exposing it as fake. Then you'll never get anywhere. So the media is our enemy's main weapon, and the enemy. That's maybe too harsh a word, but is the current elite, and they are in control over the media, and they do their best. It's not hard work to keep you in your own small, very small bubble.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's hard to convict someone these days of. It's ironic that we're trying to convince people of something that has an inherent level of trust, or at least comes along with a level of transparency that helps to make a educated decision. Compared to other media narratives and other social narratives that take their attention. But I, from my viewpoint, there are things that can strengthen Aurora Coin as a project, especially improved or increasing Icelandic participation, whether that's however that would play out. And I lost my train of thought, but I mean, we're shoring up some of our infrastructure, some of our Electrum SPV servers, working with Canada eCoin. We're building a common underlying infrastructure or API, or so much more than that with eCoin Core. So community coins is getting to the point where we're actually creating layers of almost like our own blockchain as a service libraries.
Maybe that's Michael. That's the reason why community coins, as a concept, got some traction, because we noticed that individually if I call a single blockchain or a single project an individual, which is quite true also because it's more than an individual, it's a team. But if you express it as a team, usually it comes down to one individual that expresses himself, like you for Aurora Coin. There are more people around you. But it's, for the outside world, you are the Aurora Coin individual. And when we get together, you called kind of the e-coin, but we are now with 10 what we would call community coins. Now we are a group of 10, which gives us some leverage by helping each other and by making our community 10 times as big, which gives us some platform. And still within this platform, I see how difficult it is to work together. And first of all, the amount of developers is maybe 4, if I exaggerate a little bit. And on the other hand, if you say 10 community coins, the teams around each individual that expresses himself will be about 40 people. Although we are we are aiming at our individual communities, which consist of millions of people. So let's say kind of the e-coin, or no, let's talk about Aurora Coin, which would be a few 100,000 of people, which you represent. But it is not a representation in that sense of the word, but it's a proposition. You are offering a proposition to a community of 200,000 people. And EFL, 20 million people, Canada, a little bit more. But, the 10 community coins themselves are focusing on a vast community. But the community itself, which is those that are devoted to the coin, it's much, much smaller. I know for EFL, there are about 5,000 people that hold EFL, realistically. And I think Aurocon has had some more attention, but also globally. So, probably you also have about 5,000 Aurora Coin, or a little bit more people that are holders of Aurora Coin. So if we would only listen to ourselves, not to somebody else, but to ourselves, we really have a community of tens of thousands of people. But how to reach them? Even how to reach our inner circle of backholders or as holders. That's very difficult. Because if I email something, it gets to my community, I only reach about 25% of my addressees because of spam directives, etc. So let's say a newsletter is a legitimate way to reach our community, but I'll reach a fraction of it. And look at Vrijheidradio, where we are right now. How many people are there? It's not because people can't reach us, but people don't listen to us. People are invited but don't arrive, and stuff like that. Because
now they're on their work or they are on vacation.
No, they are afraid to come. And your invitation, Yoshi, was a little bit wrong because you invited speakers. But you should have invited listeners. And if you have listeners, slowly they start to speak because they don't agree, maybe, or they agree and confirm. But you're lacking listeners.
Yeah. Maybe it's because of my late invitation to everything. Because
No, that's not true. I mean, I did on the Community Coins Telegram channel. I dropped 100 EFL yesterday, and 10 people collected it. So they look. All these 10 people were not on holiday or not working, or while they were working, they had the time to collect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. It's true. I just mean that was just the community coin group, and that was more because I was inviting speakers, and you said I had to invite more listeners, and usually I lack that ability to really care, because we make all these videos into highlight videos, and then it's eternalized in a way, and you can watch it back at any time if you want at double speed, things like that, so you can't, although I agree with you, of course, but how to trigger those people to engage? I give away, for example, crypto, in the last 3 years, over $20,000 worth of crypto, but not a lot of people view it and watch it,
By the way, we talk about giveaways. Shall we invite people to
do that? I need to check my fire, guys. I'll be back in 5 minutes because I need to put some wood on my fire.
Then we do an announcement for the raffle. We give away e-gulden, and I bring up the wheel, and then we can see how much people are listening. Okay, you can put your name in the chat. So you need to be on Stream Elements or on Twitch, and the winner gets an amount of e-gulden. In the next hour we do Aurora giveaway, but Yoshi knows how much we give away. So, but so you can put, you can type in anything on the chat. That's how you get your name on the wheel. For the YouTube listeners and the Rumble listeners, on Odyssey and Kick and Facebook, it doesn't work. You need to be on Twitch for this.
Yeah, so this year has been really interesting with another change of narratives. I mean, a lot of them are the same. We've seen some new layer 1 blockchains, but I think what we're seeing now with the meme coin phenomenon and the, I don't know, some kind of race to the most cultish meme coin.
Yeah.
But I don't even know what people necessarily mean by like a meme cult. I mean, is it like, are they legitimately interested in affecting change, affecting financial freedom, increased distribution of resources? Is these cult narrative memes driven by other agendas? But it's a little thought-provoking to see what kind of attention these memes get compared to some projects like ours that have, I mean, Aurora Coin has very high level of recognition, at least for anybody that's been, you know, well, there's a lot of newbies for the last 5-6 years, but I feel kind of in a way that Aurora Coin has always had some kind of meme element to it, as far as being like an Icelandic Northern Lights airdrop. What can a fairly homogeneous, technically advanced experimental society do with the cryptocurrency? But with the Aurora Coin, we're really fighting one narrative we're fighting, which has a little bit of an Icelandic element to it. There's when you kind of go out of fashion or out of fashion here in Iceland, it's very difficult to get people interested in something again when they feel like it's already run its course. But I think that with our underlying intentions and the kind of energy that we're placing in these projects, it's almost like some kind of grand manifestation experiment between those who are looking to improve humanity versus those who are attempting to continue their hold on it. So I think for me, it's just been a lot of introspection on really what kind of message would be the most powerful, and really some of it kind of comes down to like, how bold do we really want to be? So
I think in line with these thoughts, we've always encountered as being community coins itself by competition of let's say in 2016, 17, it were the initial coin offerings. Now it's meme coins, and there are tens of thousands of coins. So people are confused. It's a kind of Babylonian confusion, because everybody has its own narrative, and it's difficult to discern patterns. And that's why really the community coin effort came into existence, because we wanted to demonstrate that there is structure. And the true notion of Aurora Coin, although it's a thought, it's not necessarily within name a Northern Light thing, but it is an Icelandic coin. That was the main the main drive behind Aurora Coin at that time, at the beginning. And coins that share that line of thought are collected within community coins. That's the definition of a community coin, originally isolated group of people sharing the same currency. And the rest is something else, not as a devaluation, but it's other coins. There are more patterns within the set of coins in existence, and I think we need to. We don't have to, but when I want to be a leader of a movement, I say we have to stay with our original principles. And that's the way people will continue to recognize us. And us is, the country coins or the regional coins that exist. And one extremely difficult issue with community coins is what is a community? And lately, within the community coins group, there came the notion of maybe we should add OG coins to the group. OG coins, not it stands for the original gangs, the original coins, which have a lot of traction and are recognizable by themselves because they have a large community. But with the OG coins, the community is the set of people that own that coin. And that's something else with the community coin in our definition. The people that follow Aurora coin are not the Icelandic people, not only. The Icelandic people is a much larger community larger community, and we are, or you are, aiming at the Icelandic people. So the community at hand is the Icelandic people, and not the people that hold the coin. So
now that's an interesting way of putting it, or as of describing it, because it's true. If I am going to Iceland and I want to pay in Iceland with some usable crypto, I'm going to use Aurora coin, even if I'm not from Iceland. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Or you should, but nobody's accepting it yet. That's our challenge. Yeah.
By the way, if you want to have e-gulden, you can write down your name in the chat, in the Twitch chat. You have to actually type something, not sending
emotes.
Not emotes, they don't work. You have to actually write something. The best thing is, of course, to write down free Roger or exclamation mark Ron Paul or anything else. Yeah.
And did we just give away the magazine, or?
You get also the magazine from last hour because nobody won it. So you make you can get how many e-guldens, Yoshi?
It's a $10 value of EFL.
Okay.
So that's probably, let's say it's 50 EFLs, 50.
Yeah.
About $10 is the aim. But the magazine that you can win, Vlad just told us, it's a $60 magazine. So
it's priceless.
It's the jackpot of the day.
Yeah.
And it's priceless because he's going to sign it for you. So it's a signed copy. Wait a second, don't spin the wheel. I want to win this one also. I'm going to participate myself.
I won it actually.
Okay. We don't win. I will not participate then.
You can.
No, it's okay. I will buy a copy with Vlad. I will tell him to bring me one copy when he visits Liberland.
Your copy of the signature.
Yeah. It's okay.
But we can also talk about the developments. What's the e-gulden doing now? Are there new things, new gadgets coming? Last year you talked about the browser wallet.
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Are there any new developments for e-gulden?
Yes, but in the sense that we are pushing on community coins. Okay. Let's say the most vocal people within the EFL community are vocal in the community coins environment, because we think that's also the thing about community coins. We all share the same motive, and that's quite funny. So in a sense, let's say if we market community coins, we are also marketing EFL. So why focus on EFL? Because we won't reach that many people. And that's also a funny thing about a community coin, because think of Aurora coin. It's having a large crowd of a large part of the community exists in South Africa, I believe, Michael. And also in the Dutch environment, are quite a few people that are following and sharing the thoughts of Aurora coin.
But by the way, last year we talked about the browser wallets. Browser wallets.
You say browser wallet.
You were working on a new wallet.
Yeah, I was confused with the word browser. It's a so-called PWA wallet, a progressive web app, which you can open in the browser. That's right. And okay, that's a very important thing we are chasing technically, because I'll explain. A browser wallet is a light wallet. I mean, the browser doesn't have a connection to the blockchain itself. It connects to the blockchain through so-called SPV servers, which is a middle layer between the wallet and the blockchain. And the main problem with that middle layer is that it is written for light clients, for browser wallet type of applications, but it is old software. It is written in Python, although there are deviations from, they are called Electrum clients mostly, although there are new versions which exist in C and in Rust. But the middle layer is quite a bottleneck. So if we want to use with a browser wallet the middle layer, we have to rely on people supporting this middle layer. And another thing is this middle layer is quite unstable. So really, for the reputation of the browser wallet, we decided we needed to invest in this middle layer. First of all, the Electrum servers will become bloated if the browser wallet becomes a success. Maintaining an Electrum server is difficult. It's hard work, and at least every community coin should be able to run its own middle layer, its own Electrum set of servers. But let's say Aurora coin, EFL, and Canary coin do manage their middle layer, but the others don't. Let's say if there are 10 community coins, there are only 3 coins that support the middle layer. It is too difficult, it's too heavy, and that's why we are optimizing a new version of this middle layer specifically for community coins, which should be easy to maintain by anybody, not just by developers. And that's the main thing we are investing in right now with regard to the browser wallet. That's quite a challenge, and it takes time. There are a few people involved, so you'll have to wait a little bit longer. And another thing is that along with the new middle layer come new ideas which are beneficial or could be beneficial for the browser wallet. Like you should see the middle layer as an explorer on the blockchain. The middle layer does look in the blockchain to present the balance of a browser wallet and to transfer transactions to the blockchain. But it does scan the blockchain. It looks for specific information. So the middle layer could also enable a new protocol for browser wallets to communicate with each other. And if wallets can communicate with each other, that has two very important advantages. The first one is the zero confirmation problem. So if you are looking someone in the face and you want to do peer-to-peer transaction, you have to wait for a specific amount of confirmations on the blockchain. So for Bitcoin, for example, if you would wait for 2 blocks being confirmed, it takes you on average 20 minutes. That's too long. I mean, you need to start talking about other things than the exchange of cryptocurrency, at least, because 20 minutes is too long. It's too long if you are buying a bread at the bakery. So the solution is zero confirmation. So you send information over the blockchain, but on a parallel channel, you can send the raw transaction to the merchant, to the one you're paying. And that message can be received immediately and confirms your intent to pay.
I've just been triggered by what you said, because first I want to make the comment that it's 15 minutes on average on 2 blocks, because you are 50% of your first block in a way. And Amaury Sechet is joining this chat right after you. And I think that we should see it as a community coin and implement it in this ring of trust. And see because I think he has something similar with the eCash project with Avalanche. Because I'm not sure how it works, to be fair. So please stay a little bit longer so you can ask him the better questions than me. But this is just something which pops up in my mind now, which I like to mention.
Yes, okay. But I saw some developments which come a little bit in this direction. But a message channel between 2 wallets serves multiple purposes, and I just said 2. The first one is zero confirmation, which can also be an isolated solution within other types of wallets. But the other one is something you tend to forget. If you want to send information before you pay, you want an invoice or something. You want proof of goods being delivered after you have paid. Because with a Bitcoin transaction or a crypto transaction, the one who pays is the most vulnerable. I mean, if you pay cryptocurrency, you're sure you don't get them back. You're sure that the recipient receives it. So the recipient is in the upper hand. So if he doesn't deliver what he has promised, you've got a problem. He can walk away, or he can ignore that he received your payment, etc. So you want to have proof about what you will receive after you have paid as a payee. And that's called an invoice in normal day economics. Right? You want an invoice before you pay a ticket or whatever. And communication channel between two wallets can serve that purpose. So the merchant usually presents a QR code or something to which you have to pay, or a public address. But it can present an entire invoice instead of only a QR code. And the problem is that an invoice is a message. Message can be wrapped into a QR code, but that's only able to send a small amount of information. The invoice can be much bigger. And another thing is that why, if you are at the merchant, it is in the interest of a merchant to have you as a recurrent customer. So why don't you allow the merchant to send a business card over the same channel? So all kinds of ideas pop up when you have this parallel channel alongside of the Bitcoin database and the Bitcoin network channel, and use it that way. So the main thing before our fantasy gets too wild is that a channel and a safe channel only requires two things. One is an encryption key, so you can send information peer-to-peer. And the other is that you have to have a medium, a way to send the information. And well, we know we have to accommodate this in the future. We want to accommodate that, and which gives the scope of the middleware which we are developing, which we call Ring of Trust, by the way, for the time being, until we find a better name, because the abbreviation is ROT, which is not so pleasantly associable.
It's not the best marketing name.
No, we did. Ring of Trust sounds nice, but we'd like to call our alternative of Electrum servers, we would like to call them trust servers, which sounds better. But still, we need a better name for the mechanism itself. So this is why the Ring of Trust concept and the technical development of it, let's say everything has been prototyped. So in fact, it works already, but before we can distribute it, we need a lot of testing and accommodate for this communication channel, at least by design.
Hey, and what did I miss, guys?
Ja, je kan de kickchat niet lezen, denk ik.
Oh, ja.
Ik vind dat jij een gay-ass hat op hebt.
Ja. Well, it's the clown world outfit. We are living in the clown world. And I don't have my crown at the moment, but what's the right word? King Honspiracy is the name of my stream, because I'm the king of Honspiracies. So that's how I ended up wearing this wig.
But you heard my expose.
Yes, I did. Although I must say I have contact with people while with future guests, and I'm sharing info with them, and I'm keeping up a chat outside of all the chat that happens in the stream. So I am sometimes distracted, and I had to walk away for my fire because I'm almost out. I'm almost frozen. If I don't burn enough wood, and I have had to feed the dog in between. So
how many? What was the size of my audience, if I may ask?
Not big, at least on Twitch. There are a few, but they don't want to put the name on the wheel. Okay, there is a raffle coming. You can win something. You just have to type something in the Twitch chat. Yeah.
No, on average, I would think this will get a couple hundred views for sure. Yeah, we will reach that, but it will take a little, like a week or something. But it's a small audience. That's
I had another question also. Because if I want to, I use crypto to buy something at Bitrefill. Know the website, Bitrefill?
No.
Okay, you can buy coupons and then you can go to Media Market or Bol.com or anything, anywhere else. So you can change your crypto for coupons. But I can use
vouchers.
Vouchers, yeah. I can use Dash or Litecoin, but if I want to pay with Bitcoin, with e-gulden, I have to change at Vrije exchange for Litecoin and then send it to there. But would it be possible that you can add also e-gulden this there?
Yeah, but that's...
let me answer that question.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
We have community coins in general have seen services similar to Bitrefill. They exist on average for a decade now, right? Something like that. I'm not sure, but like a decade. And there has, specifically for EFL, I know that there has been at least 2 different companies who, in that period of 10 years, serviced EFL for about 4, together maybe 5 years. And people had the opportunity to make a direct connection with their bank account and EFL. But after those 5 years, none of the people were interested in using it. And because it costs money to maintain such a service, especially now with new regulations where the market is limited to a ever shrinking number of participants who have to pay an increasingly big amount of money, which reduces the ability for any competition to participate in the market. So all that money needs to be made back somehow. So my answer to that would be, if the Netherlands starts to use EFL, or if Iceland starts to use Aurora coin, there's going to be all the players that are still active in the regulated market who need to pay back or make back those costs of all those regulations. They are going to service community coins also, because they are just looking for a profit. But the user base is too small. People don't understand.
But the real answer, Johan, is that the term is called off-ramp. For the time being, you need to have merchants that accept cryptocurrency because they want to do that as a higher goal. And in that sense, they need to become one of us that have and hold cryptocurrency. And you can't use it to pay your taxes. You can't use it to go to shops like you named, and etc.
Yeah, well, it is. I really think that, for example, with the Friend of EFL campaign, if that all of a sudden would run out of funds, that it would spark some interest with those kind of third-party services. But yeah, it's the the reality of the situation is that we are stuck on 5,000, like you mentioned before, Gerrit, 5,000 users, and it's there, and it's not growing.
Yeah, you go to MediaMarkt as a representative of EFL, for example, which doesn't have representation, only volunteers that like the idea. And you have to negotiate a solution. You won't be successful. These efforts have been tried during the past 10 years, because that's the time we are. I was a young guy when I started this. Huh?
Mikael did not have a beard yet.
I don't know. I think he did. I think we can look back at Michael on the Aurora Coin website, can't we? 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I was clean shaven. Yeah.
I'm going to take a little break, by the way, but you can continue.
Yes, all right.
Just take a cup of coffee. I'll be back.
Yo. Yeah, it's been some time, that's true. And yeah.
Yeah. Time is, but still time is in our favor, I think. You can look at it two ways, but being still alive as a community coin distinguishes us community coins from many other coins. There exists the notion of the crypto coin graveyard, which holds an immense amount of trials and efforts in this scene that didn't succeed.
Yeah,
and well, we distinguish ourselves from that. And all community coins have about the same age. Our coin is the older one, so to say. And yeah, well, it distinguishes us, and we distinguish. It is a pattern. We are different from other types of coins.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it serve as a specific niche. I've always stated that, and I stand by that idea also. So.
Yeah, but you can't call a country a niche. It's
no, the community feeling is like some of them service a privacy goal, some of them service the opposite of a privacy goal. You know, to have with Ripple, for example, who has more accountability in that way that you can, with consensus, take back transactions. Then you have the, I don't know, for a specific game and the country or a community of people who share a language and an economy. You know, it makes sense to share an economy when you share a language. That's how I should say it. So I think that's what a community coin can service as a niche.
Yeah, but let's say technology-related coins, whose team focus on specific innovation. We have a few coins that like the notion of community coins that much that they cooperate with us. Yeah. Like NES and like Bitmark. Yeah, well, these embrace specific technology and development, but they want to help us and cooperate with us. And other coins, for example, Comodo, they, with respect to decentralized exchange, which was called Atomic Dex, they cooperated with us heavily. So most community coins that are advanced enough to have specific transaction types were embraced by the Commodore team into Atomic Dex. And we helped each other with it, and we feel quite affiliated with with Commodore. That much that we are thinking about incorporating Commodore as a coin within the browser wallet, which Johan was talking about. We're not sure yet. But maybe, and technically there's no problem with that.
It would be nice if they are all these community coins from the wallet would also have the listing of Komodo and have that functionality of Komodo built into that wallet.
Once all community coins are sufficiently advanced, and we will help them getting that way. Then we could build an in-wallet exchange function, a little bit like Shapeshift.
Yeah. Maybe Michael, I should just say. It's because I'm reading I'm speaking it as I read it on Skype. Michael, how do you see 2025 going forward from here on out? Are you confident that you're on the right path, for example, that it's going in the right way, although it's going slow?
Well, I'm confident that I'm confident of my intentions, and I'm confident of the level of the strength of our core wallet, strength of our mining community, and the relationships that we've built up. But that being said, am I confident? I'm confident that that we're entering a time where more and more people are seeing through a lot of the deception, and they're looking for something true. They're looking for community, something to believe in. So one area that I've been a little bit lacking in is, again, reaching out to the Icelandic community. I kind of have a little bit of a roadblock there because my Icelandic is not fluent to the level of impressing and
convincing,
or like kind of being almost, let's say, accepted within the business community here, the cryptocurrency community. It's kind of, it's held at a high regard that that Icelandic is spoken and maintained, and especially with business and technology issues. But that being said, I'm confident that our last couple of years of work that we've been spending on community coins is beginning to pay off. I mean, we have Deutsche Mark and Kobo coin and a couple of other coins that we actually have successful
interaction.
Well, interaction, but we've come to each other's aid, and we've actually demonstrated that we that there's a synergistic effect going on within our coins, and
so you can build more of a, you need a solid foundation in a way to be built further from, and by combining forces.
One important thing you say, Michael, is we need to build trust, and trust you get by proving, and proof within community coins is that we are actually helping each other, and that can be proven. The Kobo coin died in July 2024, but we managed to revive it as community coins, as a community coins group. And trust is also building up because we are still alive, and we are still proving that we stand the challenges of time, and we can be relied on for 10 years already. So I think the most important thing I take from your statement is trust, and that turns into proof, and and proof is there, so we can prove things, and
and I think especially for Aurora Coin, but also for community coins as a collective, we could improve our messaging as far as what the history of our coins are, what our history of our interaction is, case studies of how we've worked together. I think we can also improve, let's say, liquidity even within the Komodo wallet, Atomic Dex, decentralized exchange, and improve our. I think people want to see more examples of how community coins work together. There's what's that one shopping site, nohodl.org. I think there's areas there we can improve. I think we could also engage in more like campaigns where we've talked about this, where we would highlight one project a month, or bring focus to one project. And so, I mean, I'm confident that our look and our external presence can be improved, and there's some areas, I guess, that like I think what's really funny is how people are so motivated or uncertain about, for example, when talking to people about opportunities within Aurora Coin, one of the first things that they like insinuate or are curious about is like, okay, if we get people, investing in the coin and increasing liquidity, and that leads to the price pumping up, who's going to sell out? Who's going to make money on that, right? And whereas none of us that are leading our individual projects, we don't have that rug pull mindset. We don't have that that we're stashing our bag to the side, just waiting to get the price up. So I think if we maintain our credibility, we maintain our what's the word I'm looking for? Ethos and original use cases, and because more than ever, there's a use case for person-to-person trading, right? P2P, and I think it's just an issue of building the awareness and finding opportunities to engage in that. Like one thing that I've been trying to work on is raising capital. So one of the things that the meme coin phenomenon has taught me is, one of the big inspirations or motivations for meme coins is that they're fair launched, and there is no first hands that are grabbing in the venture capitalists or the inner team that has an unfair advantage to the distribution of the coin, right? So I'm interested in investigating how I can reach out to people that have shown an interest in the coin. There's a couple of merchants here that have shown an interest, but without having we no longer have a fiat trading pair here in Iceland. I've talked to one exchange, and they have asked me to, raise some interest and get people requesting the coin so they can have it. But there's a couple of merchants that deliver fresh fruits and vegetables across the island. They've shown an interest. They've also shown an interest in mining. So I would like to see Aurora Coin utilize the sustainable energy creation that we have in the island. I mean, there's a lot of farmers that are creating their own electricity. And if we can kind of take control of the mining a little bit, so we don't have a lot of miners that are incentivized to sell because they're making a profit to flip into Bitcoin, then we can kind of halt this downward pressure on the coin. So, I don't know. I think it's a lot about building a community that's willing to help with the coin, and we can pick up one or two here or there, but until then, we just we're steadfast in our original intent and
maintaining the position.
And I see there are already some names on the wheel. If you're new here, because I saw the numbers go up, you can still add your name on Twitch on the wheel by just typing anything in the chat. Say hi.
And let me fix my fire once more before Amaury is here.
You can win. Shall we also add the Aurora coin on the wheel? So you can win a magazine from our guest from the hour before, and you can win Eagledus and also Aurora coin. Then the wheel is full enough, then we spin it. Yeah. But you need to be on Twitch for this.
The magazine you mentioned before, are you talking about the Bitcoin Takeover, or is there another link?
Oh, from the Bitcoin Takeover.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
No.
You can also add your name on the wheel if you want.
No, not for Aurora coin.
Oh, no, you can also give the prize away to the next hour. So all right. You just say, if you win it, goes to the next hour. And just take the magazine. Yeah. All right. Yeah, where were we?
Yeah. Answering your questions, huh? About 2025, you asked Michael.
Yeah.
About 2025, are you asking me?
That was the last question.
Yeah, I was trying to answer that. Like I said, looking for partners with mining, some merchants, and there's the centralized exchange, but that has listing fees. So,
and you said crowdfunding.
Perhaps there's a way for crowdfunding. Yeah. We still have some coins left over from our initial gift from the anonymous developer, Baldur. 80% was used to launch the Icelandic Blockchain Foundation. And recently I've been talking to different stakeholders involved regarding taking ownership of the remaining 20% and having that transparent on the website. And yeah, I mean, I think just I'm also considering exploring launching a Aurora coin on the Caspa network, actually. And instead of having verified funds locked up somewhere that represents the coins released on Caspa, the coins on Caspa would be a proof of burn. So coins that are sent to the Aurora coin burn address on the native chain would be resurrected in the Caspa side. It's a KRC20 token, and that's just something I've been working through my mind for a while, as far as imprinting information on the op return code and the Aurora coin blockchain, automating it, and I was going to save that for a future announcement, but I think building the tech that we have now and looking for, you know, other innovative ideas to reach more users, and kind of align with or let our well, we reap what we sow, and the opposite of that, you know, that's both good and bad. And I think that we've been sowing a lot of positive energy and solid intention. And, you know,
what should be clear, Michael, is that funding is a generic and major issue. Of course, everybody needs money, but people need to understand that we are volunteers and already are keeping a technological machine up and running for 10 years, which is a large investment in a personal investment in time and probably money. And that's, that doesn't need to be compensated because it was voluntary. But our proper funds are limited, and slowly become our investment becomes unreasonable. So we don't ask technological knowledge and pure effort to pour into our projects, but the easiest way is funds, and you will help us enormously. Once we set up a crowdfunding or whatever to continue our work.
I'm inviting some of my friends to join the raffle wheel because it's about to go, and it's a nice prize.
In that case, I just wait. My idea was that also add the Aurora coin to this spin.
We will do it. We will make it into a bigger spin.
You can also do like you can accept or the e-guldens or the Aurora coin.
No, we will just grow the price forevermore. I also see, Johan, that we have our next guest who just joined, in. Amaury is here. Amaury Sechet, developer of eCash, Electron Cash, which I'm here. I already make the first mistake even before he said a word.
Was eCash not the coin from Mr. Robot, the series?
I don't know. We are about to ask him that question.
All right.
Oh, thank you for that. I couldn't recall where that was coming from, but yeah.
eCoin, that was eCoin. eCoin was it?
Yeah, eCash.
eCoin was the name in Mr. Robot.
Oh, okay. Now it's confusing. Yeah, eCoin. Yeah.
Maybe we should just. Well, it's only 2 people on the wheel. That's always, I wish it were a couple more.
Gerrit is there. Maybe you can also add your name on the list. If you want
just raffle our own wheel.
You can also say, well, I just want the magazine, and then the other prize goes to the next hour.
Oh yeah.
I would be very happy to receive Aurora coin or EVL. Yeah, it's very valuable always.
That's true, but the magazine requires 6 prizes because I'm only giving away $10. So, and the magazine is 60.
Yeah, but it was last hour or 2 hours ago.
The problem is when I join Twitch, I get a lot of echoes and.
You can mute the sound. Mute.
Yeah, I've tried to find the mute button.
But your name is already on the list, Gerrit.
Oh, okay, fine.
You typed something in the chat. So.
Should we say?
Yeah, okay.
Do you guys have any last message for the new year before we switch over to Amaury? Amaury.
Now, well, our short-term hope is the Trump team. Let's say the Doge effort. You already talked with Vlad about it, I believe. But let's support them in the right direction. So.
Yeah.
I mean, no, just that we turn 11 years old on the 24th of this month, and I'm looking forward to see how what we can achieve in our 11th year.
All right.
You can also ask Elon Musk if he wants to change his name on Twitter in e-gulden or Aurora coin. I did it last with some meme token.
Yeah, with the Kekius Maximus.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how much attention everybody gave it. My comment that I wrote on Facebook on some mainstream media article that they published there said, "Can't believe all these brainwashed people getting all hyped up with some non-news like that." And within a day he changed the name back and nobody's talking about it. Nothing happened. For now. Crypto can go very fast.
But it's also using the Brave browser. Well, shall I spin the wheel?
All right. Well, wait a second then. I will join it. There's only 2 people and it's the both of us. And Vlad, also for you, Amaury. Vlad is giving away, or we are giving away a magazine, Bitcoin. What was the name again?
Bitcoin Takeover.
Bitcoin Takeover magazine, all about privacy. And I want to win one also. I'll just join in.
In that case, I put my name on the list too, because I want to win the magazine. Then this time I give the Aurora and the Eagles to the next hour if I win, and then I just take the magazine.
Yeah. I will do the same thing. If I win any crypto, I will pass it on, but for the magazine, I'll join in. I will write something here. And of course, Amaury is here. Can we already see him, Johan, or not yet on stream?
No, we cannot see him.
I'm
I've only 2 screens.
I'm not in my best shape today. I'm still recovering from the new year. I've now got this house on the Serbian, like a village life. And there's too much of this rakia. There's too much of it.
They have also good Serbian wines. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Amori, do you have also green screen ability?
I do not have a green screen.
Okay. I mean, you can in Skype you can they have virtual green screen. Sometimes I don't know.
I don't know how to do that. I'm in the web version of it.
No,
so.
Okay. No, then it doesn't work. Then we have to wait till...
We need more televisions in the stream.
Yeah. Okay, I can put you on the place of Gerrit. Gerrit doesn't mind.
No?
First you're going to give away the prize.
I will also mention once more, freerogernow.org. Sign the petition.
I changed the screens during the Free Roger commercial. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and now you're too late. Hey. And the winner is going to be...
I will try to read it also.
Okay. It's I couldn't read it. Did you see it?
I have a delay with Twitch, so it's still going.
Where's the winning position?
Anacor 30 has won.
Oh, that's from Aurora going.
We will make contact.
That's or Icelandic guy.
I think I know who it is.
Oh.
Yes, I've been sending messages to friends that they should join.
Okay. Somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
I think it's one of my people.
Yeah. Well.
Congratulations to Anacor.
Yes.
Congratulations. Yeah. All right, then we go.
So this was. Wait a second. This was the magazine and EFLs and Aurora coin.
Yeah. So like $80 in $80 price.
$80. Good.
Congratulations. Yeah.
So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, maybe we can make some of these streams more frequent in 2025. I mean, I could use a little bit of
exposure,
a little bit of help there. And
sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick around. I'm going to listen to Amaury talking about eCash.
Maybe you should just monitor. Maybe you should just stay in the chat, and if you have a good question, because I'm sure that your questions will be better for Amaury than mine in a way.
You can still hang in the Skype.
Yeah, just stay if you have time, and if something pops up, you mention it.
I will do. Yeah.
I'm afraid I have to go.
All right.
Well, 1 hour late already.
Thanks. No, because I booked 2 hours for the community coins because I was expecting 12, so.
Yeah. I saw it start at 10. But anyway, no problem.
All right.
It's just that I can't stay.
Best of luck for the new year, Gerrit. I'm sure. Oh, he left. Okay. I'm sure we will meet more often or talk more often. Johan, you want to run some music in between the clips, or?
Just a moment, I'm going to add Amaury. I think this is his Skype handler.
How should I pronounce your names? Is it Amaury? Is it like that? Amaury, yeah. Yes, of course. I'm sorry for a little bit crappy introduction, Amaury. It's already like that since the start. I have been sharper on different days, but nice of you to join, Amaury.
Yeah.
First some music now.
First some music. Okay, let's just chat a little bit.
Going to give some attention to Free Roger Ver.
Right. This is our recurring theme for today is the freerogernow.org petition. So please sign
Here we go.
the petition.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. His light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won. The battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Roger now, let the fire never die.
And we're back again. Yeah,
all right.
This time with a very special guest,
Amaury Sechet.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
From eCash, or also known as Electron Cash.
Yes, and as a little introduction, last year I already invited Amaury, and unfortunately he couldn't because he had an illness, but fully recovered this year. And so we are very happy and proud to have him on the show.
Thank you for having me.
This is the first time that we call it the Genesis block anniversary. Previous years it's always been the Bitcoin anniversary. And I think it made a great improvement. That name is a great start of the new year for me. So Amaury, thanks for being here. And what we usually do on the anniversary is look back a little bit at what has been and ahead on what is still to come. It's also Happy New Year to you. I hope you recovered well. I'm still in recovery.
It took a few months, but yeah.
No, I mean from the new year. From the new year.
From the new year. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. I'm still a little bit in recovery. I've had brighter days, let's say it like that, but I feel good. So,
Urban anarchie is.
Yeah, no, don't start talk about that because. Amaury, I want to start off maybe with telling you I won my first free roll tournament on ecash.poker about 3 weeks ago. And I think I should thank you for being involved somehow in some way, because it was one of my favorite, if not my most favorite poker website for blockchain, next to Seals with Clubs maybe, but that's for Bitcoin.
I know there's a good community there. I don't play so much myself, but a lot of people in the community are playing there. I know that.
Yeah. I've hosted on the previous version of that engine. I've hosted really hundreds of free roll free to join tournaments, and we are gonna give away some crypto on every guest that we see. And a couple years ago, I made poker tournaments for every hour. And there was an entire competition happening next to all the streaming, and it's a very nice engine. I welcome people to try and use it on ecash.poker because it does need a little more players, if you ask me. But that's with all the cryptos, how to get more people involved. Maybe it has to be the black swan. I'm curious to hear your vision on things, Amaury. Share your thoughts, or
So I'm an old-time Bitcoiner, right? I got in fairly early, learned about Bitcoin in around 2010, and got more involved around 2012 or something like that. Most of the people behind eCash are in the same boat, and obviously where we start disagreeing with maybe the more mainstream narrative is around 2015, 16, or so, when the capacity issue of Bitcoin becomes a question. Because what we realize at that point is that, people have all kind of ideas on how to scale Bitcoin and whatnot. But if you don't increase the capacity at the base layer, what's going to happen is that everybody is going to start using Bitcoin, through custodials, effectively, right?
Yes.
In one way, maybe it's not so bad because, the price has not suffered from that. But as, liberty-minded folks, we always thought it was a bit of an issue and a big myth, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you cannot control Bitcoin, because if you can control the custodial, then, de facto, you control Bitcoin, right? Even if you don't control it directly.
Yes.
So in our mind, Bitcoin, as it refused to scale, cannot really deliver on the, freedom promises that were originally laid out, right? And still promoted quite a bit. Like in many ways, for instance, we say there is a limit of 21 million Bitcoin, but there is nothing preventing custodial to emit more than that. And actually, it has happened a few times in the past, right? Where we saw custodial explodes because they were going fractional. So
There has been
you know,
also
like essentially the technology itself is still doing good and strong, but the way it's been used now is actually, you know, subject to all kind of issue that makes us think that, you know, it cannot really deliver on the promise. And so what is the promise? The promise is that you can have digital cash. It's actually like quite simple to state, but it's a groundbreaking idea, right? Because cash, well, we all understand, you know, what is cash, right? Like you have some kind of banknote, you can, or coin, and, you know, you can give it to someone in exchange for goods and services and whatnot, like very, very usual stuff we do every day. But we kind of forget that before Bitcoin, it's just not possible to do that electronically, right? Every single payment that goes online goes through a series of intermediary, such as, you know, like Visa, MasterCard, for instance, for your credit card, but also your bank and probably the bank of the person that received the money, and, you know, like a payment processor such as Stripe or whatever for the person receiving the money, and so on and so forth, right? Like there is just a large series of intermediary, and all of them have to agree to process the transaction, and you know, they can block. You see that in practice, right? We saw that with WikiLeaks, for instance, which or you know, the trucker protest in Canada.
This was my trigger to participate with WikiLeaks, was for me to start.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were like, "Uh-oh," you know. At that time, I think it was the, you know, a big high-profile case, one of the earliest one. But since then, we've seen many, right? I think one of the most recent was the trucker protest in Canada, where those truckers, they were cut from the financial system. And in many ways, you should expect that this is probably what, you know, authoritarian regime would look like in you know, this century. It's like, why would you know, like build giant prisons and whatnot? Well, you know, if you care to segregate criminal from the rest of the population, you could do that, right? But if you want to oppress a population, you don't really need to do that anymore. You just need to cut them from the financial system, and suddenly they cannot pay rent. They are going to struggle to even buy food, you know. So yeah, but that's like very, very harsh punishment, right? It's probably way worse than
I got debanked,
you know,
10
like
years
many more
ago.
conventional punishment that would be enacted on people, right? And it becomes more and more real, I think, with the disappearance of cash in general. So I don't know what country you guys are from. I'm from France, and in France we, you know, still have cash around, but people still use like more and more electronic means. But if you go to Sweden, for instance, there are just like many shops there that just don't accept cash anymore. Like they have banknotes and coins in Sweden, but I don't know what they use them for. Like, you know, 80% of the shops just don't accept them anymore.
In the Netherlands too, here. Mostly cars, you can still use cash, but mostly in smaller businesses. But then, and some supermarkets, they still allow cash, but it's getting harder and harder to use cash.
And I moved last year to Serbia, and I managed to buy my house with cash in crypto, basically. And
good.
That's a little opposite of Netherlands, where I'm born. So here it's still very much accepted. The cash is king here.
Yeah, well, I guess those countries, they are fresher in their mind what oppression looks like, I would say. Like, you know, Eastern Europe or the Balkans and all of that, they have an history of like oppression that is way more recent than what we have in Western Europe or in America or whatnot. So I guess they realize the need much more than we do. But nevertheless, like, do they have the, you know, economic power to impose that? Because what's happening is like more and more countries, they are imposing banking regulations. And if you want to interact with the bank of that country, you have to abide by those same banking regulations. And so, you know, little by little, there is more and more of that going on, even in places that, you know, are not really asking for it. They just end up having to do it, or they're going to be cut off from the banking system. So that's pretty bad. And what is important for cash at least, like for a good, a good version of it online, is that it needs to be convenient for payments, essentially, right? And for that, there are two issues with Bitcoins. And the sad part of it is like those are not really fundamental issues that are, limitation of the technology. Those are more issue that the community imposed on itself, because I guess they were afraid to change stuff because they think like, if you start changing something, like, yeah, you're going to start changing other stuff, maybe the 21 million coins limit or whatnot, right? And so they want to take like a very conservative approach. On one way, I understand that. But at the same time, that means that you have to throw away the characteristics I cared about the most when I got involved early on. So what you want to have is like, first, you don't really want to have scaling issue, right? Because what happened when the system run at capacities, like fees get really high and confirmation time get unreliable, right? And all the people that have actually used Bitcoin, not just bought it on an exchange or bought an ETF or whatever, but actually used it, make transaction with a wallet and whatnot. During those times where there is congestion on the network, they are going to tell you that, like, you send a transaction and then, maybe it's going to confirm the next day, or you don't know, maybe it's going to confirm, in 10 minutes, maybe it's going to confirm the next day, you don't know, right? And just the incertitude itself make it, very, very hard to use in practice. Maybe it's still, a good replacement for wire transfer or stuff like that are, a bit slow by nature, but certainly not as a replacement for cash. And the second one is just like the 10-minute tick of the blockchain is a bit too slow. And this one is a, bigger technical challenge, but we are able to find solution for that. So the problem that you have here is that you have one block every 10 minutes on Bitcoin, right? And finding blocks is what decide what transaction gets confirmed or not. And, for technical reason, it comes from the fact that you may double spend your coin, right? So maybe I can send money to you and I can send money to Johan at the same time, send the same money to both. And somehow the blockchain has to decide, well, one of those transactions is correct and one of those transactions is not.
Yes.
And this is the mining process, finding block every 10 minutes, that's going to decide that. And 10 minutes is a bit too long for that process. But, like the naive way to go at it would be to make the block time faster. But that doesn't quite work because it makes scaling very difficult. And
also in a way, the difficulty will just get cut up in smaller pieces of time. So for the same amount of trust and security, you still need those 10 minutes in a way, So
it's slightly better.
Yes,
if you run the math, it's actually better, but you are right. It's not like one confirmation of 1 minute is not as good as one confirmation of 10 minutes, right? It turns out like 10 confirmation of 1 minute is actually stronger security than one confirmation of 10 minutes, if that makes sense.
And I feel like you are going towards the avalanche connection.
Yes, exactly.
And so now Electron Cash.
It's just eCash.
eCash, sorry.
So Electron Cash is like the wallet.
Okay.
And
I got that mixed up
as well, which is a web wallet. But Electron Cash is like a version of Electrum, that.
And before you go into that avalanche direction, we just had the community coins people joining, and they are building something which they call a ring of trust. And when that got mentioned in the previous hours, I immediately had to think of you in a way coming after them, because there is a need for, if you really want to be cash, there you cannot do that with block confirmations only in a way. So I'm very curious to hear what you have to say. I'm all ears.
So that was what I was building toward. You can make block faster, but ultimately you cannot make block like fast enough because people expect a transaction to settle in like a few seconds,
Yes.
right? Really.
Yes.
And the problem is like if you make block that fast, you run into all kind of problems and you cannot scale very well. So that's not really, that's not really an option. You could get, maybe to 10 seconds, making block time faster. Below that, you start running into like real issues. But 10 seconds is still too slow. Like imagine you want to pay somewhere and it takes 10 seconds. It's like, just 10 seconds doing nothing and looking in the eyes of the cashier,
Oh, exactly. For example,
it's a really long time.
On a gambling bet, it can go very fast. Live betting in sports, stuff like that.
Yeah, 10 seconds is like someone can run 100 meters in 10 seconds, right? If you talk sport betting, for instance, it's just, it's a really long time, right? So ideally, you want it to be in less than 3 seconds, I would say. It's really, like 3 seconds is okay, but above that, it's start, getting a bit weird. And above 5 seconds, it's getting really, really weird, I would say, in terms of, in terms of, quality of use or whatever, like good feeling, snappiness, whatever. So you want your things to confirm in a few seconds, and you cannot do that with block time. So, those are the two main issues, and I'm gonna go over like what we did with eCash to solve those. So first, for people who don't know, eCash is ultimately a fork of Bitcoin. So we have the same Genesis block as Bitcoin, and we have the same history for many years.
Congratulations with your 16th anniversary today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But ultimately, we changed a few stuff. So the first on the scaling front, we changed a few stuff, such as like canonical transaction ordering and stuff like that. That maybe people don't need to be too concerned about. They don't really change much about. They don't change much about like the look and feel of the coins, right? Like you don't really feel that when you use it, but that allows to make block bigger. That can be transmitted faster across nodes, and that helps us scale. This is like purely technical issue. There is no, there's not really an impact for the user. But on the fast confirmation side, it's a bigger challenge. And for the longest time, there was no solution to that, right? Because in many ways, the proof of work, finding a block every 10 minutes is a groundbreaking discovery by Satoshi Nakamoto that solved that problem, right? And before that, we have no solution to that problem. So now we are trying to look for a second solution to that problem, right? That maybe has different trade-off, but that can go much faster. And thankfully, this came about. And so we were able to use that. So there is a technology called Avalanche. And it's used obviously by the AVAX coin that people mentioned. But Avalanche itself is an algorithm, right? Like any coin could use it if they wanted to. And so we use that algorithm to do a few things, some quality of life improvement, but ultimately we want to use that to do the confirmation in like, a few seconds. Avalanche is able to make consensus decision of the network in less than 2 seconds, typically. So we are in the right time frame. And so, we've deployed that. We started to use it for different things. I can go deeper into that if it's interesting.
So did you build a smart contract to make a connection on coins on Avalanche? Is that the kind of...
No. Like we this is a different coin from AVAX, right? So AVAX is a coin that uses Avalanche, but we use the same algorithm, but we are a different chain. We're a fork of Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. So in the base, it is now a different algorithm, and you got rid of the.
We have both. So here is the problem with Avalanche. So you never get anything for free. Right. So with Avalanche, you're making a trade-off. And the trade-off you are making is that essentially there are two downsides of Avalanche. One is that you cannot bootstrap in a trustless manner. Right. So for instance, for AVAX that only uses Avalanche, at some point you need to download from some trusted party what is the state of the world right now, and then you can follow the consensus along. But you cannot bootstrap yourself; it's impossible, which is a problem for us. But also, like generally, there is no persistence of the decision. Like there is no record of all the decisions that have been made by Avalanche. Just like proof of work creates a blockchain, and you can go back over the blockchain and verify everything and verify the whole history of the thing. And
yes,
and so Avalanche, like if you blink, you don't see the decision, then you have to trust basically like the nodes that were there at the time that, hey, like we made that decision, then you have to go along with it. And so that's a bit of an issue. So we use Avalanche as a transient solution, like between for those first 10 minutes where you don't have a confirmation in the block. But ultimately we still want stuff to be in the block and confirm in that way, because that's the only way we can preserve the trustless properties of Bitcoin.
By the way, we're going to give away some Electrum Cash. The wheel has appeared, so you can write down your name in the chat. You need to be on Twitch for that. You can write down ! Ron Paul or free Rotriver or anything else. Emoticons that don't work, by the way. You need to type something.
And I think it's going to be around 300,000 because eCash, 300,000 eCash, because it's going to be about $10 worth. That's my aim. So is that correct?
So we moved the comma versus Bitcoin. So it's a fork of Bitcoin. So we have the same history, but we just moved the comma. Like in Bitcoin, you have like one Bitcoin, and you have like is that 10 decimal behind it? 8? 8. Is that it?
Bitcoin has 8, I believe. One Satoshi is 100 million.
Yeah, one Satoshi is 100 million.
Yes.
No, one Bitcoin is 100 million Satoshi.
Yes.
And so we moved the comma, such as one XCC, one eCash is 100 Satoshi.
Yes. And I think there was a time when it was called 100 bits. And 1 bit was 100 Satoshi, but I'm not sure if that is just
people have tried to introduce those for quite some time. I never really caught on in the BTC ecosystem.
It was just small community. It's not a standard by any means,
Yeah. But like typically people are more familiar with manipulating large number than they are manipulating like very small number. Like it's like when you have amount in like 0.000356, it's just very difficult. You have to count the number of zeros, and it's very easy to get it wrong.
In the end, 100% is 100%. So wherever the comma is doesn't really matter in that way.
Yeah, no, it's just like purely accounting trick, right? There is the same number of Satoshi at the end on both chain. We didn't like create any new money. We just like move the comma.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing in more, like very general term. In more recent evolution, the last upgrade that we did, we introduced the idea of real-time targeting. So one thing is like, because we are a fork of Bitcoin, we use SHA-256 as proof of work, like all the forks of Bitcoin. And when you are a minority chain and you use the same proof of work of a larger chain, you end up having a lot more variance in the block time that you find, right? Some blocks are going to be found very quickly, and some blocks are going to be found very slowly, because the hash rate, can hop back and forth between your chain and the other one.
And the difficulty depending on how you adjust.
Yeah, exactly. And so for the biggest chain, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because, just because it's bigger. So if some people move in and out, it makes a small difference. But for the small chain, when some people move in and out, it makes a big difference because it's smaller. And so it tends to create a lot of variance. So that was one of the issue that we were having, and a lot of coins are having that issue. And
I can think of thousands of instances of examples that in my personal life have happened. And then you are looking, hey, what's happening? And, it's just...
Yeah. And sometimes, you can have blocks like every, 20 seconds. And sometimes you have like 1 hour without a block or even 2 hours. Yeah. So we wanted to tackle that issue. And so we used Avalanche as well to introduce the notion of real-time targeting. So real-time, the idea of real-time targeting is not actually new. It's like, okay, if there are no block for like say 20 minutes, then we're gonna make the difficulty easier. And if the block was just found like 1 minute ago, then we're gonna put a real-time difficulty that is that high instead of having like a constant difficulty for the block. And so because we have Avalanche, we can do this kind of stuff. And we started doing that during the last upgrade, which was in November. And that allowed us to have much smoother, distribution in terms of block time. No, the distribution is, I should have looked at the number before coming here, so I can give you the exact number, but it's similar to what you find in Bitcoin now, which is like, still a bit of variance, but all the fork of Bitcoin are going to experience like much higher variance than that.
You got a healthy heartbeat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the upgrade is called heartbeat because we wanted to have regular, more.
No, it's a good reference to what it represents in a way, because that's why, for example, if people say, "Oh, where is the success of your coin?" Well, all the blocks are still being created. The heartbeat is pumping. And that's every 10 minutes it's a miracle. Yeah, but in a way it's
in a way it is, right? Like when you see the probability of finding a block, you have to do it by hands.
yes. And so that new reality still hasn't really caught up in society at all. In a way, how people just only participate to acquire more debt, which they are used to, instead of really trying to make that alternative, like written in the white paper, like spoken about in the white paper.
I won't blame people to do that, right? Like I don't think trying to acquire more wealth is in your
No, of course,
right?
Of course.
But at the same time, you got to realize that, okay, like BTC is still, probably going to go up in value and so on, and people are going to make money with it if they want to. But it's not going to be able to deliver on the promise that were, made originally. Right? It kind of has given up that aspect of the project. And
it's still building it in a way. It's just not anymore directly on Bitcoin itself, but everything that is, it's the gateway towards that dream. But the gateway in itself has been, I don't want to say captured. Hijacked is the right word, I think, still. What do you think of the book, Amaury?
So I have not read the book, so I don't want to say
me neither.
Much about it. So at the same time, I know like Boss Roger and is it Steve or Steven who wrote the book?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm not sure.
So I have an idea of what's in there. I would say those people, they have a few blind spots. But ultimately, I think they're right about the digital cash issue that, kind of like was dropped by BTC, and it's unfortunate. At the same time, I think like one aspect that they really missed is how many strategic mistakes were made on the large block side. It was just like, in terms of execution, like making things happen, it was not good. There was no recognition of, the talent required to do that. A lot of people bet, the farm on projects that were poorly run.
It must be in general very hard to run a Bitcoin forked project because of all the free money you are handing out in a way to all the people that don't agree with your specific reason of forking, and you even double forked. So it's even, I was wondering because I saw a post of you being happy about the end of the fake Toshi trials. You know that all of that moment came to an end, and
I was sued a couple of times by that guy. So
I can. But did he fork before you or after you?
No, he forked. The story of that is that I ran the BCH fork to begin with, and we were like the main implementation of BCH for a few years, and then we forked again to create eCash because ultimately there were disagreement about directions. And in between, in between those two events, Craig Wright forked BSV.
Okay, so he was gone before you in a way.
Yes. And that was the first lawsuit. The first lawsuit was like a monopoly lawsuit. Effectively, right? He was accusing several of us to have formed a monopoly, and prevented competition and whatnot. That was the first lawsuit, and the second one was about recovering some coins that he has no proof that he ever owned because he probably never owned them.
Well, Amaury, I'm happy for you that era came to an end in a way, because I hope that it ended, because must be not nice, bad energy and a lot of wasted energy. Energy
wasted for years. Also, a lot of time and money as well, right? Because ultimately, when you win the lawsuit, you get some of the money back, but you never get all the money that you put in, and you certainly don't get the invested time and energy and mental space that it takes. So even when you win, it's a big loss in many ways, especially in those cases before it's Craig Wright that is suing us, right? We are not entitled to have any kind of damage or whatnot. For that, we are not entitled to receive damages or whatever, right? Yeah. We can only receive some compensation for the money that we spend to defend ourselves, and it's never 100%.
Yeah,
but you are not entitled to damages. For that, you have to be in the attacker position, in the claimant side, not on the defending side. So we would have to countersue, but then how do you collect the money? And if you cannot collect the money, then
it's again wasted time.
It's negative energy, time on money. So but it seems like he's running out of option. So good for him.
I didn't follow it all that close. I did have a moment where I had this, what's his name? Oh, I forgot now. Orion, that was very deep into BSV.
Yeah.
And I had.
Well, he's made a few videos since then explaining that he was wrong. And
yes. I've played also those videos. I played his videos for some time on my stream because, well, I'm wearing a clown wig myself. You never know you never know what really goes on behind the scenes. In a way, I'm glad that we don't know who Satoshi is. I think we shouldn't know who he is.
I don't know. If I had the opportunity to know, I don't think I would, I think I would want to, because, the curiosity would just be impossible to overcome. You know what I mean? The wise man in me tells me that it's good that we don't know. But if I were in a position where I could know, I could not resist. I would have to know. And I could not say no.
I get that also. I get it. Luckily, I'll just stick with the statement I don't want to know, and I just that it will never happen that I might find out. So that's how it is.
There's also Aurora Coin talking in the chat. You can also because he's still in Skype. Can still say something.
Aurora Coin, he was talking about the multi-shield of Aurora Coin that they also keep about how to keep your block timing accurate, or how to say punctual.
Yeah, I was responding to something Amare had said quite a while ago regarding the resiliency of at least our blockchains, right? So, yeah, I love it. I love it. It just it keeps on running. It's maintaining everything that we expect from it, and yeah. And what is it? Is that today? Did someone say that eCash's anniversary?
Yeah, that's today. They have the same Genesis block.
We have the same Genesis block as Bitcoin, yes. So technically, same anniversary.
Yeah, XCC wasn't something that was a coin swap, was it? Like you could get XCC if you swap something else, or am I thinking of something else?
No. It's a fork of Bitcoin ultimately.
Oh, okay.
So you have the same blockchain, for a while, and at some point it diverges.
No, okay. I was just wondering. I had kind of lost those ones, but no. I've been on here and I set up my wallet and I got a gift of XCC. So I just carrying along here.
Well, play with it a bit. You'll see. It's
go to ecash.poker and you can play poker with it.
You can lose it all there.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, you can lose it all to me.
What else was I going to say? And the Avalanche stuff. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, so what's very interesting is like most of the Avalanche stuff, actually all the Avalanche stuff is actually a soft fork. So many chain could adopt it, but I think it's not on most people's radar. It's very, very interesting tech. It's like completely additive. So it doesn't.
Yeah.
Is there also some advanced privacy in the eCash protocol?
Not really, and this is a conscious choice, not because we think like privacy is bad or anything, but once you bake privacy at the base layer, you lose auditability. Right? So if there is, like any kind of bug or issue or whatever with the cryptography that does the privacy, then you don't know. Maybe you have more coins than you think you have, or whatever. So that's a trade-off that we make.
You can tokenize these days. For example, with Zano, we are going to have Aaron Day is coming over later. I'm sure he will mention it also.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Yeah, you can always move your coins through a layer that have privacy and get them back on the base layer. There are tools that do this kind of stuff. More or less in the background. The main reason, like even on Bitcoin, it used to be a common thing to do on Bitcoin, but people have stopped doing it because, transaction fee make it prohibitively expensive these days.
Yes. And just if everybody would start doing that, we really wouldn't process any transactions,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of sad that, Cypherpunk have just priced out people who love privacy. It's such a weird turn of event.
The
privacy thing is funny because it's like admitting that we have to hide from the controllers, right? Okay, I don't have any property to speak of, so I don't have much to lose, and no children or wife. So, but
No, but I kind of disagree with that because it's about the quality of money, and the money needs to have some privacy in it in a way to have to make them all equal to each other. Every electron, every check.
No, okay, I understand what you're saying. I guess I was just saying that I didn't, and I might have been just kind of misunderstanding, or I was just kind of going off on a thread, but as far as privacy, I think you understand what I'm saying. It's ideally we wouldn't even want to hide from, let's say, the government.
Okay.
But one more thing, this Cash Tab app is quite nice. to claim those rewards, it was really satisfying to sign a message. I don't understand why there's not more of that going on in the cryptocurrency world where people are signing messages with their keys. I mean, I haven't seen so many interfaces. Maybe I'm behind or whatever, but
I don't know. I think like it was very common in the early days, but I think it's a bit of a lost art these days.
Amaury is a class of his own in a way. So he makes nice things, you know.
Yeah,
that has also something to do with it.
There's this project that Canada eCoins is working on, some multimedia streaming company, and part of it is that you establish your identity through like a GPG or PGP, or and
and then PGP is an implementation of GPG for
exactly, and then also like so through Coinbase, but then you also can validate your other social media locations, right? So using a hashing and signing and posting on, like, let's say X or in your on your website, right? Adding like a CNAME text file or whatever. And so basically, the more you kind of do this, and the more, let's say, you somewhat are a recognized personality. It could just be someone that everyone's heard of. It was not so big of a deal, but they have that Twitter and they have that Keybase, or they have that anyway. So you kind of define your own multiverse, as it were, or subnets. And I don't know where I was going with this, but the lost art. Yeah, basically the lost art. We have these tools to, like, cryptographically prove who we are in the context of what matters to us, which is the communities that we're in, the websites that we go to. So we kind of establish, what level of trust we want. And then the cryptography kind of does the rest, right? And it kind of, so let's say you had some kind of, you're well known, or like even Icelandic famous. Okay, so 50,000 people. Why not, move to? Well, okay. Anyway, I'm just saying that we have also the means to have our own digital IDs with just a little bit of exposure to, right, the quorum or the Anyway, just finishing a thought there regarding
So,
and actually this Canada, I'll just say one more thing. This Canada eCoin developer also developed eCoin Core, which is a platform actually for hosting, running, launching all of our different, like, community coins, from creating Docker images and monitoring Electromex connections and viewing the blockchain and everything. And so since I didn't mention it before, just something else that's going on with communitycoins.org is that we're really taking advantage of the UTXO model, right?
So one thing that I wanted to rebut on what you said is that about privacy. You mentioned that ideally you wouldn't want to have something to hide or anything. So here is the thing: like, you can imagine the most transparent person that has nothing to hide and whatnot. Even that person has a privacy problem, because imagine there is a coin somewhere that have been used to do something shady, maybe like found some terrorist organization, do a drug deal, whatever it is, right? Like some kind of criminal stuff, and you're not being known. Well, no, you can track that coin through the blockchain, through everything it goes, and everywhere it goes, and you will not be able to prevent people from being like, everything else being equal, I would rather have another coin than this one that end up being linked to that. To that fraudulent thing. And so now you introduce the idea that not all coins are equal. And so you destroy the fungibility of your currency if you do that.
Yeah.
So even if like you personally don't, do anything shady, and your government is like upstanding and is never gonna do anything dirty to you and whatnot, you still have a privacy problem.
I'm looking for the right word, but these rare sats are also in a way an example of that. What are they called now? 1 year ago, they were a big controversy in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Ordinals is the word I'm looking for.
Well, I mean, I kind of understand, like once you drop some property, you're like, okay, the privacy stuff on Bitcoin doesn't really work anymore because the fees are too high and we don't have the capacity and whatnot. Well, then you're like, okay, so let's stop pretending that we're fungible. What can you do with that? Well, you can do ordinals. Or in some way, this is a good idea, right? Like I would invite people, like, the thing that you work on, it has some property, and you need to work with those property than against them. So my preference would be that you can make it fungible. But if you decide that, okay, like we don't want that trade-off, like we are doing stuff that make it very difficult for it to be fungible anyway, well, no, it's not fungible. What can you do with that? That's the right question. Right.
And maybe that's a good outlook for 2025, if I can give you anything from this conversation, that maybe there should be some bridge to a Zano token or something for exec, to have the option, or a kind of Mimble-Wimble block extension. I don't know. I'm just thinking, I'm not criticizing anything, but
no. So we actually have technologies such as cache fusion that allow, like coin mixings and stuff like that. So it's not as good as, it's not going to be as good as like some privacy focused coins such as like Mimble-Wimble or Monero or Zcash or like, whatever. There are many, and they come with different flavors and trade-offs. But in practice, and we've run that through various, company that do coin analysis to see if they could track it, and they cannot. That doesn't mean that they won't be able tomorrow, so keep that in mind, right? Maybe the technology in 5 years that those company uses is going to be, good enough to break this kind of stuff. But today, it's good enough for the technology of today, at least.
Hey, and on that level, do you think a quantum computer will ever get the private key of Satoshi's wallet?
Very hard to say. This is some, like, okay, there is a very interesting question in there that I think most people are missing, and that I would be missing if I didn't know someone who work on the quantum computer stuff that, kind of explained that to me. Is that, so in physics, there is a fundamental problem that, is unsolved today. It's the measurement problem. So in quantum mechanics, there is this idea that, things can be in several states at once, right? Until you observe them, and then they take a specific state. It's the whole like Schrödinger cat idea, where the cat is both dead and alive at the same time until you open the box and you look, right? But this word, like measurement, is doing a lot of work, but there's no precise definition, and there's like no like concrete explanation of what that work is, right? It's like when you observe a quantum thing, it takes a specific state, and when you don't observe it, it can explore all the state at the same time. But we don't know what observe really, concretely mean there. And the quantum computer rely on the fact that you're not observing what's going on in there, right? So it can compute, it effectively can run the computation with all the private key at the same time, and they're all, all of the computation are not going to pan out except the one with the right private key, right? And this is, I'm simplifying a bit, like,
because it is
yelling at the screen right now if they know how that works, but basically that's the idea, right? You can run the same computation with many input at once, and it's not going to work for all of the input except one that is the right private key, and the math is going to check out for that one, and because the math is going to check out for that one, then that it's the right private key.
Because it is in a way a finite puzzle, this entire Bitcoin. You know.
And so here's the deal. Like with a classical computer, you would have to run through all the key one by one, and it takes forever because there's an absurd number of different keys, right?
Yes.
But with the computer, you can explore all the keys at the same time, as long as you don't observe the computation, which we don't know what that means exactly, right? And so the big question is like, can you build a quantum computer that is big enough so that you can do that for keys, such as Bitcoin? Because right now we can do it, but for very, very small problems.
Yes, and so and how long would it take then to go from 256 to 512 or 1024? Would you then?
Yeah. So one very interesting way to look at it that my friend said, like, it was his way to look at it, and I think it's a very interesting way to look at it. It was like, I hope that everything we try to do with quantum computers just don't pan out, but instead we learn about this measurement problem and we can solve it. Because it's not really a problem, right? But it's something that happens in physics that we don't really understand, right?
I will make a note for myself, so if I wake up tomorrow, I will look into something.
I was actually thinking about this today. My general feeling is that no, quantum computing will not, break SHA-256, or it somehow misses the point, but no, I don't think so. But I was thinking about this today.
It's hard to say. The reality is, like, from a physics standpoint, we don't know if it's possible or not.
Exactly. I was thinking about this today.
We don't have a solution to that measurement problem.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this today, and this may be just like a thought experiment, but when having a passphrase, right, like 12 words, all of the different combinations of the words in certain orders, right? So you have like the on or off state, and then there's like the both state, right? And I was almost thinking, I don't know if this makes sense, but let's say the first word's fox, the second one's trot, third one's dance. So it's like fox and trot could be a certain combination, right? And it passed. And then on the next one, as it's trying them, it actually can apply like the both option, right? It's neither or. And that actually will spawn another, like, let's say, tree of combinations that spawn from there, right? So instead of like treating it linearly, quantum computing has like this built-in mechanism to like branch indecision into like child arrays and other dimensions.
So the thing
does that make any sense? Because I don't know. I was just thinking about this today, so I thought it was kind of interesting to know.
Yeah, but it's more the classic computer way to tackle the problem. Like the quantum computer would just try all the options at the same time. That's really why it's able to be so fast as this type of problem.
Right.
Well, and I was lost after the trot. After trot, between trot and dance, you lost me. I still need to look into the measurement problem first, I think.
Well, the measurement problem is really quite simple to state. It's like, when in the story of the Schrödinger's cat, for instance, when you open the box, then you're gonna find the cat either dead or alive, right? But the point is that before you open the box, it's not that you don't know whether the cat is dead or alive. It's like, in some sense, it's both. And there are, if you want to get into that, but it's a bit of a rabbit hole, but there are experiments that proves you that it's not that the cat is either dead or alive, but you don't know because you don't have opened the box yet. It's actually the cat is kind of both. And a way to prove that is the Bell inequality, and there's an experiment, based on that, and there's a Nobel Prize that has been won because of that. But like, essentially, the Bell inequality proved that it's not that we don't know what's in the box. It's like, it's really like there are balls in the box until you open it, and then, you know, like one of them happens and the other one disappears.
I've definitely heard of that one. I've definitely heard.
And the whole quantum computer stuff rely on that property of quantum mechanics. It's like you can compute all the keys at the same time, but as soon as you observe anything about that computation, you're gonna like collapse everything toward one key. Right?
Yeah.
But
well, and that's why
what is the physical mechanism behind measurement? Right? Like what happened when you open the box that makes the cat dead or alive and not both, right? Like why isn't still both? No, it's like one or the other. And that mechanism, like we have no understanding of that mechanism.
Yeah.
And because we have no understanding of that mechanism, and the whole quantum the whole quantum computer ID rely on the fact that this does not happen, but we don't know what this is, right? It doesn't happen. Like there is no measurement happening, therefore we can run like the quantum computation that we want, right? But we don't know what this is. We don't know what makes it happen. We don't know what is the physical mechanism that make that happen, right? It's a fundamental problem in physics that isn't solved. So we don't know, like we know that we can do it at small scale with small quantum computer, but we don't know if we can build big ones.
Yeah, I'm glad that I asked the question in such a way that I was asking for the private key of Satoshi, you know, because I'm not so worried that quantum computer is going to break the blockchain or something, because the difficulty will adjust to a new level of computation power, and every 10 minutes...
the proof of work is not really a problem, but finding private key is potentially a problem if we can make computer, like quantum computer, big enough one day.
Yeah. So, okay, well, we will see, right? We will see.
Yeah, and we have to spin because our next guest is also coming.
Yeah, I have invited Joel, so we are just... oh, no, actually, I didn't. Did I? I mean, I have, but...
Okay, if your name is not yet on the reel...
He's here.
You have a few seconds to type in something in the Twitch chat.
Give it another minute, Johan. Wait, I will invite some more friends.
Okay. Then we'll wait some minutes. In the meantime, I can say that before you came, Amaury, we were talking about Mr. Robot. You know this series?
Yes, I do know. Yeah, there is eCoin in there.
Yeah, I found it. I put it on the screen. Here it is. Yeah, this organization, E-Corp. Oh, wait, this is Joel. Okay, this one, this tab. Hey, there it is. Yeah, it was also Evil Corp was the nickname. They launched a coin called eCoin.
I never saw that. When was that? How old is that?
It's a robot. It's from 2016.
Oh no!
Also Bitcoin was in that series.
It was an amazing show, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to set the record straight from something before. It's like I am definitely not in that camp of people that says if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't worry about it. You know, I totally believe that that's a human right to privacy. I think in my imaginary mind, I was somehow triggered, and my sensibilities were being offended by the idea that the government would use that attack against us. Oh, you have something to hide. And so in my mind, I was just, it's no, we don't have anything to hide, but it's still none of your business. And how dare you use that against us based on your track record? So that was what I was trying to get out before. I don't know if that made sense, but no, definitely, we have a right to privacy. I just don't know the implications for, I just about to contradict myself and bring up government, coercion, government coercion with,
I have some things to hide because most things I think are just innocent stuff. But I don't want somebody from the government to know it. I don't want them to know what my shopping behavior is, or who I send some charity money to. None of the business.
Yeah.
We got Joel in the chat or in the stream. How should I say it? Is he already visible, Johan?
Then I have to launch my Skype.
Joel, let me start by saying to you, Happy New Year for 2025. I hope you dried up.
You too.
I hope you dried up well from all the festivities in the past couple days. I am not on my brightest. I am not on my brightest today, so let's take it easy in our conversation, is my suggestion. But we are about to give away a prize again, Johan, is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is 300,000 e-cash for the winner. About $10 worth of e-cash.
Yeah. So I'm going to spin, and then we're going to see who the lucky winner is.
Oh, let me also check it, just to have a double check.
It's going to be okay. I don't know. Ethically speaking, I think.
Yeah, let's see.
Ethically speaking, congratulations.
I'm glad Twitch has a delay because my wheel is still spinning. Yeah, ethically speaking, just won it at my place.
Again, I mean, he's usually when we have our Dutch language shows, he's also the regular winner.
Ethically speaking, contact me and we will get it done. Or I know you and we will get it done soon.
Download in e-cash wallet.
I will write it down, ethically speaking.
But first we're going to the break. But before that we're going to say goodbye to Amaury. You can still hang around here if you like.
He already left. He had to leave. He wrote me on a different chat. I have to bail out. Well, it was a very pleasant conversation, I think, with him. And we had no problem filling up 1 hour of his time. It was very
Then
nice.
We're going to listen to our song, Vrijheidradio. And,
yes, please visit the website freerogernow.org.
We'll be back in 4 minutes.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. Light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Vrijheidradio now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Vrijheidradio now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Vrijheidradio now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won, the battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, Vrijheidradio now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Vrijheidradio now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Vrijheidradio now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Vrijheidradio now, let the fire never die.
Going back. Yeah, it's Vrijheidradio now. I just composed that song just before the stream started with Udio. It's AI-generated songs. Yeah, if you wanted to know who the artist is, it was me. I didn't sing anything. I didn't play any instrument. Just typed some commands. Yeah, and I generated the lyrics with ChatGPT. Yeah.
Congratulations on your latest masterpiece, Johan.
I feel like Beethoven.
And we got Joel Valenzuela in the chat this time. Hi. Joel, welcome.
Again.
Recurring guest. Or returning guest, sorry.
Yeah, both are appropriate. Yeah, I've been around for a while, and I'm always happy to be on this stream. That's one thing that's kind of in the crypto world, in any world, there's always, there's always a lot of people who maybe miss opportunities. And I'm always someone who's anytime, anywhere. If I'm not busy during that time, someone says, "Do you want to be on my show?" Yes, sure, absolutely. Yeah. Always make time. But especially for you guys, because you guys are special.
It's 8 a.m. in the morning at your place, so you woke up for us. Thanks a lot for that, and thank you a lot for gifting me a premium plus X subscription. We got it done together. I managed to reward you with some Dash for your trouble, and since then I've been publishing articles now on X, although it works a little bit different than what I'm used to, so I'm still finding my way, but it's going, it's happening. And I've been working. You shared me a link of Inleo, for example, to double post my articles and reap in some more rewards from people who read it. Although it's not really my intention to make a living of my writing, it is a nice additional feature which allows also for the use of Dash, what I used for my Premium X account or X Plus or what's the name of it? I don't know. Maybe little side note before you can tell us a little bit of your things, what's happening, or maybe you could share a little bit more about Dash, because we are going to give away Dash on the raffle wheel after our conversation. And now I lost my train of thought. What did I want to say? I've lost it. No.
Yeah,
Never mind.
In your articles.
Yeah. About my Premium X account. Usually it costs. Usually it costs €160. Then there was a 40% price reduction from the X side, and then Dash more than doubled in value. And so instead of paying 5 Dash, it was only 2 that I had to pay. And that was another great experience for my in my crypto history. So I thought I would share it with you.
Yeah, of course. It's always kind of, that never happens with fiat. You never have, like €28 and all of a sudden you could buy twice the things with it next year. Never happens.
But reminds me on the good old days of Bitcoin, when it was still peer-to-peer cash. And then I'm talking about 10 years ago, then they were in a bull run and you were just buying drinks with Bitcoin, and then suddenly the drinks got cheaper because Bitcoin went up.
Yeah. Of course, the same thing happens in the reverse order sometimes, which is not nearly as fun. But one thing I tell people, first of all, generally speaking with crypto, prices tend to go up versus fiat. Even not all of them perform as well under every time frame as others, but they all tend to go more up than down. And obviously, you're also paying you also have sovereignty that you don't have with fiat, which has many, many costs in other ways. And also depends on, people's jurisdiction and exactly their relationship with their government. If some people are in the tax-paying group of people, there are advantages to capital losses as well as capital gains.
Mm-hmm,
right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something I always explain I think probably the US type system is one of the worst as far as crypto is concerned for daily spending, where you're supposed to supposedly report capital gains and losses on every transaction. And thankfully there's some automated software that makes that a lot easier. But the point is, if you have fiat, you just lose money every year. If you have crypto and you gain,
that becomes your profit. Yeah.
Yes. If you gain money over, if you held fiat, then you pay the government some of that gain, but not all of it, not even most of it. But if you lose, you write that off as a loss and you still lose it either way, but the government doesn't get it. And I'm all about taking money away from the government wherever they let me. So there's a bright side of when the price of spending when the price goes down, which is you get to still lose the same amount of money, but then the government doesn't get it. And that always brings a smile to my face.
So you are looking to only buy in the top, Joel. That's just to fuck the government.
Buy the top only, like Michael Saylor,
Yeah, man, what a year it has been, and what a kind of shift is occurring, in my opinion, because this is the first year we have declared this the Genesis block anniversary stream instead of the Bitcoin anniversary stream. And the past year really had its influence on it. Last year, I don't know if you remember, but I tried to keep out all the maximalists, and I really tried to bring the message that we should all support each other in that way. And the real shitcoin is the debt-based currency, which requires violence for value, and then the book behind you, Hijacking Bitcoin, came out quite early in the year, and it has its impact, I would say. I notice a bit of a stand in the shield of the Marximalists, as I like to call them. But you speak out to a much broader audience than me, Joel. You even made it to Forbes last year, at the end of last year.
It's funny when you said that just now, for about 3 seconds, I'm like, what is he talking about? And I'm like, oh, right, that was that thing. I already forgot about that.
No.
It was last year. It was a long time.
This is gonna be the discovery of the century, because this was the first time they openly announced the till emission. You know. So
yeah, it depends on who they are, because Peter Todd, who's known government informant or whatever he is, and Bitcoin core developer or former core, I don't know exactly what constitutes, whatever, an influential developer in the Bitcoin space, at least, has been talking about a tail emission for a very long time, infinite emissions for Bitcoin. And a few people have, at some point, that was like the first thing. It's just he's been talking about it for a long time. Most people say, no, that's never going to happen. Shut up, Peter. And then the next thing, because you pay attention to these things as they come out, and no one ever just says, oh, guess what? We're going to do a massively unpopular thing, and you can't do anything about it. They wait. They always wait a while and give little bits here and there. The second thing that came out was in Bitcoin Magazine. I forget who exactly it was, but they wrote under a pseudonym, but then everyone found out who the pseudonym was. Wrote an article about what they called the hodl tax, or to pay a fee. Basically, they wanted to introduce a fee in Bitcoin for hodling. So, like, if you have a stack of Bitcoin,
demurrage,
and you don't move it in a certain period of time, then the miners take a small piece of the stack that you have. And it's kind of interesting. That one's kind of interesting because it's the same as I guess, in emission, in that even though the coins are not are still limited, you lose value from holding over time. Same as if there was inflation. The difference with that is that for coins such as like Satoshi's coins or lost coins, they were saying like, oh, well, no one's using those ones. And so if they don't move them, then they pay the hodl tax and no one else has to. And so some interesting ideas there, but the same thing. And it's also similar to like a bank, from my understanding. I haven't, dealt with the banking world in a long time, but from my understanding, a lot of banks want you to have an active balance on an account, or like do at least one thing per month or whatever, or they charge you fees. And it's kind of the same thing. But that was a very unpopular article. Most people said, what the hell is this? But, then there's another one. And then you have Saylor talking about, or Saylor sharing BlackRock's and
financial disclaimer. Financial disclaimer.
Yes.
So it was
Yeah, and the two of them own, or MicroStrategy and BlackRock own a lot of Bitcoin together, and so they could be considered some of the largest, probably the largest together, if they were considered as one entity, which they're not. But if they were, they could be considered maybe the largest holder of Bitcoin, and definitely the most influential people in Bitcoin today. Yeah. And that interesting disclaimer about notice the 21 million could be up for change. And Michael Saylor just shares it and doesn't say anything about, by the way, that's a legal disclaimer. Ignore that. He just let it out there.
I watched that video also, and I didn't notice that small disclaimer there. I didn't make the screenshot. So kudos to you, and you deserved your Forbes mention for that.
Yeah. So, what's funny is.
And that makes it even more serious in a way. When it gets mentioned and into Forbes, then it's like as if they want to tell the story without saying it,
Yes. I have to say, I don't know if I was the first person to notice that. I think I was scrolling through and someone commented, hey, what's with that disclaimer? Mm-hmm, so then I looked at the video and I said, oh shit, the disclaimer, and I shared it. So
yeah.
It probably probably I stole someone's thunder, but
no,
you
but
know,
that's the beauty of this X space in a way. Now I need, sorry for this, but my fire is burning to not make me freezing cold here, and I need to throw some wood on my fire. So I need 5 minutes.
That's all right.
Yes, a very old-fashioned heater. But
yes,
in the meantime,
I have one as well, by the way. Just a few minutes ago, I just threw some wood on my fire and then came in here.
In the meantime, I can tell listeners that they can put their name on the wheel, because the wheel is going to spin. Type anything you want in the Twitch chat, like Free Rochefort or Ron Paul for President, something like that. Anything you like. Yeah. And what's happening? Are there more developments you want to talk about, or the things that happened? Because we're now still talking about the past.
Yeah. Just to sort of continue the tail emission talk on BTC. Just first of all, I did a video a couple years ago about Bitcoin's ticking time bomb, and basically I kind of explore the options for Bitcoin to continue to be sustainable. And because right now there's a cap on how many transactions can happen, and so with that there's a cap on revenue that the network gets. So the emission rate goes down, the inflation goes down every 4 years, goes in half. And in order to sustain the same level of security, the same level of mining power, you'd need to then double the amount of fees that the network gets. That was Satoshi's design. It should not be controversial to say any of this, and somehow it is sometimes. But at some point, if you don't scale the block size, you need other things to scale. So you would either have to double the average fee that people are paying every 4 years, which has not happened, because apparently people will only pay a certain amount for a Bitcoin transaction during normal times, and during peak times they'll also only pay a certain amount. So that's been pretty flat, and so that's not scaling. So then what else can you do? How else do you pay the miners? Well, there's two things you could do. You could subsidize mining, where some kind of a big company mines at a loss, at a financial loss for some reason, right? And I'm sure if someone's mining for a loss, they want to be compensated some other way. So they'd want control over the network. They'd want to make sure that their changes get implemented into Bitcoin, whatever it is. And that was what I was betting on the most for how it would go. But
it's mining,
yeah. But then the last one is the tail emission, where you have a very low level of inflation, but it never ends. And so I have to say, in full fairness, I don't think that's that bad of an idea. Now, here's the thing. People bought into Bitcoin for the 21 million limit. And because of that, I think that if you change that, it's kind of like scamming them. But I also believe they were scammed when they bought peer-to-peer digital cash, and then now it doesn't do that. So they were scammed anyway. But like, for example, Monero has a tail emission very famously. And, it could be worse. As far as the things, it's probably the easiest way, because Bitcoin chose this path. It's probably the easiest way to keep the network from collapsing. But it's also deeply unpopular, and the people who are involved are not going to they're not going to want to change course and move back to making it a payment system. So it's just interesting to see. It's like a choose your own adventure situation, where it's like, okay, well, there's a few options, a few ways this could go, A, B, C, D, and then all we have to do is just knowing that those are the options. That's the thing. Is like I've made this expression. So, my handle, typically the Desert Links, I've started sometimes calling myself Linkstradamus, like Nostradamus for like predictions. And it's not because I'm any smarter than anyone else or have an oracle, but it just sometimes, if you pay attention to technical realities of like, this is the way, it has to go one of these few ways. And then it's just a waiting game. You just watch. What are people doing more? Is there movement to increase the block size? Not really. Is there anything to make sure that fee per transaction fees go really high? Other than the ordinals and the NFT stuff, no, I haven't really seen that. It's like, okay, so now we're basically, as far as like it's like poly market, like the betting markets. It's like which survival mechanism will Bitcoin use? And so, okay, well, those are trending down. And then which ones are trending? Which are you hearing more about? A tail emission? Is it increasing the inflation? Or some sort of a nonprofit or something like that subsidizing mining? And it's like, I don't really hear much about that one, but the one I've heard the most about is changing the supply or a hodl tax or whatever it is. And so now it's just, you don't have to predict things. You just watch what's happening, and then you just talk about it. People are like, oh my gosh, you're like an oracle. I'm like, no, you can see this stuff too.
It's funny that you mentioned Nostradamus, because people have been calling me Don Quixote for a lot of years. And it was actually Johan that in this year, 2024, previous year, 2024, then mentioned Nostradamus to me. And so since then because I've accepted that Don Quixote ID, like if people can call me anything. I call myself Yoshi Livo. So, what is it worth anyway? It always tells me more about the other person calling me something than that it really impacts me. So they called me Don Quixote. And then this year I figured out, no, I'm actually more of a Nostradamus. So no, when people call me Don Quixote again, I respond with, no, it's Nostradamus, because we predict the future.
Yes.
And it's like how you say, you filter out the options, and at some point something which is most likely to happen will most likely happen, right? So
yes, and that's the thing is, you don't predict the future, you observe the future by observing the present. And it's not like that's the funny thing about magic. Last time, I think it was last year, I was in Amsterdam for a conference, and at the conference during like one of the lunch breaks, they had a magician with like card tricks and stuff like that. And while I was watching the magician do these tricks, obviously I know that that magic isn't real. I know that they're tricks. And at one point, I was like trying to figure out how just for my own edification, how a certain amount of these tricks worked. And because it's all about, misdirection, hiding things. And so a few times I intentionally tried to find out the patterns behavior patterns he was looking for, and to behave in an unanticipated way. And so I did that a few times, and I noted, like, I basically screwed up his tricks. But because he's such a professional, he's very good. He managed to bring it back around to where he was trying to get things to go. I'm like, oh, this guy's really good. He knows what he's doing. And so with these kinds of, with like things that seem like magic, like predictions, it just means that you have access to information that they don't, or or in the case of magic, the person with the magic trick is doing whatever. Everyone can see what they're doing. So everyone has access to the same information, but he's only looking at the right information. Everyone else is looking somewhere else.
And he's trying to mislead them, of course, by having some flashing thing or a nice woman, or, distract the people.
Yeah, so that's exactly the difference, is when we get some of these predictions, like, how did you predict it then? I'm like, well, I had the same information that you did. I just was looking at it. You were looking at, well, say there says it's going to go to 1 million coin, and okay, well then you missed it.
Yeah. 40 million, I think he said in the most recent time that he mentioned the price.
By the way, I we have a lot of listeners on Twitch. You can win Dash.
Yes.
By just putting anything in the chat except emoticons. Type something like free rod chauffeur or whatever.
Yeah.
Then you make you could become the winner.
How much Dash is that today? Is that like 0.3 Dash? Is it $30 again? Or is it up from that?
I think it's $40. I can't remember what it was. Something like that. It was I did payments a couple of days ago, and it was $39.35 or something. So like, I don't know what it is. I don't check the price of any crypto every day. I only check when I really need to because I'm doing other things, you know?
Yeah.
Last time it was like 40 euros. It's
40. Okay, well, let's make it 0.27 Dash to go in the middle of that. So the people know what they are typing their name for in the Twitch chat, because we want many more people on the wheel.
One day it will become 40 million. Yeah.
Well, no, I managed to pay my Premium X account with it. And of course, you need a network with it. I managed to also buy a house last year with my crypto in some way.
Nice.
And all these giveaways add up, So,
yeah, that is kind of funny because it's one of the best promotional tools for crypto is to just do a giveaway, and everyone wants to do a giveaway, but at some point you're giving away a lot of money. And I think it's the funny thing about giveaways is sometimes it seems like, for example, this show would probably have a lot of good participants, but sometimes if you announce too many giveaways, you have the same one guy in India or Nigeria with like 8 million accounts just trying to get it.
Yeah, like ethically speaking, you always win.
No, but he's just participating with one account. It's just that we don't have enough viewers,
Also, when we have like 10 viewers.
Yeah. One viewer that we haven't had in a while. There's a acquaintance from the Dash community called Boss. And Boss he just commented about, I know this channel. It's like a Dutch freedom channel. It's great. All right. Boss is obviously from the Netherlands. So hi Boss, if you're listening, you get a free shout out here. Next one's going to cost you.
Johan and me both are very consistent giveawayers with crypto. I don't know for how many years you've been doing it, Johan. I've been only streaming for myself for I started on 3rd of March 2020, so that's not too many years ago. But I had, I don't know, like you are right in a way. I don't know if you read my latest article that I published yesterday night for me on X, but I'm asking myself in that article, like, why should I keep on going? Because if I tell people that I bought my Premium X account with X, which is a success for me, I'm trying to make it even nicer by sharing how I managed to get a profit in a way from buying it any other day. But people call you a shitcoiner for it, and they, or they say, my diamond hands would never spend it on something stupid like anything else than ramen noodles, and that's it. So
yeah. Well, I have to say the arguments have gotten a lot easier over time because, first of all, it used to be I prefer Bitcoin over this other coin, and I want to use this instead of this one. And then it became, well, I want to hold it. I don't really spend it on small things, but I hold it for big things, and I don't like the shit coins. Increasingly, the Bitcoin BTC, I should say, world has become very, very fiat dominated, where people have more and more. Now, for the first time, you don't just hold Bitcoin, you hold Bitcoin and MicroStrategy stock. So you're starting to dip into shitcoining, right? But also the big thing that I like to say, people like to be these big, bold proclamations of like announcements of like, I'm all in, I'm never selling.
I eat my dick if it doesn't become 1 million.
Yes, of course. But by saying that, you're kind of like letting people know that you're not all in, because how can you never sell if you're not all in?
Exactly.
How can you never spend if you're not all in? You're not all in. That's the thing. You're a bitch. You're too afraid to go all in, right?
Yeah. I also notice when I talk with people that make comments like that, and they always have this idea that because everything goes down against Bitcoin, that kind of comments. Yeah, for now we are celebrating the 16th anniversary, and this is still the moment where we have a hyperinflation in all of these coins, where they came from 0% and they're going towards 100% emission. And then we have to see what we are doing with that. We are only creating them at the moment, but
it's also something I like to. That's very funny to hear is the whole idea of the market has spoken, and
it's like the science has settled.
Yes,
the same
very similar to that. But I like to point out that yes, the market has spoken, and overwhelmingly it prefers fiat.
Yeah, exactly.
And stop trying with the Bitcoin. The market's spoken.
Even with crypto these days, the most used blockchain is Tron, I believe, and Tron hosts all the Tether transactions. And congratulations to Justin Sun, who also became Prime Minister of Liberland last year. I don't know. Besides buying bananas, he had some. I will let him answer that one day. I will not fill in for those words. But what you are saying is right, and those people are then using their tethers to move them quicker instead of Bitcoin, and. Yeah, it's. I recently bought my house now, which I call the Liberland Opposition Headquarters, but I notice how my time gets consumed in a different way, a little bit, and I expect that my King Honk Spiracy prediction for 2025 will be that. Trump will be used as the fall guy, I think, at some point. Because if you ever have to crash an economy, then let it happen when Trump is a president. And so, if that is a possible outcome,
right?
Yeah, well, he was Operation Speed Warp, or what was it? His Warp Speed. So, if that is a possible outcome, then I have to start preparing for that a little bit more also, because I can see how that's a possibility. And I don't know, how would you see 2025, Joel?
I do not.
On a very, very broad level, like for example, in Europe, since 3 days, there is new regulations in place. Stripe already sent out their first tweet. What this is about is that in 2020, during COVID, Europe had made its first European EU bonds. Before, all the countries individually borrowed money, but this was the first time they borrowed $750 billion on one interest rate for all countries together.
Damn.
And all these countries are individually responsible for that debt. So if one doesn't pay, the others have to pay more, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it seems. Which countries do you think are getting the worst part of this deal?
Netherlands and Germany are probably going to be the ones paying more, But it doesn't matter, regardless of that. The way how they are thinking to pay all this debt back is by CBAM tax, which is like a carbon emission. And that is in a way what Stripe has just announced, because every time that a Bitcoin moves, I believe it's going to be a taxable event for the carbon emission for every European citizen or EU citizen. And if you see how media talks about the emission of Bitcoin, where it's using more energy than Ireland, or how Bitcoin doesn't really have a green stamp on it in that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be heavily taxed. And doesn't matter which price Bitcoin is going to be. If the taxes are going to be high enough, you're still trading on $100,000 per Bitcoin in a way. So
yeah, so fiat currency doesn't cause carbon emissions. I'm just learning about this for the first time.
Well, but probably the banks who issue that currency are going to pay that same tax, you know. And so if you are a shop owner and you use cash, they say you have to pay for the things like this are going to, the prices of everything are going to be more expensive due to those kind of things. So yeah, I can see it happening is what I say in the next year, but it's already in play. It's just that people haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, it's everything happens until there's a capitulation. That's the one thing that I think it separates the smart people from the regular people is the ability to sort of foresee consequences for certain actions. Most people don't really, if there isn't an immediate change as a result of their poor behavior, then they just don't think it has a bad consequence, like eating poorly. But I don't know about you, but like we talk about the holidays and eating a lot and drinking a lot. You could do that for a few days, at least like maybe even a week. You can eat and drink terribly and you don't gain any weight. It's like magic. But then the next week comes and then, oh no, where did this come from? You know, it's the same sort of a thing where there's piling on of bad behavior until consequences happen. And I don't know, I feel like with the US election, there was at least a sense of capitulation where people thought the way we've been doing things is not good anymore. We need a drastic change. That was the message that was sent. Now, will we have a drastic change or not? That I'm a little bit more, I don't know, pessimistic is the right word, but I'm a little bit more cautious to make any predictions on that. But in like the current, when I say Europe, I mean, I guess EU, because Europe is a big place with plenty of different things going on. But as far as the EU regime is going, I don't know. How long until the EU is done?
Until we stop it in a way, because it will never stop by itself. It's
that's the thing is, it seems like the EU, I'm not a very big expert on this in the modern age, but it just seems like it's being supported by a couple of wealthy countries for the most part. You know, as far as there's a lot of bad things that are being supported by other sort of the smaller countries, maybe being beneficiaries or not really shouldering the whole burden. So it seems like if you have a couple of, like, for example, let's say Germany says they decide they're done with the EU, they want to get out, then I think that could cause some very serious problems for everyone who remains there.
Yeah, for sure. But you also have to see it like this, that over time, the EU gave away many presents in a way also. And the people who are supporting that also live very broadly in society. There is more people in favor of it than against it, partially maybe because of propaganda, of course. But it's not that it is so hated that it will just, everybody will stop it. Because like you said, they don't see the consequence yet, and so far everything is great. Look at our lives today, how amazing everything is going. So we have been able to simply fool ourselves for about 50 years now. 50 years with I'm referring to the Nixon depegging of gold and the dollar.
Yeah, at some point, what you do see is other people having more fun somewhere else. And so that's the ultimate thing that changes things, is when you have maybe you're saying, well, everything's going fine, but then you see another country that's doing a lot better. Now, unfortunately, So the U.S. has been on a bad trajectory for a while. Maybe that's changing. Again, as always, I'm cautious with these predictions. The problem is, like, from what I've been able to observe, and I haven't really looked into it very deeply, but after the UK decided to leave the EU, after the Brexit thing, they don't seem to necessarily have done super well for other reasons unrelated to leaving the EU, right? It's so if they left and they did very well, I think that would be a very strong sign that, okay, there's something wrong. Maybe we need reform, at least, if not other people to leave. But they seem to have screwed up their opportunity. So now we'll have to wait for something else. I think crypto might be a big catalyst for some of this, because with the whole MiCA regulations, which unfortunately I've had to engage the services of an EU lawyer to deal with some kind of MiCA related things for work. And it's a big pain in the ass. You know? Yeah. And I'm sure it's, on the one hand, it's good to have the ability to not live in fear about what you can and can't do in the crypto space, which a lot of the world, for a lot of the last 15, 16 years, has been just like, let's hope the government never finds out about this, or more importantly, let's hope that they don't care yet. Because if they do, who knows if we're all criminals or whatever, and of course that's like the Roger Ver case right now, where he's just doing the best he could, and then all of a sudden is facing serious criminal charges because of that. And so, on the one hand, I'm sure that you will see a temporary, maybe, increase in crypto companies and things like that in Europe because of the clearer kind of the clearer situation in which they can operate. But then over time, you start to realize that everything cool is illegal, and because everything cool is illegal, everything cool will happen in the other parts of the world, and then people will start to get jealous. Maybe not of like Dubai or something, but then, so for example, I know for a lot of Eastern Europe uses Tether, for example, for transactions. And I mean, very big in Latin America, of course, but just for the European context. And Tether is not allowed in the EU right now. It's delisted from Coinbase and all kinds of different things. And an inside source tells me that not a single stablecoin was compliant with the EU regulations, but they would have had none. They would have had none, but so they sort of gave a pass to USDC because it was the closest to compliant. So it's because of that situation, everyone who wants to use Tether, everyone who's using that business, etc., is going to now they're just they're excluded. And so then there's like the Wild West. It's kind of funny because I would not consider most of the Russian-speaking countries, including Russia, to be free places as far as government's concerned. Mm-hmm. However, there's a lot of people doing whatever they want as well. A lot, even despite the government, kind of. And so they seem to be having a lot of fun. So when you have a lot of people in a lot of parts of the world having all this fun, and then you're like, oh, I'm stuck here in the EU and doing my thing and paying 47% of my income to tax or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I have some Danish friends, and they tell me what they pay, and I'm just like, and I apologize for complaining for the US ever again.
That's just the income, and then the tax on all the other things, For example, energy bill in the Netherlands is more than 50% tax.
Damn.
I think. So I'm not sure because but then there is this, Joel, you get back some of this money if you file your income tax report. So they charge you more and they give you part of it back, and that's how you could become dependent on the paper machine in a way, because you cannot live anymore without that extra money that they give you back, because your salary is just they can, if you live in that framework, then they can exactly what's the right word, predict the outcome of their things.
Yes, they definitely have. Once you're in the system, you're sort of dependent on it to a certain extent. And that's the thing about, like when we're realistic about the collapse of fiat currency at some point, for sure, if fiat currency went away tomorrow, there would be mass chaos and it would not be a positive outcome. It would end up turning into a positive outcome over time, maybe. But like the abruptness of that, it's just like you cut out the cancer too quickly, too aggressively, and then you just bleed out or whatever. Same thing with Tether, right? With USDT is it's quite clearly like I don't want to say too many things publicly that are too like aggressive on this thing, as I don't know too much of the intricacies. But I think that there are probably some serious problems or things with the way Tether is backed. There's a lot of opaqueness, and
to start with that, Tether started because of the Bitfinex hack, or was it which?
I think it was Bitfinex.
Bitfinex, and then they created Tether to back up for the missing funds. So in that way they became the first really for-profit company because they had to make back all those lost bitcoins. I believe it was a couple 100,000.
Yeah, Tether existed before that, I think, but then after the hack, they issued those weird token shares and did other things. But I guess the point about Tether is it's probably not the safest, most compliant, or most like sound crypto project out there, right? However, a lot of the space has dependencies on it. And I remember during 2019, it was like the 2019, 2020 sort of bear market era, where there was some real concern that Tether would blow up. And I was personally afraid because I thought, well, all my money, all my income it's everything I do is all in crypto. And if Tether blows up, all of my crypto is going to go way down for a long period of time. And the opportunities to be paid in crypto will probably also go down for a while. So there was if it's the only time I seriously thought about going back to fiat was during that time. I didn't think about it. I wanted to be prepared in case it happened, because I'm like, okay, well, what can I do? Can I do some side work for cash here or there? Like, what can I do to survive until like the post Tether collapse crash goes back up again? It's a real thing. Today, people have described Tether as like the cockroach that's still alive after a nuclear holocaust, that it just won't go away. And I think that Tether is so big at this point, but also so big in legitimate ways in terms of how many people it services, how many people who did not have bank accounts, still do not, but now effectively are banked because of this. It makes too much money. It's too profitable that I think that they can afford to become legitimate if they want. So the thing is, with the EU and the MiCA regulations, it's a question of, is it worth it? Because it's a big cost to become compliant and all the audits and all the other things. And do they get enough business out of the EU proper, or do they get, or is it all like the Russians using it and they get tons of business? They're, we don't, it's fine. It's not worth it. Everything's a calculation at that point. Is the EU market worth it to deal with all the complexities of compliance and things like that?
Yeah, and in a way, I back up your story. I'm now in Serbia, and if I do a crypto trade, people prefer to get USDTs because it's fast and cheap to send, and it's more stable. On that moment when you make the trade, you agree on a certain price, and it's easier to have it in USDT nominated than other cryptos, which who knows what you might sell it for eventually. So
yeah, it was pretty funny to see in last at the end of September, I was in Croatia for a crypto conference, and the world It's very different from, for example, the Netherlands. So, in fact, I'm going to Amsterdam twice this year for conferences, maybe more. We'll see, but at least twice. And with my living on crypto type tools, I always make sure I have some sort of a prepaid crypto card. It's anonymous that I buy on some place like Bitrefill, loaded and ready to go, just so I can pay in most places. And that works out pretty well. But then to actually get euros, to get cash, is very difficult. Now, on the other
probably
side,
expensive.
Yes,
Like a high fee on the use of the machine.
And probably has like a high KYC type amount or something like that. And so on the other side, go to Croatia. About half of the places I went to were like cash only, or they don't like cards. This was in Split, so it's like a tourist center. So of course there's a lot of card, stuff, but even outside of that, cash only. However, there was in the mall of Split, there's a nice ATM that's shaped like a Bitcoin symbol that you can sell crypto for euros with no ID or anything. And so I just went right there, got some euros out to go, pay while I was there. And so the attitude was very different from like the Balkan attitude and then the proper European attitude regarding, like everything is, yes, you were going to say something, Johan?
Finish it. But I have a few things to say, but.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny how the proper European experience is much like smoother. And if you have like money and you're in systems or whatever, it's just so much easier and it's like smooth. But then I'm personally a much more a fan of the whole Balkan idea of just the vibe of just, we'll make it work, do whatever. Like everyone can, it's much more flexible, and I like that flexibility because, the smooth systems work very well until they don't. If there's one problem, they're just like, well, it does not work in the system. Now we will do that. Now there's a big headache. Whereas you can always figure something out in like the more cash only type of a world.
Yeah. But there are a few things I have to say. First of all, it's almost raffle time. Second, it's almost Vrije time.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And something in the chat about Monerium. Yeah.
I can read it out. Monerium is an Ethereum Icelandic launched stablecoin that is Euro e-money compliant. Not sure if same regulations. Oh, I can't read all your screen.
Oh.
But the issuer complies with the MiCA regulations. So have a look, Monerium.
I'm going to spin the wheel.
Shout out for Aurora coin.
Here we go. Who's going to be the winner?
Oh, I will also check it. Wait, I'm almost too late.
It's going to be ik heb het niet goed. Was het die Anna?
Yeah, it's still spinning. It's still spinning for me. So let's see if I can. Yeah. Somebody's getting rich today. Yeah, you're right, Anna Kort.
Yeah, congratulations.
Second win of the day. Already one. We gave away one copy of the Bitcoin Takeover magazine.
Oh, you mean that thing right there?
She's almost on $100.
Yeah, almost $100 today.
Of prizes. Yeah.
And let's see here. I will make a note. We will take care of it after the show.
Yeah. I wrote an article for the Bitcoin Takeover Privacy Edition. And
yeah, that's the one. That's the one we are giving away.
Yeah, so read it because there's a good article from me in it.
Joel wrote it partially. So we had EFL, Aurora Coin, now Dash, and the magazine.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Did we talk also about the future? Because I was away for a few minutes for the coffee. But you talked also about the future, the things that get you excited.
Oh, the collapse of the state.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We might wait for a while. We might wait a while for that one. So,
well, if it has to happen under any president, I think with Trump you got a good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they could let it fall on purpose so they could build back better.
Yes, but then it will happen under Trump. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry. I have my perspective, my broader geopolitical type perspective is, I think it's interesting on a couple levels. So first of all, in 2016, the people who voted for Trump, which there were a lot, but there weren't that many. It was a very close election. But it was still the entire thing he campaigned on was being an outsider and the concept of drain the swamp, get rid of all the corruption and things like that. And people were really a very populist movement. People were really into that. Then for a lot of different reasons, I guess, he ended up not delivering on that. And part of it, I would say part of it is because, his lack of experience in how the giant morass of government worked played against him. In other ways, you could give him full responsibility and say, it's just because he's a piece of shit or whatever. That's the discussion for a different day. But then in 2024, I feel like the election had a much more focused, the same message, but a much more focused thing. And now instead of trusting only this person, there was the team behind him kind of were self-appointed. It wasn't like he said, I want these people here to work with me. It's more the people came to him and said, we're going to work with you. And he was like, okay. And so that was the big difference in that thing. And I think we saw the election was the first popular vote win by the Republican Party in I think 20 years. It wasn't like, if you look at the election maps during when Ronald Reagan was elected in the 80s, that was a completely different story. That was almost like unanimous, like almost to where it looked rigged, but things don't happen like that anymore. The country's far too divided. But it was an overwhelming victory. And I think that the interesting thing about that is no one is in government power yet. There's been no actual changes in government power, but already you see resignations, like the SEC chair saying he's going to resign and other things like that. Already you see influence on legislation where just from, public comments and things. So I'm much more hopeful of things being different, but good different. There's a lot of weird ideas too, but the big point is with this whole, the difference is, I think that Elon Musk is the big wild card. It's the thing that makes it different because, on the one hand, he's just, and I say this in the full positive way you could interpret it, as well as maybe some negative. He's an insane person. He does crazy things. He does. Mm-hmm. So no one knows what he's going to do, but more importantly, his personal private empire of companies, etc., is as powerful as many nation states. And we haven't seen something like this happen, in hundreds of years, I would say, probably, where you have where usually the apex of power is a government, like a government around a nation and a people and national borders and things like that. But now you have an individual who commands a lot of wealth and a lot of influence and a lot of long-range weapons capability, including from orbit, from space. It's a very different time where now you could argue, you could just pick a random European country, for example, and say Elon Musk could personally go to war with that country and win, which very strange times, right? I don't know how I feel about him in particular wielding all this power. or just that they're being one of them, because there aren't very many like him. But it is an interesting change, because now we're starting to see the death of the nation state as the apex of power in the world. Like, the government surrounding a nation is not going to be the most powerful thing in the world for very long. And I think we're starting to see it. People aren't understanding the implications of it yet, of this one guy like fighting with Brazil over their Supreme Court and all that stuff with the censorship of X, and then fighting with Ukraine over not wanting to give Starlink support so they could bomb into Russia. Just a bunch of things that are happening can be very interesting. And so that's the one thing that gives me, I would say, relative confidence that these next 4 years at least are going to be different from what we've seen before. It's too much is different from this time. Trump, I have very little confidence from a Trump specific perspective that things are going to be that different. But I do think things are going to be different for other reasons.
And then we have Vivek. Huh?
Yeah,
nicely put. Yeah, we got we got the next guest who joined us. Have you noticed, Johan?
Yeah, he's already in.
Mr. Vrije is here.
Yeah. First, we're going to do a commercial for Free Chauffeur.
Yes.
And Joel, you can hang around here in the Skype chat and comment if you like.
Or maybe you want to eat breakfast, Joel.
Whatever you
probably need another coffee.
You're free to stick around. And
hey, Joel. Hey, it's Mikael Hannes from Iceland.
Hey, how's it going? Been a while.
Good, man.
Make it in the 4-minute break.
I kind of was dropping the ball this week as Yoshi was sending invites and everything. I was like, oh yeah, I'm planning on. I'm going to try and make it. And then I looked on the roster. I was like, oh, Yo Valenzuela. Oh my gosh, I'm not prepared, man. Oh, it's going to be serious. Oh, okay. I kind of like rolled up my sleeves. Kind of woke up early this morning. I was like, okay, let's see. What are we gonna? This is a serious talk here, man.
Well,
we are serious.
Very celebrating. Commercial, guys. Okay.
All right.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. His light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Raja now. In the grey of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won, the battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Raja now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Raja now, let the fire never die.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Back again.
Yeah,
This time all the way from Pittsburgh. R.L. Breyer.
Pittsburgh Hotler.
Good to see you, fellas.
Now, I don't want to start this episode with an insult, so please don't take me wrong. But you shared a picture of your Christmas, New Year celebration. And I thought to see that there might be some growing of the family going on there.
Yeah, definitely going to expand by one here in a couple months now, actually.
Wow, congratulations. Everything going well?
Yeah, everything's
Great.
good so far, so we're really excited about it. I appreciate that, man.
So this is just this date and doesn't mean anything now. It's in the process of something bigger.
This day is always important, but in the professional life or outside of it, this will always be an important day for me. But yeah, nothing is more important than family for sure. So that's nice of you to bring that up, man. Thank you.
Good to see that, man, and I'm glad that it all goes well and stuff. Your marriage was
almost a year ago, so that's another milestone coming up here. The baby's actually due like right after our anniversary, so you're in like the next 70 days or something.
All right, so it was a big year for you, many steps, but not on the blockchain side, but on a more personal level.
Oh, both sides, but yeah, I've been staying very busy, very busy.
Nice, great. Yeah, well. What we've been doing with most guests is talk a little bit about how their previous year has been, some achievements or some big milestones, and
giveaways.
Giveaways.
We're only going to give away this.
Which coin should we load up? Because maybe in 1 hour time I can get a better price.
I don't know. It looks like the market is starting off pretty solid today here in the U.S. So.
Last year you recommended Near, and I did manage to make a profit on that position. Nice. So it was good. And now
what did you scoop it at? What did you get? It's never a recommendation, but always just educational.
Of course. I said it wrong. We are not giving financial advice on the stream.
No, absolutely not.
No.
What price did you get in though, Yoshi?
Well, I bought it at that day, at that moment when you said it. So I bought it at it was 86 in Satoshi price. I calculate Satoshi 86, but it went well over 100. And the
lesson you learned is, because it's educational material, not financial. What's the lesson you learned?
Well, the nice lesson is to see how Near provides for a liquidity and a certain volatility. And I had this position of, back then Bitcoin was worth a lot less, but like 1 Bitcoin cent I put in, something like that, and just trade it. You have to trade it and take advantage of the market and just participate.
I'm super bullish on the future on Near into this year. I think it's gonna.
In a way, we spoke with Joel about the publication of Hijacking Bitcoin, the book, which also works in advantage of Near. Now I forgot how, because of scaling, and now because of.
Account abstraction and chain abstraction and account integration and all that stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to make a different point, but now that I think about hijacking Bitcoin, I lost my initial thought. So I'm sorry for that.
No worries. But yeah, I think what just to talk about Near real quick. I'm not shilling the chain or anything. I'm not part of that chain, other than owning a lot of Near, a decent amount of Near for me. I think what they're doing with AI and stuff super impressive, and I'm super bullish on Near moving forward. I like their approach compared to other projects where they're working more towards cooperation through interoperability with other chains instead of trying to make some chain on an island or whatever, however you want to say it, isolate their chain from others. So I think that's a pretty exciting future.
Yeah, good.
And the wheel, I just brought up the wheel. So for the next, I think 45 minutes, you have a chance to add your name on the wheel. And then we're going to spin it and see who wins. Yeah, and what do we give away? Near again, or
how do we get on the wheel here?
On the Twitch.
You have to go to Twitch.
I'm not on Twitch. Okay.
I could send it to you, but don't. I think it's gonna be about 2 Near. Near is about $5 today.
Okay.
I don't know. It's my.
It's $5.70, I think.
$5.70. So it's gonna be like 2 Near. I'm gonna give away $10 worth of prize, just to maybe trigger somebody to look into what they are winning if they have never heard of it. Things like that.
Yeah. So you have a chance to add something. Just type something in the Twitch chat, like free Rod Chauffeur, for example, or free Ross Albright, or and it helps.
It looks like Ross might be getting out.
Yeah. But was it last year or the year before that we did? We were gathering funds for Julian Assange.
We have done that also.
He's free now. He's free, so it helps. It works.
Now, I'm thinking which way we should take this conversation in a way, because I asked you about a new book, but it's not there. Any planning of a new book? What is it that you are looking at the moment for to give you a direction, or to give our viewers a direction of which way you are looking at?
Well, yeah, I still write every single week. I've been writing my newsletter for the last, I think it's 234 weeks now. That's available on my Patreon /RL Breyer. But if you want to read what I'm doing every week, I provide technical analysis on there every week and talk about the projects I'm investing in. I've been doing a lot of mostly investing over the last year, but I've advised a few projects, and I just joined a new project. Actually, this week I began. It's called Initverse. It's a low code project, which is they actually have a pretty robust platform, their own L1. Mainnet hasn't launched yet, but they're working on their own L1, a decentralized cloud, and this software as a service, basically the ability to code up your own D-apps or dApps, however you want to say, decentralized applications. So something that I think is going to be super massive. I think Yoshi knows I was interested in another project. I think he might have actually bought some of that too, GraphLink Chain, another low code or no code project. So I think that's AI, and the future of AI is going to be absolutely massive in the crypto space. So that's where a lot of my attention has been going lately, is researching those type of projects, and now onboarded as a U.S. community member in that one. So development, BD, business development on that in the U.S. So I think that there's a lot of potential in all of these. One of the things that have kept us away from this space is, you see the comparisons to Web 2 and the internet, and how Bitcoin has at least pretty much kept up with the progress of the internet. Some people say we're ahead of where the internet was as far as like users, but
I saw that graph.
Yeah, a lot of it's circulated on the internet a lot, and X and stuff. But I think the future. I actually did a Twitter space about it this morning. We talked about it this morning on Initverse on X. We held a Twitter space and we talked about it with our community. Like, one of the things I was talking about is how the future is. I think the future is coming where a lot of like things we thought might happen 3 or 4 years ago are kind of the barrier is being broken down. So you're going to see like more, I think, applications, decentralized applications over the next 3 to 5 years be developed that, maybe like our parents or grandparents, depending on how old you are, might actually be able to, dabble in blockchain technology without needing to know so much about the jargon or the private keys or the public key or just all of the different things how to download a wallet. I think it'll be all a lot easier, and they might be using like Web3 applications mixed with Web 2, and they might not even really know. I think you're already kind of starting to see this. So I think that, the ability for people to spin up apps or dApps with very little coding experience is going to create a lot more applications and hopefully more utility. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Did you hear that story, or I should maybe say different? Do you ever watch the Corbett Report? James Corbett?
I have in the past. I haven't watched any of his stuff recently, but I like some of his old stuff.
He made this, it's like a month old now or something, and it was also a little bit of a view back in time, because he already spoke about it in the past. But this Pokemon Go app that they had, this app required people to scan certain places. And now this company who had that app announced that they build a large graphic model, so a LGM instead of LLM. And they can now, even if you go to places which they don't have a picture of, because of the history of people scanning a church, for example, or a gas station, and Google Maps tells you there's a gas station there, it can just generate a gas station for you. And so they are now, making that stuff. And he was then talking about the hidden data collection of that company, that all these users playing Pokemon Go are actually feeding into that LGM being built. So
yeah, that's actually a brilliant way to do it with the Pokemon Go. I actually saw another company that was trying to pay people for a certain, like you just said, what did you call it, large graphic model?
Yeah, LGM.
Yeah, I don't know if they call it that, but that's exactly the same premise as I can't remember the name of the company now, but I saw something like that last year, or the end of the year before. So in the last 12 to 18 months where they were doing the exact same thing. But integrating the Pokemon into it is obviously a brilliant way to do it, since people already love Pokemon. Like, what better way to get people to actually do the work for you?
Yeah, and so it's really real, you know. It's not conspiracy theory anymore. It's been proven. So it's been confirmed that they are doing it.
Yeah, that's super interesting. So is that who is that? Is that the company that owns Pokemon or whatever?
Yeah, the one that developed the app holds the data, and they now launched a how to call it, a large graphic model.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. My apology for the dog in the background. Who sometimes barks.
Oh, we don't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's super interesting, Yoshi. That's the sort of like crazy stuff I think we're going to see in the future, for lack of a better word. The innovations. I think we're just at the very, like, I don't know what inning we are in Bitcoin, maybe 3 or 4, but as far as like the innovation of smart contracts and what we're going to see on chain is just we're in the infancy still, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so too. Most people really don't have a clue. I wrote an article about it recently, and you know, some people think they get it, and they are stuck in the maximalist mindset, only collecting more debt. And the majority of people really don't have a clue. So there's a lot to come, in a way.
I feel like we saw a little bit. I don't know, Johan, do you agree? Do you think we saw a little bit of the death of maximalism last year? It seemed like a little bit on social media. It became less cool to be a maximalist.
Well, that was to Johan, so I'll be quiet.
Yeah. Well, earlier this in the stream we had a redefinition of the word maximalism.
Yes.
The guy made a very good point that you have the people that we call maximalists are if they are conservatives, conservative about Bitcoin, So yeah. You have to watch the stream back.
Yeah, I'll have to go back. Personally, just to say like one more thing about it, I think it's.
I think he's still the one who is who's made the comment is still in the Skype.
No.
Yeah, the Aurora.
No, it was Vlad. Vlad Kostea.
Oh yeah, Vlad and I've done a few podcasts together. He has some interesting thoughts too. Yeah, I think that I think it's just a form of communism. Honestly, it's like groupthink, you know.
Yes, I refer to it as maximalists.
Yeah, that's good. I actually hadn't heard that one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it is a very Marxist philosophy where they don't endorse competition, and they sort of it's like the you know how like the neoconservatives were like was it Francis what's his name, Francis Yokohama or whatever the heck his name is, was talking about like the end of history, like the New World Order was like the end of history or whatever it was. That's sort of like what these people think, like in terms of economics and Bitcoin, that the Bitcoin was like the end of technology or something. It's a very strange take to believe that technology just ends one day, or that there's never going to be a more crypto that provides more utility. Like, I think Bitcoin's awesome as a store of value, something to speculate on. I still use it as base layer money. Like, it still functions as money just fine, because the majority of people don't use it as money now. So, I mean, if you don't mind sending it, I think $1 or $2 to send a transaction isn't great, but it does function as money. If you're sending a large amount of money, I don't think that's like a bad settlement, especially like if you're sending money, say you're sending money overseas to a family member or something, as an immigrant. It's still way better than Western Union or somebody like that might charge you. And we have, and that's the beautiful thing about competition, is that we have all these different altcoins that you can settle on for pennies, so it's all up to the user and what you're looking for at the end of the day. But yeah, maximalism I think it kind of, I don't know if it saw its final blow in 2024, but it definitely, I think it took a hit.
But then I think it kind of depends on Trump's his implementation of the, what's the right word? The strategic Bitcoin reserve. Right?
Yeah, but if you even look at what Trump is doing, like, yeah, I think that's great. Personally, I mean, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so I'm not really, gung-ho about saving states. But I think just that if you look at what he holds, if what he actually has invested in himself, I don't think he even owns any Bitcoin. It's mostly like altcoins, like Ethereum and stuff. I'm not unless those records are wrong. I saw a list of the coins he owned a few months ago or a month ago, and I didn't even see Bitcoin on the list. So It is interesting.
Didn't it have something to do with the campaign funds that you could pay him in crypto? So his fan base can send him donations for the campaign. And that's how he got all these altcoins, because they didn't use Bitcoin because of the large fees. So
he would have also accepted Bitcoin then, I think.
Yeah, but nobody sent him Bitcoin because that's expensive.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether that might be the case. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. I know that his Ethereum addresses were obviously made public because I know people sent him some Rio. That's a real world asset project. They're doing like tokenization of real estate. And I think they sent him some other projects, obviously, just so people were sending him coins just to get their coin on that list or whatever, I think. So it's out there in the public. So it's like, it looks like Trump has invested in something that, maybe he hasn't. So maybe he didn't even buy Ethereum and he was sent that. I don't know. But I think J.D. Vance, the president or the vice president coming in here in 17 days or something, I think that he owns like $1 million in Bitcoin, I heard, or something like that, depending on what the valuation is. I don't know how many he owns, but I heard that he does own quite a bit of Bitcoin. So
even Peter Schiff has crypto, eh?
Well, I can't really tell you what Peter Schiff is up to these days.
He never bought, but people sent him.
Yeah, I either muted Peter or blocked him. I was just bored with the charade. So, yeah.
He's been going on for years.
Yeah, it got old after a couple of years. I was just done with it. So I think he has a lot of good, valuable advice or information pre-crypto. I still, his mortgage banker speech that he gave back in I don't know if it was like 2008 or when it was like really good. 2007 maybe. I probably listened to that like 20 times.
When he was at the Occupy Wall Street, there's also a classic.
Yeah, those videos he did on Wall Street were really good too.
And that he predicted the bubble from 2008 that would collapse.
Yeah, that's the mortgage banker speech I'm talking about. It's on YouTube, I think. I think it was 2006 or 7 or 8 or something like that. It was like a couple years maybe before the eventual housing market bubble collapse, but.
Yeah, but he was also on a TV program, and there he was in with somebody from the Fed, I think, some Fed guy, and they had a discussion, and he was also saying that he was there in the show to tell everything was going up, and then he had some doom prediction that everything was going to collapse. That's also a classic.
Yeah, he's done a lot of good stuff. He's an interesting guy. I view him sort of in the same light as the maximalist, as far as like he claims to be a capitalist, but he's denying the utility in something that millions and almost maybe 1 billion people here in the next year or two will be using as useful and providing utility to their life. So it's like, how can you say this has no value? I don't know. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but maybe that's because you referred to the maximalism being dead. And I think the book of Hijacking Bitcoin exposed a bit the lack of technical ability for Bitcoin to really be that one coin to service the entire planet, just because of how it has been hijacked and how people, it's all about buying time in a way. The CBDCs are coming. They are not ready yet. So we need to buy more time and delay this project. And well, that's maybe also why the maximalism mindset died out a little bit, because it got exposed more in a way last year.
Yeah, I didn't actually get to read Roger's book yet. I'm like very eager to read it, believe it or not, considering I haven't read it yet. I'm huge Roger Ver supporter, so I'm definitely going to read the book. I just haven't had an opportunity yet. Some of the people in my group that I have, my Patreon group, we talk every day in Telegram, and one or two of them read it, I think, and they said it was excellent. So
I believe it's a free download. It's available for free download, so you don't really need to buy it. You can just download it and start reading.
Yeah,
so
on Amazon, right? Amazon Prime or something?
I'm not sure. I will check it for you. I will send you a link to a download.
I didn't read the whole book. I just asked ChatGPT to make a short, how you call it?
Summary.
Tell me in summary about what's it all about and all the important stuff. So that way I read the book.
Yeah, I read it. I didn't get a chance to read it, but I watched a few of the new interviews he did around the time that it was released. So those were enlightening. I think actually one of them might have been with Joel. I can't remember.
I think so. Yeah. Joel has interviewed him also. And Vlad, who was on today, also had an interview with him.
Yeah, I think I watched both of those. So
it's just that I'm a little bit too much connected with Liberland for Roger to come over. That's my conviction. That's my King Honk conspiracy nose is telling me something.
Yeah, he would come in an earlier. A few years ago, I almost had him on, but on the last minute, his flight was delayed, so he couldn't come here in the show.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd like to talk to him too. I've never had a conversation with Roger, so yeah, I think he doesn't get enough respect, in my opinion, or for what he did for Bitcoin.
I tell you something. What happened last year in one of our shows? We had the. I have to mention it again, Johan, but I have to. We had back then. What's the name of that? The front man of the Libertarian Party, like there is one guy who is always the front guy. I don't know what the word for that is, but
one from the chairman.
Chairman? No, because chairman is just taking care of the. Maybe it's chairman. I don't know. Anyway. And he came, and then I mentioned the hijacking of Bitcoin, and he's a Bitcoin maximalist kind of guy that says Bitcoin Cash is shit,
Right.
And then he called Roger Ver what's the right word for that? A thief
scammer.
or a scammer. And then he referred to that moment when he sold Bitcoin Cash as Bitcoin on the Bitcoin.com website, and you had a buy button, and that was in the period of the fork. And then if you would go to Bitcoin.com and press buy, he would give you Bitcoin Cash.
The point was, at that moment, there was the small moment, there was consensus that Bitcoin Cash would become Bitcoin.
And so
but it didn't happen, and so they still say, you were scamming everybody.
That was the front man of the Libertarian Party in the Netherlands, and I was like, how can you have such a statement with that position? Don't you know what this guy has been doing, for example, for the Bitcoin?
It just really shows like how little historical research, economic research, any sort of technical research that any of these almost all of these maximalists have. Like they have such a dearth of any sort of like knowledge about the space. It's like it's very
I think it's more
embarrassing. Like I read it and I'm embarrassed for them, but they don't even know like how dumb they sound.
It has to do with the bubble where you're in. I think he is in another information bubble, and in that information bubble, that's their view of how do you see reality.
Yeah,
people get caught up in these echo chambers. That's definitely one of
them. Echo chambers, that's the right
word.
Well, there is this Dutch journalist. I think he's a great financial journalist that really, does proper investigations. I can say Arno Wellens is his name. And he published some article about a new trick that the EU countries are playing with debt that is collateralized over the EU, and they keep it out of the books of the country for the couple of years now. But at some point it's going to show up. But for now, it's only a derivative and it's not in the balance. And so he made that statement. I believe 600,000 people. It was a big fuss because they didn't believe him, blah, blah, blah. Then he posted the link to the entire explanation exactly as to, and all the data from the EU that shows, not just some reasoning, but the hard published data from the EU and the countries themselves, and put the law next to it, and he made a full proof. He got something like 600,000 views, but then he mentioned on his latest episode the actual number of people that clicked on the data with the proof was only 2 times it was clicked out of 600,000 views. And everybody underneath was screaming at each other about what is right and what is wrong. But only 2 people actually read the entire statement. So
that's a good case to look at, something like that. Yeah, I can't.
And this was last Wednesday published, so he came out with that last Wednesday. It was kind of funny to me.
Yeah, that's just how it is. Like, people just look at, like, often the majority. It sounds like 99.9% in that case will look at, like, what one thought leader says, and then that's their default opinion or point of view on a subject. And it often in maximalism and crypto, it's like the loudest people are the one, like the people. Sometimes they're like it's like, not sometimes, the majority of the time, it's like the loudest, most arrogant, pompous people get the biggest following and, like, somehow become the thought leader. So, but I do think even Michael Saylor had to walk back his maximalism. Because he was very anti altcoins, and then just like the day before or something like that, they started talking. What was it? The day before the Ethereum ETF or something like that, he was still talking about how there wasn't going to be an ETH ETF, and then he had to, like, walk it back big time because it made him look like a fool. To be honest. So, and then it was like immediately doing, like, PR damage as far as I'm concerned. He was like talking about how, there is a use case or a future for altcoins, but he did. I don't know. I don't want to paraphrase exactly what he said, but he did talk about how, these altcoins that have their place or whatever, his to paraphrase what he said, basically. So I don't want to go and put words in his mouth, but yeah. So I think maximalism got dealt some pretty big blows last year, but
And what about the upcoming year? You have some outlook on what's going to happen, besides, of course, you growing your family and having hopefully healthy child, everything will go well with that.
Appreciate that, sir. Yoshi, really, I'm super bullish on this upcoming year. I think we're at the point. I know you guys don't always like to talk about price. I'm into the technicals too, but for me, it's all intermixed. I love finding, like, technically sound projects that have good economics or good tokenomics and have a future in the space and might, like I said, help build out the space. So I think that there's a lot of potential overall. I already named a couple of the projects I'm interested in, the one I'm working for right now. But I think that this year will be, if you overlay the history, it looks like we're setting up for another parabolic move on the altcoin market. I think most likely, not financial advice ever, as we stated earlier, I believe, but most likely, I think Bitcoin dominance has probably peaked at like 61.8 or whatever it was. It basically hit like the historical Fibonacci level where you would probably see a retrace like that. So, I think that there's a really good chance that altcoins outperform Bitcoin the rest of the way this cycle. My target in Q4 of 2022, I think I came on here last year and told you guys this, was 130K, and we were probably trading at when we came on here last year, 30 or 40,000. So when I made that prediction, Bitcoin was trading under $20,000 in Q4 of 2022. one of the cryptonomists with Amelia Tomasicchio and talked about that. It's on YouTube. I think that there's a really good chance that we still see 130K. And if we break that now with these strategic reserves being created, and not only nation states, but state governments here in the U.S. talking about their own reserves, I think if that's broken, that the next place that we could see technically a peak would be 180,000, which would be pretty crazy. My prediction is that we'll see $1 million Bitcoin around 2038 to 2040.
Okay,
I think that's highly possible, pretty probable actually.
Conservative if you see others screaming 31, right. And for this cycle,
some even for this cycle,
my theory was, I posited a theory. It's on Twitter as well, at rbrier23 is my handle on X. A few months back, I posted that I thought if we top at my cycle top, which was 130K or my target, if we double every cycle from here on out, 2038, 2040 would be a conservative estimate for $1 million Bitcoin. So
yeah.
I think that's a pretty realistic target. Like you said, you see a lot of like pie in the sky targets, but I've never been one to do that, so I think that's and that's like solid growth too. That's like, I think that would be like a pretty, a very good, if you can't hold for 15 years for a 10X of a very, in my opinion, never financial advice, a very safe 10X from here, then that's up to you, but
yeah. Yeah, well, it also depends, of course, on your eggs that you're buying, all right? How many eggs? It's always these...
that is a comparison made by Peter Schiff.
Engagement farmers, they always say, what you do when Bitcoin hit $1 million? No, I will check how much eggs I can get for the price of one transaction is usually my response.
That's good.
So yeah, I don't know.
I thought you were the Peter Schiff comparison, like the guy who's buying all the eggs and at the end he wants to sell, but
he can't sell them
because he's the Eggman.
That was this morning with Vlad, I think. Vlad made that comment. I think that if Trump doesn't get shot, then on the 20th of April, I think we will see the real start of the bull market. And that's when the prices start to move, because they obviously try to sell it with a narrative, or somebody needs to, somehow there needs to be an excuse for Bitcoin to be able to go up. And apparently it has to do something with Trump, for the media at least. And this, because on the day of the election results, everybody blamed the Bitcoin price on Trump. And people are following that, especially because of the strategic reserve talk in a way. If he really does that, that's a complete game changer, just like the ETFs have been in a way. A game changer because of the different tranches of money that are available for the Bitcoin market. And so I think 20 January, you can go in hibernation for 2 more weeks. Don't worry, you are missing nothing.
I want to say we have the raffle wheel. So spin.
Hey, what coin are we going to give away this wheel?
I thought it was near, but...
Near? Are we giving away near? It's okay. I don't have to buy them. I still got near.
Yeah, as he spins the wheel, I think that it's important to also. I think that the bull market actually started in Q4 of 2022 when I made that 130K prediction, but because it's only gone up since then. But I think that the bull run is what we're getting ready to see here, the last leg of the bull market, which is the bull run.
Yeah. And then the blow off top. Can you say one about that? Because 130,000 was more like a selling level, if I understand correct. But the blow off top of the bull run.
That's all. That target is my blow off top target.
That is the blow off top. Okay.
At least for me, like I said, I think. Obviously, I was making these predictions in Q4 2022. I don't know how many days ago that was, but I stick to my predictions. I said 69K, like 872 days. in advance on the last cycle, and I hit the top, and then it double topped 6% higher. But I'm going to stick with 130K. The only thing is, with the new data coming in, like I said, with the strategic reserves, I could see maybe 180K. But I think a good point would be somewhere in that. If it gets to 180K, things are going to be very escalated, and it's going to be like everybody you ever met, kind of like every blow off top is DMing you about Dogecoin or whatever. It's going to be pandemonium or lunatic world.
But we're going to spin, and 3, 2, 1. Now you're too late.
For this round, we are gonna do it in near because it is in a market low, at least in my vision. So I think it's a good one to win. Because we are calculating in dollars, So
yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for this spin, I think
it's ethically speaking again.
Ethically speaking,
yeah.
Near topped out at $20.44 last cycle. I think there's a very it's one of the top chains. It has the most daily active users. I think it could go, $40 to $50 conservatively, but I'm not sure I'll be hanging in that long. But I think a return to the all-time high would be the return to the all-time high as far as market cap is around like $12.50, $13. I think with the increase in emissions this cycle, so they haven't reached full. They haven't maxed out their emissions yet. So as far as tokens,
yeah, well, that is a 4x from here on out. So
right.
That's not $10, but $40 if it manages to get there.
I think that's 35 to 50 is a pretty good, pretty good sweet spot. I think as far as where it could go. I said, I'm probably not going to be. I don't know if I'll be in then, but I could see the moon bags getting maybe a moon bag going to that level.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, it's written down. We got 8 minutes for the next guest. I need to write them. Wait a second. Let me check. Oh, we got actually 15 minutes more because BCH Podcast was joining us at 4:15. So, and you're always welcome to stay, of course, also.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I got about 5 more minutes. I don't mean that. I gotta get back.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I gotta get back into the work chat here in about 5 minutes. But
I understand. Thanks for your time and all best wishes for the new year. Maybe we should. We called each other like in the end of summer somewhere. That was a nice call. We should maybe do that again someday, or if you ever plan on visiting Liberland, know that you are welcome. So you don't, or how to say, don't worry about finding your way around because I'm here,
I was telling my wife about that talk. So yeah, it's always good to talk to you guys. You and Johan, you guys are interesting guys. I always like to hear your insights. You're calculated. You're not groupthink. So I always appreciate how you guys look at things.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah, and if you guys ever come to the U.S., you better look me up. I'll be offended if you don't.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry. But I think the chance is small because it's not really on my wish list.
Well, you don't like large centralized governments. You don't want to travel to the world.
I'm so happy, man. I got a little farm, and my outlook for the next year is to get something like a goat or some animal that gives me some kind of food and grow a farm. Donkey.
Donkey milk.
But the problem with that the most expensive cheese in the world is created in Serbia from donkey milk.
Really?
It's really true. But or one of the most expensive cheeses, but because the donkey gives so little milk and they are very difficult they need a lot of space.
Scarcity.
It's a delicacy, yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm looking forward to focusing on that a little bit. I'm planning to step away from my to wash my nose once, more often,
But if the price from donkey milk is so expensive, then people are going to have a huge amount of donkeys to produce more milk, and then the price of donkey milk goes down.
The cheese I'm gonna make from my donkey milk is not gonna be for sale anyway. So
it's all for private consumption.
Only, oh yes, we will make some nice dishes with that, and I'm looking forward to making that happen. So that's my
all right,
outlook.
Gentlemen. I wish you nothing but blessings this year, financially and from a family perspective as well, and everything else. So I hope you guys have a great year. As always, I hope I'm invited back next year.
For sure.
Always.
Yeah.
Yes. We will see how it goes. But... All right.
Great.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time.
Absolutely. I wish I could stay longer. I'll see you guys soon.
All right.
Right.
All right.
Okay,
so now we get
the next guest is Bitcoin Cash TV.
Yes, but he has a 15 minute. Let's see.
Yeah.
Because he was only available 4:15.
Yeah.
So.
But then I just fill the time with more music. Then we can have you can get something to eat.
Something to eat. I eat when we are finished, Johan.
Okay.
No. I will try and find some. I have, for example, Twan Manders.
Ja, nee, maar I think we do a longer break then.
Longer break. Yeah, maybe okay. I will send a message to Jeremy.
I get something to eat. Because I'm getting hungry.
All right.
Yeah.
Give me a second, and then I will invite, and we'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes then.
Oh,
I will.
Yeah, 5 or 10. Yeah.
What?
Then I'll just do the commercial from Rod Chauffeur.
Yeah, do that. Run a double commercial.
Yeah. Right, here we go. Okay.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Roger now. His light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, free Roger now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won, the battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Raja now, let the fire never die.
That's right. All they ever want to achieve
chained, unbound, a dream so pure, but shadows crept where light was sure. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, where freedom dwells with state has no control. From coffee trades to illicit deals, the cypherpunks dream felt so real. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, the potential of Bitcoin was so full, yet with each fork a kingdom rose, a battlefield where visions flow. Decentralized, a voice so strong, now muffled by those who played it wrong. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Who fall for the unchained now see the promise tarnished strain. They built an empire to tear down walls, but now it's ruled by conference halls. Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the past, where the state's grip failed to hold fast. Take me back, take me there, to freedom's promise beyond despair. public interest, the heart of the fight, to keep it a treasure, not a user's right. Bitcoin Cash rose to carry the flame, a fork of the vision to honor the name. Yet battles rage on in the digital ground for the soul of the legend where truth is found. Hijacked dreams, but hope still remains. A fork in the road, a break from the chains. Digital gold or cash for the free. The fight for Bitcoin's always made. In the glow of the blockchain, the battle goes on for a system of freedom where all belong.
In the halls of corruption, the printing press hums, inflating our hopes till collapse surely comes. They steal your labor with a hidden hand, a paper promise backed by quicksand. But freedom calls a brighter way, where gold and crypto pave the day. No more devaluation, no silent theft, a future secured. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. The peso's a scam, the dollar's no friend. They devalue your life while they pretend. But in the blockchain there's a beacon of trust, and gold's eternal, immune to the rust. The people rise, the fraud exposed, a free economy where wealth is chose. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. Every coin you hold is your voice. Decentralized power, your sovereign choice. No inflation, no theft, just what you've earned. A new revolution, the tables have turned. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. things. Gold and crypto will lead the fight for a future that's honest, fair, and bright.
In a world bound by chains, where trust was hard to find, a new light broke through the digital sky, a revolution forged in code, a promise of freedom, unstoppable. The saw begin, the goal lights you. It's more than currency, it's a movement. It's the people's voice, it's the future. Bitcoin. I read the white paper, a light so bright. Decentralized freedom, power and might. A chain unbroken, secure and strong. Peer-to-peer trust that moves us along. Bitcoin, oh, Bitcoin. Oh, bringing freedom wide, breaking chains of pride.
Yeah. What you heard was a gospel song about Bitcoin. And,
With the new AI directors of music, Johan is pressing out more albums.
Some songs were made by a human, Jan Mark.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we have a very special guest, Jeremy.
Yes.
You're from Bitcoin Cash TV?
No,
Bitcoin Cash podcast.
Podcast. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, well,
Bitcoin Cash TV is great as well. I love B-Chad. He's a good mate of mine. He's amazing.
I tried to get you on board, but he couldn't get off from work. And so it's you again, which doesn't harm at all, because last year we met for the first time and it was a great conversation. So with what we've been doing with most of the guests, how has the year been? And what is the outlook for the new year? That's basically a bit of the starter, Jeremy. And also, of course, for you at the end of the conversation, we do the raffle. So maybe think of a coin that you like our audience to know more about or win a bit from. And yeah, let's see where it takes us.
Which coin are we going to give away?
Bitcoin Cash. It's got to be, right?
All right.
Can't be shilling anything else, you know.
So far, nobody today gave me a coin I don't hold already. So it's just coming from the stash.
What other options did people pick?
We had the previous guest picked Near. We had Dash. We had eCash.
Yeah.
We had
no Ethereum,
and
no
Vlad,
BTC.
No Ethereum, no BTC. Vlad Kostea gave away one copy of the Bitcoin Takeover Privacy magazine. So that was
e-Gulden and
e-Gulden and Aurora coin as community coins. So $10 of each, and the magazine. It's maybe we should have left the magazine for the jackpot at the end, but we already gave it away, so it cannot be changed. It's an immutable transaction.
So write your name on the wheel if you want to win.
Yeah, we today is in the sign of, I don't know if you remember from last year, I wanted to avoid the maximalists, and that was a little bit my take on everything. This year we are asking for more information, more attention towards the freerogerver.org petition that is still happening. So that is a little starter maybe to the conversation or little intro.
So write down to win 0.02 Bitcoin Cash. I think that's about $10.
$10, about.
Then you know how often I use Bitcoin Cash, because
it comes straight off the top of the mind.
I do my shopping with Bitcoin Cash. So there's still no name on the wheel, but you have like 45 minutes or something to write your name.
All right.
You need to be on Twitch, by the way.
So Jeremy, how did you recover from the New Year's Eve party, or did you have a party?
Well, yes, I went out into the city centre. and had a couple of drinks, I must admit.
Of which city do you mind sharing?
I'm in Spain. I'm not going to say where in Spain, but I was in Spain. And one thing that surprised me is there was, crowds around, obviously for New Year's, but Spanish people are very calm. So even in a large crowd, with people drinking and so forth, right? It was still very low key. People were very relaxed, but they have a tradition here in Spain, which is that when it's New Year's, you eat 12 grapes. So everybody has prepared, and they sell them in the supermarkets, these little clock wheel things with 12 grapes in it. And then it hits midnight and you've got to just knock down 12 grapes on each count of the chime of the clock. Yeah, I never heard of this before. So I had to just shovel down a bunch of these grapes. I like grapes actually, so it was I didn't have any problem with that, but I just thought that was a very interesting. Nobody explained to me why that has become a tradition either, but it was kind of different. Yeah. And then I had some drinks, and then I had a very slow New Year's Day on the 1st of January. I was quite wiped out. I didn't even get up until at least 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I didn't get super drunk, but I did just have a couple of beers, and we were out late. So
the years that start to count, maybe.
Yes. Well, I guess let me tell you. Yeah, this year I'm certainly feeling it a lot more than I was 3 or 4 years ago. It does get you eventually. It used to be that a couple beers I wouldn't even notice. And I'm still fit as well. That's the other thing. It's not like I've become unfit or I'm not healthy. It's just the age gets you eventually.
Yeah. I was thinking, wow, we're already a quarter century in this new century,
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good point. What is this century going to be known for in hindsight? It's going to be social media, I guess, would be the biggest story if you had to say on a world history perspective of what has changed the most in humanity. I mean, obviously the internet has become more prominent generally, but I'd say social media by far the most impactful point of that.
If I would respond to on a more personal level to that question, I would say the Twin Towers attack happened in the first year, 2001, and for since that narrative hasn't been broken yet. In a way, that I'm too young to know all about the narrative ahead of time. I always pick my 9/11 moment, but also with counting as a century, what will it be known for? I think that story is still, we still have to uncover it in some way.
If you look back to the beginning of the 20th century, then you had the attack on a marine ship from at Cuba and they blamed the Spanish army for it. But later we know that America blew their own ship up, so they could get involved in the war. And yeah, it's a false flag operation. And back then it was a big deal, but now nobody knows it.
Oh yeah.
No, that does ring a bell because I've been to Cuba, and when I was in Cuba, I was just there for a few days, and we had a sort of tour guided thing, and he talked about that incident. I remember, and he explained about the whole history with Castro and Che Guevara and all that. That is honestly an unbelievable story when you look into it. They literally just came over on these boats and landed on the edge and then sort of took over the whole island with guerrilla warfare. It's crazy, but
it was the end of the Spanish Empire, by the way. America took over ended the whole Spanish Empire with that one ship that blew up.
Yeah, it's amazing. History is just. But anyway, the reason that I thought of it, not only because you brought it up, but it was so interesting hearing the sort of the tour guide's explanation of what had happened. And I'm not an expert in that, so what am I going to know? It's the truth or not. But it's just very interesting because what you notice immediately is that it's completely different to what somebody else in America would tell you about whatever was going on at that time. And so it really just, you get sometimes those visceral moments of experience with history, is a very complicated thing, and nobody knows all the history. People have their version of what they think happened, and reality flows from that. But you can have very distorted or different opinions that might even both have some of the truth in it. And I think that's, if we come into 2024, that's, you said people were talking about the hijacking Bitcoin and the release of that. For me, that was the biggest story in crypto by far.
Yeah, for me too.
The whole year.
I agree with
just
that.
Massive. Just massive.
Personally, I think you never know what history will become eventually. But if I put on my hat, or my Nostradamus hat, I think it's that Bitcoin or at least cryptocurrency will be a very important role. Just like the age of central bank started with the formation of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that shapes society in a way. That's you can see that today, and our society today has been shaped by that central banking system.
Because we got consumerism because of the central banks and all the world wars.
So
yeah, because the everything leads back to this what was it, Jekyll Bay event?
Jekyll Island, yeah.
Jekyll Island, yeah.
It's such I've never figured out why the name of that is the way it is, whether it's a coincidence or not, because, there's the book, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, about the guy who is like transforming into a monster, and he has a sort of split personality. And that's the same name as that Jekyll Island.
I don't think it's correlated. Maybe coincidence with.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Yeah.
All these Disney covers also have a different meaning,
Yeah.
Seems too weird to be a coincidence to me, but I've never looked into it, so I don't know.
Hey, and so you've been making podcasts all year long. How many did you do? What do you have a good estimation of that?
Well, we're now up to episode 138, and I think we started the year at 102. So I think we made 36 or maybe 37 episodes. I don't do it weekly. That's one thing I know for sure, is it's not like we have a weekly show every week and we do 52. I try and target 3 per month. So I think maybe we came out perfectly on that 36 3 per month shows. I mean, they're pretty long shows. We do full like 2 hours and everything. And we try and, have a whole plan for all of that. It's not just like live streaming banter or something, which is honestly very impressive. I know you guys, other people that are doing these multi-hour streams and stuff. Like, there's a lot that goes into that.
We were very happy that you were that your schedule was 15 minutes different, because we had a little snack and I had time for a beer. So
yeah. But I was very happy with that. 36
is a nice number, man. It's more about quality than quantity, of course. If you feel, you have to feel happy with the content you produce, and it goes automatic in a way. But I have been not streaming a lot last year. I don't know if I told you that, but I was crowdfunding myself to buy a house, and I managed. We got it done.
Oh, congratulations!
So I'm now in the new studio in the new location. And that cost a lot of time, though, and. It did change my mind a lot, because now all of a sudden I got a house to take care of, and before it was always a little bit fun and games, and just like you said, you start feeling that the days count, So my mind, I'm setting different priorities. Let's say it like that, and I still believe that Trump can be used as a kind of fall guy. Like, if the system ever has to crash, we will use him as a president, or that is the time frame that's going to happen. So I am prepper since 10 years, and I will just now with my own house. So I will focus on hopefully making a nice garden where I can grow my own food, that kind of things.
Yeah, well, I'm from Australia, right? And one thing that's very famous expression in Australia is they say a man's house is his castle. That's what it sounds like to me, and there's a very famous movie called The Castle, which is a comedy movie about a guy who has his house, and then some big corporation wants to put, a block of flats there or something, and he doesn't want to let them, and it turns into this whole story. But that really is just I don't own a house, but you really get a sense of that then once it's like, okay, this is my physical boundary, it's like the land that you have conquered. And then you have to protect, and your point of view is going to be very focused on that once you are settled in one place. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's also that, for example, one of many examples. But when I bought the house, and you tell people about that success on Twitter, for example, which maybe you shouldn't be bragging about it, but it's my way of legitimizing and showing that there is a use case with crypto and that you can just live with it, because I've been celebrating my unbanked existence last month for 10 years, for a decade of So I always, if I have a success, I share that, and that's why I do these public things. And so I share that I bought that house, and you are so stupid. The bull market is about to start, and no, but my friend now pays for his medical bills, and it's not even about that, but it's more like if everybody thinks their life is so fine, then let me just also live a fine life, because it is nice, and just live the moment and enjoy it. And if the people start to change their thinking, if the narrative really starts changing, the history is there, and you have shown your steps. And that's also why 138 episode is has a great value, not monetary wise per se, but just more to show people what you are about. And
you can die any moment.
Yes, of course.
Why would you want to be the richest crypto guy on the graveyard,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great saying. That's a great way of putting it. But I think it's true. It's because people, a lot of people in cryptocurrency, as we know, got so lost in that whole idea of trying to stack up more wealth and I'm going to be rich in this future. It's like they're sold this dream, which maybe it comes true or maybe it doesn't. I mean, I honestly find it very ironic that they say, well, Bitcoin has gone from $1 to $100,000, therefore it will go from 100,000 to 100 million. And you're like, that's not how anything in the world works. The past is not the future. Otherwise, you're not early. People think they're not early, but they think they're going to speculate their way into riches, and they lose track of the fact that money is about your life. There's a 0 point to money except to swap it for something else. So you have to spend it, or you should spend it on, getting a better house, going out for a nice dinner, going traveling, learning some new skills, getting some private tutors or whatever it is. And that's the actual value that you only realize at the point you actually spend the money, not at the point that you earn it. But people just get that completely backwards.
We're on the brink of a nuclear war, so good luck with your plans for Bitcoin at $1 million.
It keeps on going. We might die tomorrow. Nuclear war.
You never know what the future.
It is going to be a very exciting year in a way, I think, and that's my prediction. But I'm curious to what you maybe see happening. It doesn't even have to be about what we're talking now, like politics in a way. Maybe just for yourself or for, some goals you have set.
Yes. So last year, so I said I'm in Spain. Last year I was in the UK, right? So that's been, for me personally, my theme for 2024 was that I relocated from the UK to Spain, which has made a huge difference in my life in a number of fronts. The weather is obviously much better and I'm much happier, but also, for me, it marked a big turning point because you spend time in doing that. Firstly, you have to let go of the things that you had where you were, not only just the physical stuff, but your routines and the people that I used to see regularly and a lot of those aspects to my life. So, and I was ready for that. I wanted to do that. So it was important and I was glad to do it, but it was still a bit of a process. And then with the new place, you also get a fresh start on that in terms of fresh routines. You maybe meet a completely new, different set of people. You find yourself in a little slice of the world, and it's just so amazing to remind me how different, how many realities there are. It doesn't seem that way on a daily basis because we just go online and we see people from all around the world and we think, yeah, whatever. But just truly every different place in the world is a different stream of reality. And
they don't eat grapes everywhere,
That's right. Exactly. Just all kinds of random stuff that being in a new place teaches you. That it was like I had never have heard of that or never had any reason to know that, except that I was here now, and anywhere else that I went would teach me, different lessons. So that was for 2024. It was really a transition from one to the other, but it was deliberate because for 2025, it's now going to be the opposite, which is that my plan this year is to not be doing too many different things, not trying to shake up anything. Instead, it's going to be do more of what is already working. I don't need to, I'm just moving around here and there or trying to, change my job or anything like that. I'm not interested. I've done plenty of that in the past and maybe in the future as well too. But for 2025, for me personally, it's going to be about expanding on the basis of what I'm already doing. Right. So like with the podcast, it's already working and I don't need to, I will change things obviously, but it's not, it's only tweaking things. It's not, let's start a different show or let me give up the podcast and become a painter or anything. It's just, let's put more effort into the car that already has momentum, basically.
You are confident about your direction. That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. And I think we are in the right track in a way, because if you look at how crazy some of the people have gotten over the years, and how sane, well, today's guests at least, I'm wearing a clown wig. I understand that, but no, I'm also, the Trump effect will have a big impact on crypto, I think, because that's apparently how it's been played ever since the elections. The prices were allowed to rise, if I can say it like that. So I'm curious to see how it will play out. If there's really going to be a strategic Bitcoin reserve, then I'm not so excited about it, but what do you think?
I don't know about that. I don't see that as being. It's a very trendy for everyone to talk about it and jump on the political bandwagon about that at the moment, and maybe it will come to pass. I'm not saying we should rule it out or anything, but I think it might be. It's kind of reminds me a lot of things like mining regulation. There was every 5 years. The government starts going, we got to regulate mining and we got to figure this out, and etc. And they do that for about 3 to 6 months. And then they kind of get distracted with something else that's happening and they forget about it and it never happens, right? I sort of feel like that might be the same. Like right now, okay, we got to get elected. Bitcoiners are a big demographic. Crypto is in everyone's mind. A strategic reserve. We got it, Trump was in there. RFK was in there. Like different people were all trying to get on that narrative. And then in 3 months' time or in 6 months' time, suddenly it'll be AI is the blah, 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 whatever. Everything will switch onto that. And then like whatever billions of dollars they needed to put into Bitcoin, it will all just have vanished in the fairy dust and they'll be onto something new. That's my thought.
There's one financial analyzer that I follow, and he is looking at the global money printing, how much money is created globally, not just the US. And he has a graphic about the price of Bitcoin, the creation of money worldwide. And so he made and he was looking at what they were going to print in the near future, what they already said that they would going to print. And then based on that, he made a graphic when the Bitcoin would go up. And until now, that was there was he predicted, So if Trump was not elected, then the price would also go up.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We will never know.
Bitcoin is barely. I mean, yeah, that's right. BTC is barely at the moment overperforming the what's it called? 10% yearly, right? If it's gone up about 40% in the last 4 years, and maybe it does that all at one moment rather than statically, year by year. But if BTC is barely outperforming the stock market, which it isn't, then so much of all this nonsense that we all have to read every day about, I'm going to get rich on BTC, will start to die, just because people will be like, where's my huge gains? There's not people making life-changing money. The people who've made it have made it, and now they're on to the next thing. And the people who are still sucked in, the idiots at the end of the funnel, they're just going to they're going to not do okay. They're not going to do terribly, but they're not going to be finding in 3 years that they are in their private mansion or whatever with all their BTC gains. And so that's going to do so much, I think, to help the state of discussion around cryptocurrency internally and externally as well, because suddenly everyone will be like, what are we even doing here if we're not trying to get, what's the actual point? And then they get back to the fundamentals and read up on the history and sort of slowly try and figure it out,
Especially because I personally believe in the hyperinflation of cryptos at the moment. All the new coins are being brought in circulation right now, which is a tremendous pressure down on the price. And once that ends or gets less, just like with Bitcoin, just like it does with Bitcoin, I think all of the altcoins that survive are going to outperform Bitcoin at some point in time and move towards what I call fair value, which is not all coins have a fair value. For example, with Doge, it's, with the tail emission, it's changing, but and those people who go into the coin to get that money will miss out on that great opportunity simply because they are so blinded by their hypnosis at that moment. And it's
so ironic, right? Is that I have people who write to me all the time, especially because I have the branding with Bitcoin Cash and stuff. They write to me all the time. Oh, you're in Bitcoin Cash, you're getting poor, etc. Which, I mean, firstly, it's complete speculation. They don't know my financial situation. That's the funny. But the second thing is, like, this is all the people that I would have told about Bitcoin 10 years ago, and I would have said to them, "Look, Bitcoin is the next thing. It's going to like skyrocket in value. Like there's it's this amazing technology, etc., etc., etc." And at that time, they were the people who told me, "You're an idiot. You don't know anything." Blah 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 blah. And then now here we are, 10 years later, and I have moved the ball, and they've caught up to where I used to be, and their confidence is yet again sky high that they know exactly what's going on. And it's like you can't explain to them because you can't even point that out to them. Their mind cannot comprehend this logic that, like, this guy knew, a lot of people knew, people who are ahead of the curve by definition are always fighting the minority. So you just get to a point in time where you're like, oh, I'm once again in that 2% or that 5% that everybody's going to be doubting. And by the time they've caught up, I'll be on to the next thing. And once you just accept that process, it's never bothers you, basically.
I wanted to maybe bring up this because now you live in Spain, so you're within the EU, from the UK, which is not anymore.
Not technically not, yes.
So I've shared this story before today, but I will repeat it with you. How crypto regulations are really stepping up or really increasing this year, or they have been increasing over the years, but there is also a new legislation in place in the EU, which is the carbon emission, CBAM is what I refer to if I talk about it. And Stripe, a couple of days ago, sent out a message that all Bitcoin transactions from EU citizens have to be traced and tracked. And my prediction, because now I remember why it triggered me. Johan said, if Trump wouldn't have won, the price would have also gone up. I think a lot of this movement of the price or the increase in price will be taken away by governments, because they are going to put huge carbon emission on every Bitcoin transaction that happens. If you read the news, then you know that Bitcoin isn't the most green solution, for at least in the newspaper.
That calculation is based on nonsense, but
okay,
anyway.
We had, for example, the Aurora coin developer.
Are they going to tax also all the gamers?
Yeah, of course. No, but
people who have
never mind the AI companies. What about them?
Yeah, but so there is also green energy involved, and I do think there is a solution that is allowed to cost a little bit of energy, if it makes life more easy. But so that is my take on if Trump would not have won, those regulations would have more easily come to the US, and then it's more easy for them to let the price of Bitcoin go up, because everybody who uses it then is going to pay a huge amount of carbon credits for every transaction. And I don't know if Trump is going to stop that. I can see him also confiscating all the ETFs, It's all possible.
The same guy who had all these COVID regulations.
Yeah, he was very proud of his project Warp Speed.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it all plays out. I mean, I tend to think that the law is playing catch up. That's how it works. First you have technology changes. That's kind of the driver of what's happening in society. Technology changes, and then that flows into culture, and then that flows into economics, and then it flows into politics. And then from there, it flows into law. So law is basically dragging along behind the force of everything else. The law is always trying to fill in the gaps. Like, people only start worrying in having lawsuits about things once the technology is already developed and people are using it and people have made a lot of money and everyone's talking about it. That's when the lawsuits start. So I think with this kind of carbon credits and regulation and stuff like that, that's kind of secondary to the fact that adoption is growing, and therefore all these regulations and whatever are being created. They aren't going to be enforced, really. And then when it finally comes down to getting litigated for real, it'll be like, okay, well, by this point, there's already so many people using it. It's obviously not enforceable so then they cut it back to something that's more reasonable, basically.
Yeah. But those laws, like, you have the prisoners have this chain with this used ball. How do you call it in English?
A ball and chain. They just call it ball and chain.
Okay, yeah. The law is like a ball and chain for humanity. They never can get forward because they always stuck on this ball and chain.
Well, maybe. I mean, I think the law is very, very valuable. Like, I studied law at university, and so I have a lot of interest in it. And so, yeah, well, either way, it's not the case that zero regulations is the optimal amount. There's got to be some amount, but the problem with it is just that there's a lot of people who don't really see the bigger picture. It's a bit true by definition. It's the same way that it's not like the idea of having police in society is 100% a terrible idea, but it is true that the people who become the police are the ones who most want to have an authoritative, violent way of enforcing things, right? So
want to have free drugs.
Exactly. So then it's the same with the law. It's like, not really that the law itself is a problem or a bad idea. It's just that it's mostly the people who are drawn to that idea of controlling people and giving some rules as to who can do what, etc., who become the most influential in that field, and then that's how you get the outcome that you get. So,
by the way, you can still add your name on the spinning wheel. Just go to Twitch and then to Vrijheidradio on Twitch and type in anything in the chat.
No, it's the wrong. Let me call out the amount.
0.02
so that people know what they will win. I will check the price now for
cash.
2 million Satoshis, right? 2 million Bitcoin Cash Satoshis.
Well, yeah, let's see. I think something like that sounds good. Yes. Okay.
And the Aurora
right.
guy is back.
Yeah, I was really, or how to say it differently, I'm not expecting, but I can't believe Bitcoin Cash is still this cheap. If you see all the updates, basically, you know.
So I'm going to jump back in because I heard Aurora Coin mentioned a little bit ago, but I've actually been here this whole time.
We were talking about the carbon footprint of crypto, and then you are in Iceland talking with people about crypto mining from more green solutions than just burning oil. So
yeah, I mean, if I had a spare couple of $1,000, I would buy a few 100 terahash miners, which seems to kind of match our low hash rate here recently on SHA-256, because I've mined on mining pools over the years, and it's like, it's hardly ever profitable because there's a big markup when you're renting equipment. And I've talked to a number of people who have workspaces that electricity is included, and also a lot of people who produce their own electricity here. And when they don't use it, they store it in a battery. But like, if the battery's full or whatever, they use it for what they need to use it for, and then they can switch it to mining. So for me, it's really just an issue of trying to find some capital or some angel miner who help me get a hold of some miners. I should have some luck from one of our team members. He's in the Netherlands, but he's a little bit of a remote access. At any rate, so that's a really interesting part of Iceland. I think it would be a great thing to be proud of. In
that way, your story makes it unique that you have that location, and this year I think will be the bull market of many coins are gonna rise this year. At least that's my prediction. No financial advice and things, but I'm
planning on it. In fact, if everything goes as planned, I will have a few extra $1,000 that I wouldn't mind investing in this mining equipment, because I'm already running a mining pool called Valhalla.is, just one L, well two, but so yeah, everything's kind of set up there. And then also I was going to mention something about, you were mentioning that you're a lawyer, and the what was I going to say? Because I was just talking to a friend. Have you heard all the rumors about the U.S. and Trump administration seriously looking at income tax laws? And like, for one thing, I definitely heard that they were thinking about removing the requirement for American expats.
Can I tell you something? They started that story only 2 weeks before the elections happened, and about 2 weeks prior to that, I started to write income. My new stream is called "Income Tax is Slavery." Is the subtitle of my stream, and that started in September. And now Trump is talking about exiting, and I believe the "income tax is slavery" quote can be so triggering to people that we could start a discussion with that quote. I know.
No, I mean it's almost 100. It's pretty much 100% verified that it's voluntary in the United States.
Of course, in the Netherlands, it's also completely voluntary to
only capital gains, which is like because you actually made money. You didn't exchange your time for a
But
paycheck.
you kind of also have to accept the consequence of not paying that income tax, because there is.
Yeah, I heard somebody recently, they were saying, like, you know what your income tax goes for? Or do you know why you pay income tax? So you don't go to jail. That's basically it. It's not because they need the money, right? So it's really funny because, yeah, like my friend who, he jumps into some rabbit holes like I do, but, have some level of like, discernment. We've heard a lot about Trump thinking about abolishing the income tax. I mean, it would be so genius. Everybody would have an extra $2,000-3,000 a month of disposable income. And who knows what's in the cards, right?
I am personally very curious to hear Aaron's take on this after we spin the wheel and announce once more the freerogernow.org website to the followers.
Because go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we will play a little music that Johan created with AI this morning, Johan, or yesterday.
No, before the show, but first we go.
And we can do a little introduction with each other, so we have the direction for the next hour, and we give ourselves a 4-minute moment for that.
And first, I have to do something else.
You spin the wheel to the. No.
Just a moment, can you, I have to. I went offline on the Facebook stream. So I have to get
Facebook
there.
Stream, Johan. Why don't you have an X Premium yet?
Viewers there.
Yeah, because there's a lot of talk about loans and usury lately. In the last week in the news, there's been some talk about like whether a special class is able to get 0% interest loans because it's against their, but like, it's like when you get a house loan and like, okay, the house doesn't belong to the bank or whatever, but then it's put up for collateral and then they create the money, they give it to you, and then you have to pay them back for interest. And people are like waking up to the fact, like in the future, if you if you don't make your payments, the bank can't prove that they're at a loss because it wasn't their house. They've only been paid. So there's something kind of going on with this, but like, it's funny because we're in a maritime law legal system as well, right? And I'll just like, cut to the chase, like as a ardent believer in the gospel, there's authority that supersedes these maritime courts and these, you may have to,
So my solution to that would be to just declare yourself an alien and say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Judge, but I only give my defend myself on the court of interstellar galactics."
Okay, it's pretty much the same thing that I'm getting at. Just to exactly. I'm like I answer to a higher authority. You don't have. Of course, you have to be careful about what you say. Probably want to keep your mouth shut the whole time. But the thing is that we have to embrace. We have to use our authority that we have as caring, intelligent, loving, enthusiastic, creative humans as we, tackle this opportunity that has come along that we can now monetize data streams cryptographically.
I agree with you 100%. It's just that the majority of people haven't figured it out yet.
Exactly, but that's why I brought this all up, because I heard just today my friend was talking about that, and I would like to hear that your legal thoughts on that, because again, for me, it's like they're not going to be able to get my private key or my passphrase. I don't think. Maybe I would give it to them, but like they can't take anything from me. So how many people will have to be a little tiny martyr before things change? And I'm not talking about a big. I mean, it's ridiculous the things that we're seeing and what's happening to people. But like, there's been an awakening about there's something going on.
We are doing it. We are doing it, everybody.
Yeah,
it's happening. I feel it also. I think it's. I think it is.
And like I said, I think we have to claim our authority.
Johan, how is your wheel going?
I can just spin the wheel. Yeah, Facebook is not working. I have no idea why, but
it's okay. Probably because we've been going for over 6 hours by now, so we've been just cut out.
Well, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and now you're too late.
Oh yeah, let me check this wheel. 0.02 Bitcoin Cash.
Going to be ends with 01.
check.
Yeah, Aurora coin is the winner.
Aurora coin. All right. Congrats, Mikael.
Yes. Congratulations.
First win of the day. I only participated for the copy of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast Privacy Magazine, which I unfortunately didn't win.
There's a free copy.
What is that? Is it a subscription, or do you get like a hard copy?
No, you get a hard copy, and he's gonna sign it. Vlad says he's gonna sign it for you also. So
the site looks really nice. So yeah.
Let's do a little song, Johan, and then when we come back, we got Aaron R. Day, who is already here. Aaron, congratulations. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
All right. I'm looking forward to our chat, and can we do that, Johan? Little song.
We're going to a little musical intermezzo to remind everybody that Roger Ver. You can sign the petition.
Sign the petition.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. Light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won. The battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, Free Roger now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Roger now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Roger now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Roger now, let the fire never die.
Yeah. And we're back again. And
nothing happened, people. We are back with Aaron. That's what happened.
Yeah, we're back with Aaron Day. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have now that I'm drinking my second beer of 2025, I feel like I recovered, because near Liberland they like to brew their own hard liquor, and I can tell you it's very hard. So no, I'm feeling we are doing well. We had a great stream already, and with you here now, I feel like it's going to be even better. So I'm looking forward to the conversation, and in a way, I always allow the people to choose their own topic. And with you, it's going to be no different. We might talk a little bit CBDC. Maybe you want to talk about the new regulations in the EU that's made Stripe send out a tweet on the 1st of January, how all Bitcoins are going to be registered because the COVID loans of the EU need to be paid back with carbon tax. But let's see where it goes.
Okay. Whoever could have predicted something like that?
Yeah, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah. Great. Well, I mean, there's certainly a lot to discuss. I mean, as you mentioned at the outset, I mean, last year was a really interesting year. I mean, in many ways, it was. Well, I guess I'll take a step back. Starting in 2022, I kind of realized coming out of COVID that CBDCs were probably the biggest single threat to human liberty. And this came about through kind of a long process. I used to be a really hardcore liberty activist in New Hampshire, ended up getting involved in $280 million worth of lawsuits. I was the defendant, so I got an advanced preview of lawfare. And so I kind of exited the activism space and fought this lawsuit for 5.5 years, finally resolving it. And that's a separate story for a different day. And wasn't planning on getting back involved necessarily into activism, but I saw after COVID tyranny that people at the intersection of liberty and crypto were very specifically being targeted, and friends of mine. So Ian Freeman, who is the co-host of Free Talk Live, who's one of the reasons I moved to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project, was targeted by the federal government, was raided. And I mean, at the time, he wasn't even in prison. But, you know, what was going on with his situation and the fact that Jeremy Kauffman, another Free Stater who created library.com, had been targeted by the SEC for 5 years. I wanted to look into, why is this happening? Why is this specifically occurring with people at this intersection of liberty and crypto? And that's when I discovered how far along CBDCs were, because I mean, certainly I'd heard about CBDCs and was tracking them generally, but I didn't realize that we had gone from basically 35 countries researching them in 2020 to today, where 134 countries representing 98% of the global GDP are at some stage of researching or rolling out. I mean, 11 countries have rolled out CBDCs. There are now more CBDC accounts than crypto accounts. And what I found as I was researching this is that the reason that they were targeting people in the Liberty cryptosphere was to block off competition. so that when they roll out a CBDC, people have no alternative. And that is exactly why they were going after people like Ian and others. And so I wrote this book called The Final Countdown, and I really wanted to do everything I can to warn people. So I even ran for president, not to actually win, but to elevate this issue, specifically in the Republican primary. I mean, I'm a libertarian, but I wanted a platform. I wanted to try to get involved in the debates and try to elevate this issue because I was so alarmed by it. And in that process, I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy. He read my book. He actually came out and he pushed Trump to come out against CBDCs in my home state of New Hampshire before the primary, in part due to my incessant hounding him on this issue. Not that that means anything, by the way. I think that in many respects, Trump saying he's against CBDCs probably gives people a false sense of security. Okay. But as this is going on, so Ian, he has me on Free Talk Live. We show up for his sentencing hearing. My wife and I show up for his sentencing hearing. And I actually reached out to Roger Ver because Roger learned about Bitcoin from Ian Freeman from Free Talk Live. And so I said, hey, Roger, you have 750,000 followers on X. Would you mind shooting out this message trying to get people, because we wanted to pack the courtroom and show support for Ian. And so he did. And again, remember, and I'm now at this point, I'm going around the country. I've been to 22 states. I'm finding out that people know nothing about CBDCs. And so I'm trying to raise the alarm bells. But like, you could measure my presentation by which new person that I know was thrown in prison. Like it became really challenging to do the presentation. I mean, I remember the very first time I gave the presentation, Aria DeMezzo, who was one of the Crypto Six, she had to check into prison the next Tuesday after PorcFest. So she was trying to find someone to take her golden retriever. So that was my first talk. And then every other time I do these talks, well, 7.5 months after Roger promotes Ian's event, he gets arrested in Spain. And so, and now is facing 109 years. And I'm sure you've already talked about that since this is the theme of this. And so immediately when Roger was arrested in Spain, I'm like, look, the whole thing I've been doing is trying to warn people about this. I knew this wasn't just a typical extortion from the IRS to try to get money out of them. Yeah. I knew that this was something much more than that. And so, that's
maybe why they also did it in Spain. I don't know how often Roger is in the United States. So maybe he's probably never there.
It's the same country where John McAfee was arrested. And
if they got a good connection with Spain, they can just wait until he visits Spain once, and then they take it, and then it's waiting for that. And maybe they even host a conference and invite them themselves to get him to Spain. Things like that can happen.
Aaron.
So he had just published Hijacking Bitcoin, and I interviewed him about it. And so it was like three weeks after that, coincidentally, for timing, that he was arrested in Spain. But I mean, to that point, I was talking to him before this, and he was in Asia, and then he was in UAE. He wasn't scheduled to speak in Spain. So I think people have to understand. I mean, think about it. It's law enforcement. There's a lot of work and a lot of planning that had to go into knowing that he was going to be in Spain, particularly given the fact that he wasn't even speaking at the conference. So, I mean, this was a highly organized situation where he was clearly heavily surveilled. And so when he was originally arrested, I was actually afraid for his life because we know McAfee died.
Yes.
McAfee spent 8 months fighting extradition, lost his final appeal, and then 24 hours later, he ended up dead under whatever we'll just call it mysterious circumstances. And so I was like, nobody's talking about this. It actually took several days from the time he was arrested until it was even announced that he was in prison. And I remember I had been texting him, DMing him, and he's usually really responsive. And I hadn't heard back for a few days. I'm like, this is really weird. Maybe he's traveling. And then all of a sudden this, press release hits. And so, then that I've been spending a lot of time on that ever since. Although when he got out on bail, I thought, well, maybe this is just extortion and his lawyers will resolve it. And then 1 month goes by, 2 months goes by, 3 months goes by. And during this whole process, FTX settles billions of dollars of tax liability for pennies on the dollar. Michael Saylor settles his tax issues for whatever, $40 million in DC. And so I'm like, wow, this is completely political. And this is intended to have a chilling effect, not only on hijacking Bitcoin, but on what Roger's recent, kind of discussion about Zeno and privacy coins and everything else. And they are trying to make an example of them. And through this process, I met somebody that worked at the IRS who said that the IRS, their number one hiring area with these 87,000 new IRS agents is crypto enforcement. So literally, if they're successful in this completely manufactured case against Roger, it will set loose thousands of additional IRS agents to go after everybody else. And so that has turned into a focus of mine, one of the focuses, which is to really try to understand what is going on with Roger's case.
Let me ask you, do you think Trump is going to make a difference in that? Is that going to be 4 years of buying time until it's going wrong anyway, or?
So I'm really conflicted on this. I'm going to be completely honest with you about all of this, which is that Trump's crypto policy is horrible. I think there's going to be more damage done from a crypto perspective.
I read it as confiscation of ETFs. That's basically what's going to happen.
It's confiscation of ETFs, but then this Bitcoin strategic reserve. And then if you read the bills that this Senator Cynthia Lummis has drafted, it's all about banning algorithmic stablecoins and putting a structure in place so that only large U.S. banks can issue stablecoins. While a bank issued a JP Morgan coin is indistinguishable from a CBDC. And this is the Republican strategy for this. And so everybody's cheering this on. I just saw a picture of Michael Saylor standing next to Eric Trump. And so the problem with this is, how do you message this? Because, okay, on the one hand, Roger's Bitcoin Jesus, but on the other hand, he's just exposed in this hijacking Bitcoin book, which, by the way, nobody's refuted yet. But all of the people surrounding Trump don't like Roger, or either they don't like Roger, or they are, they'd kill their own kids to pump their bags. And so the issue with this is, so from a strategy perspective, do you make this about lawfare and about how can America be the Bitcoin hub if they're trying to crucify Bitcoin Jesus, or do you go the next level?
How big are the walls you want to build? How big are the walls you want to build, and who can escape those walls and not come back? You are gonna, if that is the story you are gonna maintain, then it's gonna be insect burgers for those who are still within those walls. Well,
I'm not good at that. The only thing I'm good at is exposing the truth. And I think the fact that the truth, you can't just say, well, Roger is here because of lawfare and not explain why. And what the law says.
No, of course, yes. I'm glad we got you on.
So my position, but I mean, if you've been following me at all, I don't really pull any punches at all. And by the way, nor does Roger. So Roger did that Tucker Carlson interview, which I thought was classic Roger. And, I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see Roger debate Michael Saylor on Joe Rogan. And even so, but to answer your question, this is the challenge with this. So we know Trump wants to be pro-crypto and pro-Bitcoin. How do we get him to focus his attention on Roger's case? Because there are similarities, right? Trump has been harassed by the IRS. Trump has been a victim of lawfare. There are a whole bunch of things that are actually very similar, but yet his policy is kind of counter to what is not wise policy once you read hijacking Bitcoin. The fact that he's pushing and since it's now the 16th anniversary of Bitcoin, he's pushing a slow, expensive.
We are celebrating the 16th anniversary of the Genesis block today.
Yes, of the Genesis block, and now it's hijacked, slow and expensive surveillance digital gold. And so
in some iterations of it, Aaron, there is a hope. There is people working. That's why it's this year the first time that we do the Genesis block anniversary, not the Bitcoin anniversary, because it's not just Bitcoin that started 16 years ago, and it's a marathon, not a sprint. All those cliches that I can mention, it's an uphill battle. Also that, and it's difficult, and
Well, I guess my point is Cynthia Lummis is the strategic reserve is BTC. and Eric Trump is standing next to Michael Saylor. And so I agree with you that Bitcoin Cash obviously is what this was supposed to be and is what the white paper described. And now here we are, Roger, having gone through this whole situation where that whole the whole fork war thing, what a big element of that was what? Well, it was propaganda and censorship. Well, what do you call being stuck in Spain for 7 months with essentially a gag order facing life in prison? But that's the ultimate propaganda and censorship. So how do we elevate this and get people to understand all of this in a way where so that Trump is friendly to Roger about this and is willing to issue a preemptive pardon? That's the challenge. And a lot of people are working on that, but it's not easy. I mean, it's tough for me because I can't say that I was a big fan of Trump the first time. So, it is.
I released this video that's called "Trump is not gonna save you," or it's not what it's called, but that's my summary. Trump is not gonna save you, and even if he could, it's only be for 4 years. So I believe that the current system we live in, that Michael said with the maritime law, how your parents are forced to declare you at the government after birth. It's 180 years old, and time caught up, and we can do better than what we got. It's not gonna be easy per se, but they're gonna make it increasingly difficult. That's more what I'm worried about, because this freedom that we have experienced since the creation of the internet is being contained, for example, by protecting everybody against whatever, so that you soon probably will have to give your digital ID before you can log into your X account, so that you're sure not a minor, and those things. The creation of crypto, a lot of people call out all the scams. And I think all the scams are a good thing, because at every instance, people learn from that. And it's their voluntary participation in a way. So a lot of scams are out there. That's how it is. But the biggest scam is all those debt currencies that require violence to have any value, because we don't manage to build trust ourselves. We need that violence still, and how to, I don't know. I'm just talking. I had my second beer now, so.
Well, I hope we do a better job of calling out scams, because it seems like a lot of times when people, it's not polite to call out scams. I mean, FTX was obviously a scam, but when you call these things out, people are like, oh, be quiet, you're hurting somebody's bags or whatever. And it's like, if we don't self-regulate, then inevitably the big winners in this end up being the state and lawyers, which seems to be the case. I hope we can come up with a better way of self-regulating and calling out scams.
Yeah, but that's because we choose to use still these old-fashioned systems like FTX. There are different solutions also to that. So we ask to be scammed all the time. And here is my passport. What's his name? Sam Bankman-Fried. So I am allowed to trade my crypto coins. If you would use a blockchain that can scale to a global level of usage, you could interchange value with each other without the FTX. So the solutions are available. It's just how we get enough critical mass to use it. That's
it's how to get critical mass. But part of what I've done is now I've gone to 24 different states doing 4-hour workshops, and I teach people about that CBDC threat for the first half, and then I onboard people to crypto, gold, and silver in the back half, and teach them how to live on these things.
I love your stablecoin idea about the gold backs.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great.
And that it solves some of the problems that I've had. So I've talked to people all over the country, and so on this issue of adoption. So part of this is that the propaganda and censorship is so strong that people have no knowledge of these things. I mean, I will tell you how bad it is. If you get outside of our echo chamber And by the way, the people that I'm talking to they're not average people either. I mean, these are people that are awake enough to go and sit through a 4-hour workshop, right? So this isn't even the average person. And so I asked people these like poll questions in the middle of the talk. And so more people have heard of Sam Bankman-Fried than Satoshi Nakamoto. Most people don't know that you could have ever used Bitcoin as a currency. They're not even aware that it's a use case. Yeah, they actually only know of it as a speculative investment, and most of them actually have a negative opinion of it as a speculative investment. And so these are people that are, and so so I'm saying this is the overwhelming majority. And actually, when it comes to hijacking Bitcoin, I mean, most people haven't heard of Roger, and they haven't heard of, and most people don't know about the fork war. So we may get into a conversation. Everybody's like, well, the science is settled, and this was determined in 2017. 99.999% of the people have never heard of any of this.
Yes.
And so,
Sorry for 1 second. First of all, Mikael raised his hand. Second, I am living now in the countryside of Serbia near Liberland because I crowdfunded myself into this house. And I heat my house with wood. So I need 2 minutes and I will be gone to burn some wood and I'll be back. But okay. Let's give one hand to Mikael.
Yeah, and Mikael. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm touching on. Someone mentioned something about a gold-backed crypto. There was this one called XBTC or something, and I had all my money in there instead of like trying out this new coin called Ethereum. But in regards to the scam thing, rug pulls. I mean, okay, rug pulls are just like uncalled for, not forgivable. But like things happen though in the network, in the space, right? And there's a lot of projects that have funded contributors and influencers who have lost through scams, for example. And I know this idea is a bit idealistic and it doesn't necessarily scale, but on the way we can find ways to scale, which is like, I've always thought, I don't know how many coin projects have a like reserve of other coins, right? Bitcoin, Doji, so I'm with the Rora coin. I would love to have a bunch of EFLs and Canada eCoin and Deutsche E-Marks, which I do. But I would love to see a self-organizing, altruistic, empathetic, managed, regulated insurance pooling idea stuff that can then be, evolve into like smart contracts and multi-sigs with like many projects have their decentralized autonomous organization, so. But that's the thing with me is like I've always taken it from this angle, almost like there isn't like this regulatory world and this like world where accountants and lawyers have to have things in that they can work with, or they don't know what to do, and they'll just say like, well, no, we're not really ready for this. But anyway, so what are y'all's thoughts on that? Like this, that's where I'm inspired by, which is like. Probably on the way to what I have to look it up really quick. What the guest this week, Aaron Day. Sorry, Aaron R. Day. I've been looking up your stuff. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Have any projects like just created community funds and manage them in such a way that they help absorb the scams and kind of build trust over time and is that part of the discussion?
Yeah, just go for it. Just do it.
Sorry guys, I'm back. I don't know what I missed. I cannot give my take.
I'm all for coming up with alternatives. I don't know what those alternatives are, but I think it would be great. I think it is possible, but I've just noticed there's a lot of we talk about that we should self-regulate. But we don't do it. But I think we can do it. That doesn't mean that it's not possible to do it. I don't I don't have any specific ideas, but I do know if you were going to do something like that, obviously projects would need to, be validated in order for people to be eligible for that type of insurance. And so that kind of, seeing how people participate in these scams, are they going to only participate if it's something that was approved for this kind of community-based insurance model? I don't know. I don't know how to solve. Look, to me, it almost seems like there's a generational issue here where, and I blame the Federal Reserve and central banking for this, but I think people don't even understand the idea of voluntary exchange where both parties benefit. I mean, I think everything is a Ponzi scheme, which isn't a surprise when money itself is a Ponzi scheme. But I've been watching a lot of this. I recently have been binge watching CoffeeZilla. I don't know if you guys have watched any of his stuff, and it's just, this whole rise of influencers, where influencers who know nothing, have no domain expertise whatsoever in crypto. There's no reason why a crypto project would be good, bad, or indifferent based on their endorsement of it. These people do multiple rug pulls, one after another. And it's almost like one of these things where they're revered, where it's, it's just assumed you're going to do a rug pull. Like it's almost idolized where okay, well, we'll have that again. And the aspiration is to become an influencer who does a rug pull. It's a really weird cultural dynamic. But I mean, those things aside, and Hawk Coin and everything else, I mean, I think the big elephant in the room is Tether. Like what I worry about moving forward is, I mean, I can see Tether blowing up. And then that takes down the rest of the crypto market, and that gives the government the excuse to come in and say, oh, well, we need to more tightly regulate this. Only bank-issued CBDCs. You have to register all your decentralized crypto, no self-custody wallets. And it's like it's a train wreck in slow motion. And in that regard, what do we see going on? This guy, Howard Lutnick, who is the latest investor in Tether and who manages the funds for Tether, whatever that means, is now going to be Trump's commerce secretary. So one other alternative is Tether blows up, but it's too big to fail, and it kind of gets merged in as a de facto CBDC. And so I'm working on an article about this. So
we had Joel Valenzuela earlier on the show, who mentioned Tether also. And he said, I forgot the exact way of how he described it, but to give broader context, he said, like, if the crash happens slow enough, the damage will not be too great. If it happens too fast, then all of crypto can get hurt for several years from that. But if it's just a slow train wreck, or how to explain it in the right way, then maybe we can just overcome it. We will cut all the highlight videos, and they will be available on YouTube. And Joel can say it for himself a lot better. But he mentioned it also.
I think it would be great if it was slow, but that's not usually. These things are gradually, then suddenly, right? I hope he's right on that, but I think we have to call this out. So I'm doing an article on this where I'm going to try to explain. It's not going to be short, but not only what's going on with Tether, but also the government policy in the U.S. on crypto, because it is a train wreck. And by the way, and I'm not even blaming Trump on this, but I look at this as an example of where else would Trump have gotten information. And what made me really mad about this is think about the timing of Roger's arrest. So he gets arrested, and then in the middle of all of this, right, he gets arrested 3 months, I think, after the BlackRock ETF launches. And then they have this Bitcoin conference in Nashville in July, where RFK and everybody else is up there. I mean, and I tried to do my part to tweet stuff from hijacking Bitcoin during that, reach a few thousand people. But like, these people have not been exposed. They've never had the opportunity to be exposed. Like, where would RFK have heard about the hijacking of Bitcoin or about Bitcoin Cash? His running mate's Shanahan, his boyfriend, works for a Lightning. Right, is the CEO of a Lightning company. And so I'm not blaming him, but at the same time, I think these people genuinely have been misinformed. And I'm open to idea. I mean, I'm going to write an article, and I know people that I can probably get to these people, but I'm trying to figure out the best way. How do you condense all of this information in a way that isn't a 300-page book to get attention, to realize, guys, you're making a tragically bad decision? Because frankly, I think it's going to happen in the first 100 days of Trump's administration. He has said he is going to put in place crypto regulations in the first 100 days. And I know there's an executive order drafted for this Bitcoin strategic reserve, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of in terms of what are we going to make it all back in one Ponzi? Why not just go to the roulette table? I mean, it's insane that we're doing this.
Probably should be a state issue as well. Just one thing, isn't there a scenario where they need USDT, like maybe the Treasury, to buy their T-bills to maintain collateral for USDT? Because like the petrodollar is losing its ability to prop up.
That's another argument Joel has made, because he did not fear Tether this cycle. He mentioned he was feared of Tether in 2018 when the stories about illiquidity were equal. For example, Tether is not allowed within the EU anymore for EU citizens since 3 days. And that's how we got to that conversation. And then he mentioned that only in 2018, when he just made the decision to fully focus himself on crypto and have all his income from crypto, then the story of Tether scared him more than today, because Tether has been, according to what he said, and I can see that also, Tether has been buying treasuries from the United States, and they don't mind it. If it's, of course, 80 billion Tethers out there today, maybe. So it's not the biggest party of it. But
it's 140. It's 140 billion.
Oh, sorry, it's doubled since my last check.
and we don't know exactly how many treasuries they own, because they still haven't been able to conduct an audit. And so the issue with this is why I say they might get bailed out. Yes, we think they're buying treasuries, but what are they buying treasuries with? Coins that they printed out of thin air. They're essentially another version of the Federal Reserve on top of the Federal Reserve. And so you're right. The government might use it as a way of burying the fact that the dollar's dying, right? Like this might be the ultimate next tier that raises this Ponzi to yet another level. And I don't think that's a good thing, right? So in other words, and I'm digging through this, and I'm going to try to, I mean, once you find out who's behind them, and then you actually track they don't do audits, they only do attestations. And they do this in a way where they're also, iFinix owns Bitfinex. Like, it's so scammy that, all of a sudden the money appears from Bitfinex the day before the attestation, and then it's out the next day. I mean, this is like, we've seen this movie before.
I know.
And I think it needs to be called out before we get to the, too big to fail stage. And it looks like it's headed that way. That's why I think this Lutnick guy, now he didn't get Treasury. He wanted Treasury, which would have been a disaster. So it's probably better that he's in the Commerce Department. But if we're going to call out scams, we've got to call out Tether. Because, by the way, when it blows up, the people behind Tether will make Sam Bankman-Fried look like a priest. It will make this space look so bad and degenerate that no one will want to touch anything in it. And I think we've got to be honest about that.
Yeah. Well, I would be the front of the line in a way to scrape up all the blood from the streets, but
blood on the streets.
So I mentioned it before. There's an e-money token here on Ethereum in Iceland called Monerium. And it is actually an approved European e-money coin. I'm pretty sure they, like, let's say if you give them 10,000 euros, they'll put that into like a low yield, bond account and issue the Monerium. But I'm pretty sure it's one of the only European approved. And actually, there was some. I traded for some Aurora coin for some Monerium through Atomic Dex. I thought that was epic.
Okay.
There's another one.
Hang on a second. I got to just cut in here. I got to go, guys. But it's been great chatting. I hope you all have a good 2025. I'm sure we'll all be, in touch and chatting. Good to see you, Aaron. It's been a little while. Might have to get you back on the show for the 1 year anniversary. To review as the
that'll be fun. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I think that's probably in 3 or 4 months. I think we talked maybe in about April last year. So anyway, we'll see where that ends up at. But anyway, thanks for having me on the show again, guys. And it's been fascinating as always.
Thanks for your time, Jeremy, and best wishes for the upcoming year.
No, absolutely. You too. Keep up the good fight. All right.
All right.
Bye. And I have to say, we have the raffle, of course. There's no name on the wheel yet because I didn't.
Aaron, which coin are we going to give away on this raffle?
I would say Xano.
It's impossible, but nobody has managed to find a coin today which I don't hold already. So the Xano are going to be on the wheel. We will put it on one Xano. Usually it's about $10, but $10 was only a couple weeks ago, so I counted that's 10. And we had Amaury also on the chat today. Amaury chat from eCash. I said that maybe the fungibility aspect of crypto is one that shouldn't be underestimated. You know, one coin should be one coin regardless of its history, and maybe bridge some of that project token onto Xano. I'm sorry, I'm European, so it's Xano in my... Otherwise, everybody thinks that it's with an E. You know, if I say it wrong.
Yeah, I got to be honest.
Okay.
I don't even know what the right. So, is it Xano? Is it Xano? Part of it, I changed it because when I was transcribing my videos, it was putting an X in instead of a Z. I'm not even sure. We should probably.
Xano. Yeah.
We should probably figure out a standardized way of saying it.
Well, maybe we need to have a smaller abbreviation of it and use that, like ZN or something. I don't know. But I've been enjoying your remarks on it because I think that I managed to acquire some at half of the Bitcoin price of today. And taking into account, I've just not been able to stake because this is the same reason why I can't use the Lightning network in a way. My internet cuts out once in a while, or my electricity, and the electricity I can cover with batteries, you know, so the computer keeps on running for a couple seconds longer. But the internet with staking is difficult, apparently. I've not been able to manage, so. It is how it is. Maybe a staking pool for Xano.
Yep.
That would be a nice outlook for 2025. Yeah. I'm thinking which way to go. Where should we be heading?
Well, I have also a question. What makes you excited for Aaron? What makes you excited for the coming year?
So I'm excited about privacy coins, and I actually think that if we can manage to have user-friendly point-of-sale systems, wallets, and a marketplace, that we can actually accelerate adoption of privacy coins. To me, privacy coins are the solution to CBDCs, and I think we've all become aware of how important privacy actually is. I didn't even think about it as much even 6-7 months ago, but obviously we know that they're using chain analysis to track people's transactions, and now we know that the exchanges are working with the government authorities, and so it's very hard to work around the tracking of these transparent blockchains. And so I'm very excited about privacy coins, and I will say there is a growing interest in this. The reason that I came up with the gold-backed privacy stablecoin is that I talked to a lot of merchants, and merchants know fiat currencies are losing value, but they also have no idea how to understand or look at the volatility of crypto prices. To the point where it's like, well, yeah, I really can't use it because, you know, it may be up 100% one month, but it may be down 50% one month, and how am I going to pay my bills? Which is why I thought that the idea of blending the best elements of precious metals with the best elements of crypto in terms of a privacy coin that has low fees is the way to go. And there's huge interest in this. There's a huge backlog of fairly large merchants. And so I think merchant adoption is actually going to be the way we can get this coin into circulation. And so I'm very excited about that. And I am hopeful that, you know, Ross is going to get pardoned. And I do think Roger should be on that list. I hope we can get Roger on that list. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's a lot of weird dynamics around the positioning of where Roger is on hijacking Bitcoin and Trump's policy. So how do you fix that in a way that should make it obvious for Trump to just add him to the list? Usually presidents don't do pardons until the end of their term, but we know that this is different this time. We know he's already got a whole slate of people that he's gonna pardon on day one.
Partially because of the January 6th stuff, of course.
Because of the January 6th stuff and because of his own lawfare and because of all of the stuff that he faced directly. So this is a unique opportunity. So I'm not pessimistic about that. It's just that we only have 3 weeks really to try to work through as many avenues as possible to get Roger's story in front of the right people so that we can make this happen. And
what if we just shame Spain indefinitely? Like we just, because they are holding him against, if you look at the case.
Want to ban the tourism in Spain?
Which I have not, I have to be.
Themselves.
I have not looked into all the details, so I must be fair about that also. But I did watch, for example, the Solari report, and I know that Fitzgerald does do her homework. So if she says she did, and knowing Roger's statements for over the years, he's never been interested in making any of these accusations happen, or the things that he's accused of, he's trying to avoid, and he's been very open about that. So what if we just put so much shame on Spain that nobody ever, wants a chorizo sausage in their salad again?
That would be great. And I don't know that much about Spain. I mean, I was in Barcelona in 2019, and I know there were riots going on when we were there at the time. I don't know how we would go about doing that. But what I don't understand is why. I mean, again, they've held him now for over 7 months. And what's weird about this situation is that they could send him a letter that says, hey, we've canceled the extradition, you're free. Or they'll just send cops and arrest him and throw him in prison. Like, that's actually what the process is. And he has no idea day to day which it's going to be. Like, what a horrible way to have to live, but also what a ridiculous process. Like, I don't even know. But the fact that they agreed to do this, because remember, like, in order to be able to kind of catch him and arrest him, that's not a simple process. I mean, even in the United States, to get a police officer in one city to be able to coordinate with the cops in another city to arrest somebody in a different jurisdiction, that's hard enough to do. So the fact that Spain was that willing to arrest him in the first place is not a good sign. So I don't know what can be done there. Roger seems to think Roger has a good lawyer, and he seems to think that he's got a shot. And to be honest, I don't have a lot of insight or knowledge, or I certainly haven't talked to any of his attorneys, so I don't know. I know less about that side of it. But what I do know is every day that this goes on, it's not good, right? I mean, once you're 7 months in, it doesn't. And in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking about, okay, McAfee, 8 months. So my expectation is that Roger will know something one way or another, but Roger could very well be arrested within the next 30 days.
Sure.
Yeah, but Spain is already busy with their like a suicide mission on the tourism industry. If this regulation that makes it almost impossible to go to Spain as a tourist.
What's the regulation?
Yeah, you have to fill in all kinds of paperwork to get into Spain as a tourist. So they're already killing their own industries. So, yeah, I think they don't care if you do like a boycott or whatever.
Well, it's true that. So first of all, with Barcelona, it's in Catalonia, which is their own little Crimea of Spain in a way. These people want to be on their own. Although Crimea doesn't want to be on its own, it wants to be with Russia. But okay, so they have their own little region that likes more autonomy. And then these people complain about the tourists, which is why they do have some regulations installed that require tourists to announce themselves ahead of time, for example.
The whole Spain.
Whole Spain? Yeah, probably could be, but most of these tourists are in a Barcelona location, you know.
Also the south and they are everywhere at the coast.
So this is since half a year or something. I'm not sure.
That's a shame, because when we traveled, there was no hassle. In fact, I made the flight like last minute. It was like found a good deal, and we just decided to go. And because we were in Malta, and we had some extra time, and so that's too bad. I mean, that's the sad thing about Spain. Spain's a beautiful country, except for they seem to hate freedom.
Yeah, well, their royal family has a history of caring about the community so that everybody feels happy. Let's say it like that. You know.
We have, also some kind of free state project in Spain. So he went recently to Spain to buy a village. You have these old villages that are abandoned. So this guy is a libertarian. He buys houses, and he wants to start a free commune. This is some kind of free state project. But that has to do with the laws there. If if enough libertarians live there, they can vote for their own law enforcement and sheriff. And so if there is a new COVID regulation, then the police would not enforce it because they are elected by the people who live there. Yeah, that's the idea. That's in the north west of Spain. Yeah.
What is there a name for the project, or do you know who's behind it?
Free commune. Yeah, the guy is Marnix.
Marnix, yeah, what's his name? We can set you up with that if you want to find them out.
Yeah,
he visits the show sometimes and talk about it. And he's doing it a couple years now. I think since COVID, after the COVID, right? He started it. Yeah.
Wow.
No, he's a really hardcore libertarian. Yeah. Yeah. So spin the wheel, or wait for other people to join the wheel?
We can spin. I don't know how many people are on, but let's just spin it. 3 people.
There are more people on the stream.
1 Zano for the winner. All prizes will be paid after the stream.
Even kijken. Go. Oh yeah, there's another one. Somebody woke up. Okay, we're going to spin the wheel. In 3, 2, 1, and now you're too late. It's going to be... Oh, it's me! I'm the winner.
You win a Zano.
Yeah, I won. I think this time I hold it myself.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, at least now you finally got one, because I've been talking to you about Zano for the last 5 months.
Yeah, I think I gave you an address. I won.
Really? Oh, I don't remember that. I don't see that.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Now, Aaron, I just want to say I'm very glad that I have that I'm using my X account more, because I wasn't so aware of different platforms and different styles, and it wasn't really different before Elon Musk bought X, because it was going in the same direction as all the rest. So it was basically one big mesh of the same, but X does seem to be a little different platform with different content. And I'm glad that after Elon Musk told Disney to go fuck itself, I started to use X more, and that's when I found you in a way. And I'm always very happy when I read your posts or I laugh about them. I don't know, I could find some random thing you tweet. And if I understand what you say, then I know that I'm completely up to date with the current thing in a way, because you make very, very accurate post on the moment, you know. And I really like how you, I don't know how to say it, but, oh no, my dog just entered the house. Nee, she's not allowed to. I really like your vision of how the world should be. Of course, we are in a completely different situation today, but I support basically everything so far I've seen from you, and keep on doing a great job for the next year. That would be awesome if you manage, and maybe we can meet again in the year, you know, because we make weekly shows. Maybe you have a show. I can share you some of I have a little bit controversial take on Liberland, because I don't believe that we should build a wall to become free, and I believe the nation state is kind of dying in a way, if it's up to me at least. So also a Liberland doesn't bring anything really new to the table. They just try to bring what is already out there in different style. But yeah, thanks for your time and having this conversation with us. Congratulations to 16 years of Genesis blog, and feel free. I mean, we can talk for however long you want, but
You doesn't have to leave now, because
no, you don't have to leave. But 1 hour was kind of the aim, so maybe you counted on 1 hour, so that's why.
I can stay for a few more minutes. I've got to get ready for another call.
Yeah.
All right.
It's still early here. It's only noon.
Yeah. Well, Joel Valenzuela had to get out of bed at 8. But he is a great guy, and you and me and Joel, we have been unbanked now for. I beat all the two of you, but. We are living unbanked, and that's a great challenge, which not a lot of people understand how difficult it is to manage your finance without the convenience of a bank account. And I am probably the best of all three of us, because I live in Serbia, where I can pay every bill on the corner of the street, and cash is very common here without traceability and all that kind of stuff. So my challenge has always been to not use my passport, because I'm Yoshi Livo from Liberland, which means that no country recognizes me in a way. So that has been a bit of the challenge that I put forward, and I'm now very happy that I got my house. I see a very dystopian time ahead. You know, I really don't believe that Trump is going to bring the light, but maybe we can do it ourselves. It's just that I don't want to say I lost.
Yoshi, maybe Aaron wants to say something.
Oh yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, I agree. Like, if we're planning on a politician solving all of our problems, we're going to be in for a disappointment, regardless of who it is. I mean, that's not the way, right? I mean, we can control our own thoughts, our own actions, our own emotions. That we can control. The rest of it, the more of that we give up to other people, the worse the outcome every time.
Yeah.
And so I hope more people wake up to that. On the one hand, I will say, more people were waking up to that last year. And in fact, when I was talking to people about CBDCs, this was a really hot topic in the US. And then Trump came out and said we'd never have a CBDC. And so people stopped worrying about it. And the unfortunate part about this is that as I've studied this more, we already have a CBDC. In America, all of our money is already digital. The Federal Reserve creates the money.
97% at least.
97%, but when the Federal Reserve creates the money, they create it in an Oracle database. I mean, that is a central bank digital currency. And so
yeah.
And it's already programmable, it's already tracked, it can already be censored. And so part of this is, and I'm working on a new book to kind of go beyond what I did in the first book. And what I'm saying is, we have a CBDC, it can get worse, but we also have in America a social credit system, and it's called the 75,000 page, 16 million word tax code. There are incentives and penalties in there that cover every bit of everything that China's social credit system has. The difference is we don't know what our scores are, and we actually don't even know if we're complying with the law until it's too late. there are actually more people in prison in the United States than in China, even though they have 4.2 times the population. And so part of the issue here is, and politicians are great at telling people that, oh, well, we have to stop this big threat that's looming on the horizon, and not acknowledging the fact that we're already in the thing that you are afraid of, right? And it's very hard to communicate that to people. So that's in some respects, the disappointing thing about Trump is that people are giving up more of their power and not taking direct action. That's the only real concern that I have. I don't think that there's any chance that he's going to fix any of this. In fact, I think technocracy is going to flourish under Trump because of how much influence the PayPal mafia has over his administration.
Yeah. Yeah, they are a class of their own, those PayPal mafias, in a way.
Yeah, they are, and you can see it happening now. So all of a sudden, this Cybertruck blows up, and there are a couple of these quote terror attacks. And so what's the response going to be? Well, everybody needs a digital ID, and boy, we better put in some AI surveillance to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm very happy with my purchase of this house, and that I've got enough land to grow some vegetables. I'm pumping my own water, all those kind of things. I think I made a good move with that in a way, and I wish it was a lot more, because I really think that with the narrative I try to build, we can. But as long as it doesn't happen, I'm very happy with this house. So that's my 2025 projection. Just enjoy the community around me, and there's so much influence from things that I have no control over, that my impact matters so little. I just need to do my thing and live in the moment, be happy with that. And if it's ever needed or anything, I might when we make the highlight video, Aaron, I will send you the article I published yesterday about this episode, or about my thoughts at the moment. And what happens will happen, and we will see. I hope Trump doesn't get shot, not because I like the action that would occur from it or whatever, but I don't think violence is the option. We are growing in a way with people who are conscious about their existence, let's call it like that, because zombies who are just consuming television are on the decline, if only because of their age. So there is a possibility it might work out,
Yep. There is. No, there's hope for optimism. It's just not in government.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Are we going to have a little break? You had an appointment?
Yeah, I should probably get going. I've got to get ready for this next meeting.
All right. Aaron, thanks, man. If you ever write that book and you are looking for a place to talk about it, feel free to contact us, because we will gladly host you as a guest. And we might invite you again for special occasion, something like that,
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I really enjoyed the talk. I really enjoyed. So,
same.
Thanks.
Thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
All right.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye.
Yeah, we are going to have a break now for probably an hour.
No, let's wait a second, because first I'm going to kick out kick out the dog of my house and close the door. And
okay, because I'm going to play some music, and then we see each other in an hour.
Yeah, but we might. Did you already spin the wheel or not?
Yeah, we already spun. I was the winner.
Oh, you was the winner. Yeah. Let me check.
So we see each other around 7 o'clock.
No, but I'm not sure that the guest will come.
Okay, but then we let the viewers know if he came or not.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm checking out, guys. Actually,
right. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to thank y'all so much for this day. It was better than I could have imagined.
All right, Michael.
It was an honor.
Welcome.
No, you have it all to yourself because you joined. Could have been many more people here.
Okay,
they were all invited.
I'm going to play the music now.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Freedom Radio. dead too. And all the lessons of your teachers schooling you in what to do. Are you following the news? All they ever want to achieve is to push you down into their dreams, a fabricated reality. Open your eyes, children got to free your mind. Freedom Radio. Na 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 na. Freedom Radio. Na 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 na. Odyssey, Twitch, or Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, search and you will find Freedom Radio on a Wednesday or a Thursday night. Uncensored, unregulated. That's right. All they ever want to achieve is to push you down into their dreams, a fabricated reality. Open your eyes, children got to free your mind. Oh, yeah. Freedom Radio. Open your eyes. Freedom Radio. Listen to the radio. Freedom Radio. You got to listen to the radio. Freedom Radio on a Wednesday or a Thursday night. Freedom Radio. Na 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 na.
Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the market, where freedom dwells with status, no control. The ledger turn, the whispers spread, a hope for the lost, the underfed. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the market, the potential of Bitcoin was so full. Anonymous hands built the code, but greed came marching a heavy load. Unchained, unbound, a dream so pure, but shadows crept where light was sure. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. So darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, where freedom dwells with status, no control. From coffee trades to illicit deals, the cypherpunk's dream felt so real. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the markets, the potential of Bitcoin was so full. Yet with each fork, a kingdom rose, a battlefield where visions flow. Decentralized, a voice so strong, now now muffled by those who played it wrong. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Oh, the dreamers who fought for the unchained now see the promise tarnished strain. They built an empire to tear down walls, but now it's ruled by conference halls. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Oh, Bitcoin, la da 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 da. Take me back to the Silk Road days when Bitcoin was a true method to pay. Darkness, oh darkness, sweet darkness of the past, where the stage script failed to hold fast. Take me back, take me there, to freedom's promise beyond despair. were pushed aside to economic interest, the heart of the fight, to keep it a treasure, not a user's right. Bitcoin Cash rose to carry the flame, a fork of the vision to honor the name. Yet battles rage on in the digital ground for the soul of the legend where truth is found. Hijack dreams, but hope still remains. A fork in the road, a break from the chains. Digital gold or cash for the free. The fight for Bitcoin's always paid. In the glow of the blockchain, the battle goes on for a system of freedom where all belong.
In the halls of corruption, the printing press hums, inflating our hopes till collapse surely comes. They steal your labor with a hidden hand, a paper promise backed by quicksand. But freedom calls a brighter way, where gold and crypto pave the day. No more devaluation, no silent theft, a future secured. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. The peso's a scam, the dollar's no friend. They devalue your life while they pretend. But in the blockchain there's a beacon of trust, and gold's eternal, immune to the rust. The people rise, the fraud exposed, a free economy where wealth is chose. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. Every coin you hold is your voice. Decentralized power, your sovereign choice. No inflation, no theft, just what you've earned. A new revolution, the tables have turned. Tear down the banks, break the chains, no more lies from fiat's reign. Bitcoin rises, gold holds true, a currency that's made for you. No more rulers, no more kings. Gold and crypto will lead the fight for a future that's honest, fair, and bright.
In a world bound by chains, where trust was hard to find, a new light broke through the digital sky, a revolution forged in code, a promise of freedom, unstoppable. You saw it again, the goal lights you. It's more than currency, it's a movement. It's the people's voice, it's the future. Bitcoin. I read the white paper, a light so bright. Decentralized freedom, power and might. A chain unbroken, secure and strong. Peer-to-peer trust that moves us along. Bitcoin, oh, Bitcoin. Oh, bringing freedom wide, breaking chains of pride. No middleman to lock the door. A new world we can explore. A work, the mind is rise, their effort shine across the skies. Satoshi's dream for all mankind, a global ledger forever alive. Bringing freedom wide, breaking chains of pride. No middleman to lock the door. A new world we can explore. Yeah. Let the nodes unite from far and near. Building futures year by year. Immutable truth in every stone. The blockchain spins our cornerstone. Bringing freedom wide, breaking chains of pride. Satoshi's call, loud and clear. Together we rise, year after year. Paper is present, the dream is real. Bitcoin song will always
No pair to spare. My girlfriend's gone cause she just don't care about getting rich in 20 years and huddle on until the time we get there. All down, gotta buy. I won't cry and I just take the pain. 90 cents in the end will be a Porsche when I leave it on the blockchain. You need the balls when it all falls down. Buying the dip or get ripped. Don't let them fool you. You got hodl, hodl, hodl. Don't let fee be the ruler. You got hodl, hodl, hodl. Yeah. No pair to spare. My girlfriend's gone cause she just don't care about getting rich in 20 years and huddle on until the time we get there. You need the balls when it all falls down. Buying the dip or get ripped. Don't let them fool you. You got hodl, hodl, hodl. Don't let fee be the ruler. You got hodl, hodl, hodl. Don't let them fool about expensive trips I made. Long time ago. I'm not the kind of guy that keeps them bragging about expensive trips I made. Long time ago, long time ago. Came back from the gas station. You don't want to know what I have paid. And I keep on crying, and I can't deny it. Why they keep on printing even more till I end up being poor. Oh no. Won't somebody help me please?
Once upon a time, I thought I had it made. Drinking heavy, heavy booze, staying up late. Used to have expensive wine, cheap women banging on my door.
The steady decline can't take it anymore. I should have bought Bitcoin at 50 cents. Shoop, 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 shoop. Maybe $2, maybe $3. That will solve my misery.
turning of time, a year of freedom, the future in mind. Hope rises high like the morning sun. Another chance for us all as one. Let the bells ring clear, let the voices cheer for a world we build without the fear. Let the bells ring clear, avec used to mirror. So I feel off here being the 9:15. It's still a happy brand new day, where peace and prosperity lie your way, where the Fed will finally end, a world free from governments. No chains of death, no wars to fight, just peaceful paths under starry nights, each hand held high, our destinies our own. Together we thrive, though we stand alone. Let the bells ring clear, let the voices cheer for a world we build without the fear. So I feel off here being the 9:15. It's still a happy brand new day, where peace and prosperity lie your way, where the Fed will finally end, a world
In the shadow of a crumbling stage, where the actors' lines feel like a cage, the rebel whispers to the night, the fading night. A whirl of chains to the night. Is freedom just a fading light? A world of chains yet none can bind, a heart that seeks what few can find. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone, a throne of dust, no king, no throne. To fight, to question, to stand apart, a war waged deep within the heart. The crown of thorns they offer me is just a ruse of dignity. For every truth 100 lies, and still the rebel never dies. The universe, it mocks, it sneers, yet we rise despite our fears. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone, a throne of dust, no king, no throne. To stand apart, a war waged deep within the heart. What is justice? What is grace? A fleeting shadow in this space. To revolt, to scream, to break the chain is to endure both joy and pain. Oh, the rebel cries, a voice alone, a throne of dust, no king, no throne. To fight, to question, to stand apart, a war waged deep within the heart. So raise your fist to the silent sky. Those stars,
They promised grace but stole my yields, tied my hands and tilled my fields. A righteous mask, a noble claim, but power plays the cruelest game. Charity wrapped in cold commands, a thief disguised as helping hand. False virtue in a hollow shell, a silent scream no one can tell. Oh, the law, the sacred law, meant a shield but built to draw. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice sold for right and wrong.
a piece of love divine while picking pockets line by line. Promises made, compassion feigned through stolen means their worlds sustain. Altruism's twisted fate, freedom falls beneath its weight. Oh, the law, the sacred law, meant to shield but built to draw. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice sold for right and wrong. A monument to power's guilt, the sacred law, the hollow creed, born of greed, not of need. The sweat from brow, the breath from song, justice weeps where it belongs.
They say we arrive as empty pages, with no aid to define us, no dogma, no destiny, just the quiet promise of potential. But how quickly the world, with its rules, its chains, its desperate need to scribble our souls. Tonight, let's take it back. Erase the noise. Remember, my dear listener, we were born free.
Born as blank as winter's first frost, a canvas of potential, free and lost. Oh, no crown of instinct rules our minds, only impressions soft and light. Yet here I stand, bound by chains unseen, seeking truth in a world so keen. Erase the mark of kings and priests, break the chains, let reason lead. The soul's no secret, no divine decree. It's shaped by life, by you and me. The sunlight burns the slate anew. With every act, we carve what's true. A parliament of thought takes stage. We write our freedoms page by page. But who decides the colors we choose? The noble, the color destined to lose. Erase the mark of kings and priests, break the chains, let reason lead. The soul's no secret, no divine decree. It's shaped by life, by you and me. So many claim they hold the quill, dictating morals, bending will. But Lord reminds the truth is bare. We are what we become, if only we dare. Erase the mark of kings and priests, break the chains, let reason lead. The soul's no secret, no divine decree. In the absence of a tyrant, find your own note.
The path was paved with good intent, a destiny shaped, a life misspent. The road to serfdom winding tight, dreams consumed by endless night. Whispers of freedom drift on hollow winds, promises painted on crumbling skins, blueprints drawn with ink of lies, silent deals behind guarded eyes, markets tethered, reason drowned, the spinning wheel of fate unwound, voices strangled by planned design, bound in chains they can't define. Through corridors of power, shadows dance, trading futures for false romance. Liberty's ghost fades in the night, bartered away for control's delight. Steel ambitions forge the cage, contracts signed with hidden rage. Master planners chart our fall, silent rulers behind the wall. Broken ladders, twisted schemes, freedom shattered into dreams. Fingers grasp, control expands, fate dictated by unseen hands. Through corridors of power, shadows dance, trading futures for false romance. Liberty's ghost fades in the night, bartered away for control's delight. Visions bright, but poison veins, purpose measured in silent chains. Through corridors of power, shadows dance, trading futures for false romance. Liberty's ghost fades in the night, bartered away for control's delight. The path was paved
A destiny shaped, a life misspent. The road to serfdom winding tight. Dreams consumed by endless night.
I've been fighting through the shadows, standing in the cold. Seen 100 voices of silence, stories left untold. They say keep your head down, just toe the line. But there's a fire in me they can't confine. Can't chain this heart, can't close these eyes. Won't bow down to their disguise. Long live freedom, damn it, damn it. I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, standing in the light. Walls are built on fear, held up by lies, but there's a power in truth they can't deny. They call it rebellion, but I call it pride. A call to all who've been cast aside. So here we stand, no chains, no shame. We'll fight until they know our name. Long live freedom, damn it, I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, standing in the light. When the darkness falls and the lights go down, they'll see our shadows dancing on this battleground. With a heartbeat, the thunder, the soul of this land, they can silence the strength in a defiant stand. Long live freedom, damn it. I won't break or bend. They can try to cage the dreamer, but I'll rise again. For every voice they silence, another will ignite. Long live freedom, damn it, we're standing in the light. So raise your voice, let it echo loud and true. This fight's not over, no, we're coming through. Long live freedom, damn it, that's alright. Together we're standing, holding strong tonight.
I see the crowd, they're lost in the haze, chained to the system, stuck in the maze. The music calls, it's time to ignite. We'll break the rules and dance all night. Feel the beat, let it set you free. No one owes you your destiny. Markets move, let the rhythm show. In the light of freedom, we can let it flow. Dancing for freedom, out on the floor, breaking the chains, we'll take no more. Spin to the sound of the Liberty Bell. Disco Inferno, let's give them hell. No more taxes, no central plan. We're taking back what's ours, woman and man. The invisible hands got the groove tonight. Economic freedom dressed in light. Feel keeping us alive. Let me hear you shout freedom now. Disco's the market, we're taking a bow. No mandates, no bureaucrats in sight. Just us and the groove in the disco light. Freedom now. Disking up walls, freedom now. Never California, life will lead the way. Dancing for freedom, out on the floor, breaking the chains, we'll take no more. Into the sound of a liberty bell, disco inferno, let's give them hell.
Enough of their lies, enough of their chains. For decades, the parasites in power have fed on our dreams, drained our wealth, the wage wars that serve no one but their masters. They bribe, they tax, they steal, and call it governance. But no more 2025 is the year we take back our lives. No politicians pulling strings, no lobbyists whispering destruction. This is the year of liberty, where the individual rises, where the common good isn't dictated by force, but by freedom. We don't need their corruption, their central banks, their failed promises. We are the builders of our own futures, the makers of peace, the guardians of our prosperity. Tonight we don't just celebrate a new year, we ignite a revolution of hope, a song for a world reborn. Let this anthem echo through the ages. A year without them is a year of true freedom. Goodbye to the suits who sold us despair, left us with nothing but dust in the air. The wars you started, the lies that you told, this is the year we break out of your mold. No taxes for castles, no bribes for your thrones, no puppets of power on borrowed loans. 2025, the people's year. No more whispers of greed in our ears. No politicians, no lobbyist teams. A world reborn, no broken dreams. Inflation's a weapon you use to control. While we fight to survive, you feast on our soul. Your banks and your budgets, they burn what we earn. But this year is ours, watch the tables turn.
A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. They caged his ideals, let the truth die. In the name of order, they tore it apart. Now freedom lies bleeding, a hole in its heart. Whispered lies through the corridors creep, while the dreamers of liberty weep. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. His light, the power it held, a coin for the people, a story to tell. But the mighty conspired, their motives concealed behind walls of control. The truth was revealed. Oh, they speak of laws, they speak of grace, but their chains are wrapped tight in disgrace. Oh, sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. In the gray of their towers, the cries are unheard, but a movement is growing in every word. For a dream that was hijacked, for a fight to be won. The battle for freedom has only begun. Sign your name, Free Raja now. Don't let the fire flicker out somehow with Free Raga now. Or raise your voice, take a vow for justice, for truth, Free Raja now. And when the chains are broken and liberty stands, we'll remember the dream he held in his hands. A man with a vision, a spark in his eye. Free Raja now, let the fire never die.
Ja, daar zijn we weer, de diehards. Nou, we hebben nog geen bericht terug gehad van Robert Reindert Nederhoed.
Ja, en anderen. We hadden nog een paar uitnodigingen staan. Maar ik denk daarbij, ja, Roger Ver ook bijvoorbeeld, maar nee. Ik heb alle mensen weer aangesproken. Ze krijgen een filmpje ervan. En ik denk dat het mooi is geweest voor vandaag. Moet het niet in het Engels? Hello, we are broadcasting in English.
Ja, die heeft een luisteraar die nog hangt.
No, but that's the point. There is one listener, there are no more guests. We got a nice celebration.
So that's why we talk in English. We had a few guests, but we had no reply.
We tried to get a couple more people here, but
no reply yet. So we finish.
Yeah. I think it's been a nice day.
Ja, thank you for listening and goodbye.
Alright.
Gewoon de opener erin doen of geloof je?
You can run the Roger Ver and maybe for 1 hour more.
Die was net al.
Next week we have the next one, but in Dutch.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Thank you for listening and goodbye. Ik alles afsluiten.
Johan, ik ga jou bedanken. De volgende keer kletsen we wel weer bij, want we hebben alweer een hoop